Long Dong exterminated the two green shadows with ease and wordlessly waved his crimson sword. Suddenly, the sword dissolved into a deep red cloud of blood essence and flowed back into his palms where it soon vanished. He let out a long sigh and his face turned dark red, followed by a bloodless white as if he had lost much blood. He quickly took out a scarlet bottle from his storage bracelet and tossed out a scarlet medicine pill into his mouth. Then without further delay he quickly sped off. At another corner of the desert, a young white-robed woman was standing at the top of a desert mound. 10 meters away there were 4 ice-cold corpses. There wasn't a single wound present on any of the bodies. They simply laid there without the slightest trace of life. The woman stroked a slender jade bottle in her hand and wore a cute mysterious smile on her face. Suddenly her body soared into the air in a golden streak. Several flashes later she vanished. In an area myriads of kilometers away, azure-white lightning repeatedly sparked through the air. A black cloud several kilometers away chased after him. Although it didn't appear very fast, it was able to accurately follow the lightning no matter the distance. In the blink of an eye, the chase continued for a couple of 100 kilometers. Suddenly the black cloud trembled and disappeared. A moment later the black cloud blinked forward half a kilometer and continued its pursuit. Suddenly the azure-white lightning jumped forward and disappeared in white light. It traveled half a kilometer away and widened the gap once more. The pursuit continued relentlessly. Of course, the winged figure riding the lightning was Han Li. He was tightly frowning and his gaze appeared gloomy. Not long ago he discovered the old Daoist was chasing after him in a cloud of black chi. He then immediately spread his thunderstorm wings and made use of his 9 gale transformations to their fullest extent. However, the black cloud was not only amazingly fast but it also could blink forward. The two remained in pursuit despite the vast distance they traveled. Although the desert was vast, foreign tribes often roamed it. With Han Li being so closely pursued, it would be incredibly troublesome if he caught the attention of other foreign tribes. As for the vitality-intensive blood shadow evasion, he had already used it once. He was unwilling to use it again unless he absolutely needed to. After all, the desert is filled with dangers. He would need to preserve his vitality in preparation for when he was past the southern skyline. It appeared he would have no choice but to battle with the Shadow Tribe being. The Shadow being had possessed the body of a mid-stage spatial tempering cultivator, clearly illustrating his high position in the Shadow Tribe. He was most likely a Crimson Shadow, a being equivalent to a spatial tempering cultivator. If it were the high-grade being from another tribe he might feel some fear, but he had many abilities that were effective against them. He had some confidence in fighting them. Furthermore, after he entered Deep Heaven City, he cultivated and refined several techniques and treasures. He had yet to test their might. He figured he would test their effectiveness on this Crimson Shadow. With that thought quickly appearing in his mind, he blinked again and his wings trembled. He suddenly came to a stop. As a result, the black cloud quickly arrived 300 meters behind Han Li. It appeared that the cloud planned on directly pouncing at him. This came as no surprise. The Shadow Tribe's most powerful techniques were consuming the primal souls of other tribes and directly controlling their bodies. They would also be able to use a majority of the body's techniques. Of course, Han Li wasn't about to allow the shadow to arrive near him. Without a word, he slapped his hands together and opened them. A heaven-shaking thunder roared. A bowl-sized bolt of lightning ruptured from his hands, directly targeting the oncoming black cloud. A yelp sounded and the black chi suddenly blinked, disappearing into a nearby spatial void. Han Li coldly snorted and suddenly split open a crimson slit from his forehead. His law destruction eye opened and released a black light that vanished in a flash. A deafening rupture sounded, violently shaking a space 100 meters away. Wrapped in the black chi, the old Daoist blurred and reappeared. He shouted in surprise, "The law destruction eye. You actually cultivate that ability?" Han Li's lip twitched and he remained silent. Suddenly he cast a spell seal and the dense bolt of lightning curved, fiercely striking at the old Daoist when he least expected it. The old Daoist cursed and thought to dodge when Han Li's eyes brightly flashed blue. He could only let out a sharp breath in response. The sound wasn't loud, but he felt as if the ringing of a huge bell was echoing through his eyes. He felt tearing pain through his mind and his body slowed. Thunder clapped. Golden lightning struck the black chi, spreading thousands of thin arcs through it. In an instant the black chi grew violently unstable. At that same moment, a huge frog's croak sounded from the black chi. The black chi roiled and condensed underneath the old Daoist, turning into a strange two-headed beast with snake heads and a frog's body. Its 4 crimson eyes glared at Han Li with rage. Han Li couldn't help but pause upon seeing this. The black chi protecting the old Daoist was actually a transformed beast. After receiving the lightning strike, the old Daoist's body recovered and he eerily glared at Han Li. Good, very good. A trifling deity transformation cultivator was able to shock my mind. That ability was quite surprising. You may as well try to use it again. Han Li frowned. His full-powered lightning bolt was received by the strange beast, not the shadow tribe being. If the strike hit the shadow being, he definitely would have been harmed. As for the soul fright thorn, he wasn't foolish enough to use it again. It was only effective in a surprise attack. As the shadow being's soul was stronger than his, it wouldn't have any effect. Han Li didn't say anything further. He raised his hand and revealed a pitch-black palm. He pointed it in the old Daoist's direction. Suddenly, the space above the old Daoist began to warp and a small black mountain appeared. The mountain twirled in the air, abruptly turning 300 meters tall. It brightly shined gray and released rings gray light downward. A harsh expression appeared on the old Daoist's face and he waved his sleeve. A transparent crystalline half-foot-long blade appeared. The blade sliced at the air, releasing a dazzling streak. The blade streak fiercely cut through the gray rings and struck at the base of the huge mountain. A loud drone sounded like a gong being struck. The mountain didn't move and the blade streak vanished. The old Daoist's face stirred. Before he could do anything else, Han Li stretched out his other hand, revealing a pure white palm. He stretched his fingers, releasing 5 bone skull rings. 5 huge skulls appeared around the old Daoist. They simultaneously opened their mouths and spat out an icy flame. They merged into 5-colored light and instantly submerged the old Daoist's body. The old Daoist wore a smirk, but after the flames drew close his body, his face vastly changed. Myriads of red streaks burst out from his body, wildly chopping at his surroundings in form of a red lotus. As the lotus stirred, the rainbow flames were split apart, unable to approach the old man in the slightest. Han Li's expression sank and he formed his hands together. He harshly roared and suddenly his body wildly grew several times in size and pounced at the red lotus. Several harsh streaks sounded. As the 5 skulls charged to the edge of the red lotus, 5 dazzling blade streaks chopped at the skulls, splitting them into 2 like bolts of lightning. Soon after, the crimson lotus was thoroughly opened. The rainbow flames were thoroughly extinguished by the red light and the old Daoist reappeared with a calm face. With a loud ghostly wail, the 5 cleaved skulls became whole once more. But they continued to wail as if they held the old Daoist in great fear. Han Li took a shallow breath and gravely pointed at his pitch-black mountain a distance away. The huge mountain rumbled and fell straight down. As the huge mountain pressed downward, the old Daoist appeared unfazed. He simply tapped his foot on the huge beast below him. The 2 serpent heads widely opened their mouths and apped out a dense red blur at the huge mountain falling above them. With a violent crack, the huge mountain swayed and began to fall to the side. Han Li narrowed his eyes at the sight of this and his face grew unsightly. The 2 serpent heads were able to spit out their tongues at such a great force, they were able to knock away his essence-fused mountain. Han Li gloomily reached out for the black mountain and 5 skulls, causing them to vanish. Black and white light lit up from his palms, returning the color of their skin to normal. Hee brat, you have many treasures, but you are delusional to face me with your meager magic power. It appears you have no other methods. Hand over your body to me. The old Daoist seemed to be impatient, but he took no further action. Instead, the serpent heads of the beast let out a sharp shriek. Invisible waves scattered around them, spreading several kilometers away. Rainbow light continued to flash nearby and soon, countless rare beast images began to take form. A few as large as a hill with some only 10 meters long. Each of them looked ferocious and smelled strong. They all surrounded Han Li and stared at him with evil eyes. An illusion technique? When Han Li saw this, he was startled, but he waved his sleeves nonetheless. Tens of small golden swords swam around him like fish, each turning a foot long in a blur. He commanded them in his mind, and they each created several copies of themselves, adding more to the swarm. Golden light filled the air. The sword streaks weaved around, slicing apart the beasts in 100-meter radius. Beast blood, howls and corpses filled Han Li's surroundings. He tightly frowned. Be it the feedback from the swords or what he saw with his eyes, he sensed it all to be real. He couldn't distinguish these illusions from reality. Despite his bewilderment, none of it showed on his face, and his swords continued their rampage and kept him safe. Standing on top of the Shin beast, the old Daoist wore an odd smile. There were seemingly countless beasts surrounding Han Li. With the sharpness of Han Li's swordlight, they cut down several hundred beasts in the blink of an eye. However, the strange beast corpses seemed to float in the air rather than falling to the ground. It caused the bloody scent to grow increasingly dense and pungent. Soon, just as Han Li felt something was amiss, the Shin beast let out a cry. The chopped corpses turned into pitch-black fog and roiled underneath Han Li. The several hundred sword lights continued to flutter around Han Li, occasionally chopping away at the black fog, but as more of the black fog tangled with the flying swords, they became sluggish. Meanwhile, the Shin beast's giant body blurred and silently shot forward in a streak of black chi, vanishing into the black fog. A moment later, two long red shadows shot out from the black fog. In a blur, they strangely arrived in front of Han Li. One of them aimed for Han Li's head while the other went for his chest, both striking at lightning speed. Were it not for Han Li employing his full techniques to protect himself, including his bright-side spirit eyes, he wouldn't have reacted fast enough to block the attacks if he relying on his spiritual sense alone. His face sunk. Without using any of his magic treasures, golden light flashed from his face and he smoothly whipped his hands in seemingly slow motion. His hands turned sparkling gold as if formed of pure gold. Bang bang. The two golden hands grabbed the two scarlet tongues in a ball of flesh. Then an immense force pulled at his arms. His shoulders simply blurred as if nothing happened. The old Daoist looked at this with shock. The Shin beast's transformative abilities had not only reached perfection, but its immense strength was renowned in the Shadow tribe. A display of this strength was when it used its tongues to fling away the giant mountain from before. Now this unremarkable human youth was able to use his hands to grab a hold of the Shin beast's tongues with ease. It was rather inconceivable. However, the old Daoist wasn't truly worried. The Shin beast had more than just brute force alone. As expected, the two tongues remained motionless in Han Li's grasp. Suddenly, white light glowed from them and the two tongues turned into huge scarlet pythons. They fiercely opened their mouths and they both aimed for Han Li's head. Han Li simply felt a huge tremble through his fingers as if the tongues became cold and slick, and they both attempted to go for Han Li's head. Blue light brightly flashed from his eyes and his golden hands blurred, each of them separately turning black and white. His black hand had a silver mountain image on its back and his fingers grew several times thicker. Pop! Scarlet blood scattered. The hand squeezed down on one of the pythons, splitting it into two. The large white hand had a white skull appear from each of its fingers. With a flick, all of the skulls bit 7 inches deep. The skulls began to wildly inhale, soon turning the serpent's body into a husk drained of blood essence. These were the results of the divine essence-fused mountain and the unbreakable sink devils being condensed into his two hands. This method was only one cultivation technique that was mentioned in the 100 Meridians treasure refinement mantra. The process of cultivating his body into treasures was an incredibly long process, but it allowed him to make use of his treasures ingeniously and several times quicker as well. The cultivation of this not only condensed the power of the two treasures into his hands, but it fused the power of the treasures into one. It was incredibly flexible and their combined power would grant him greater odds of victory. This surprise attack resulted in the Shin beast's tongues being eliminated. The old Daoist clearly hadn't expected this to happen. Before he could act from rage, 2 painful howls sounded from the black fog. Soon after, the black chi parted and the Shin beast emerged in the blur. Its body turned vague as it traveled through the air and it turned transparent. The beast also possessed invisibility. A short moment later, Han Li was able to hear the beast's howls from all around him, hiding its concrete position. Even with his bright-side spirit eyes working at full force, he wasn't able to see through it. Even so, Han Li smiled. He waved his sleeves around him, followed by buzzing. Countless golden specks rushed out from them. These golden specks flew out and immediately surged in size. They turned into half-foot-long beetles. They were the fully matured gold-devouring beetles that Han Li spent painstaking efforts to nurture. These beetles numbered over 1,000 and flew out nearby. In the blink of an eye, the beetles spread through the sky and several of them knocked against the Shin beast, revealing it. Without needing Han Li's command, the gold-devouring beetles buzzed and pounced at it. A cloud of beetles instantly drowned it. The Shin beast let out screams of pain, but with a pop, the beast's body flew out in a black mist. Normally, insects wouldn't be able to do anything against an intangible body, but something extraordinary occurred. Just as the black mist flew out from gaps of the gold-devouring beetles, the fearsome beetle's claws flashed with golden light and firmly stuck onto the black mist, violently gnawing on it without any hesitation. With over 1,000 beetles, the huge black mist was reduced by 1/10 in the blink of an eye. Screams of pain continued to sound from the mist as the mist continues to roil. Then 10 slender silver serpents shot out from the mist, each of them 3 meters wide. They all swallowed 10 of the beetles at lightning speed. As the serpents blurred, another 10 beetles disappeared into the serpent's mouth. But immediately after, the silver serpents hissed and they fell, turning back into clouds of black mist. All the beetles flew out from the mist without the slightest damage and they circled around the mist to consume it. Soon after, the black mist quickly turned into several beasts specialized in dealing with insects, but none of them were able to wound the beetles in the slightest. In a short moment, the black mist was torn away, quickly slowing down the speed at which these strange creatures appeared. The beetle swarm had the black mist at its mercy in only the span of a few breaths. As the old Daoist watched from a distance, he stared at the beetles with an odd expression on his face. Gold-devouring beetles. Fully matured gold-devouring beetles. The old Daoist muttered. He slapped his head without the slightest hesitation. Red light flashed and a crimson shadow emerged from the crown of the body's head. It flew in a circle and suddenly turned into a fierce streak, blurring several times as it disappeared off the horizon. The old Daoist's body remained in place, now a shriveled corpse. With a gentle wind, the corpse scattered to ash. Han Li remained motionlessly in place and stared in the direction that the crimson shadow fled. His expression wavered. He actually abandoned his exotic beast. Could it be that gold-devouring beetles are that famous? With that said, Han Li turned his head and looked at the black cloud. The beetles had consumed the black cloud in near entirety. Han Li stroked his chin and waved his hand, recalling the beetles. They circled around him and turned back into small pellets before going back into his sleeves. With that done, Han Li wanted to fly over, but his complexion vastly changed and his body shook several times. He nearly plummeted from the air. How is this possible? My spiritual sense is so exhausted I nearly injured my soul. Han Li quickly looked inside him and his face paled. He consumed nearly the entirety of his spatial tempering grade spiritual sense. In the battle he didn't sense this in the slightest. Could it be? Han Li was reminded of his recent use of the gold-devouring beetles and his face grew unsightly. He suddenly waved his sleeve and summoned a single beetle. It fluttered its wings and flew around nearby. He immediately peered at his spiritual sense and soon he stood still in shock. At the same moment he released the beetle, his spiritual sense was slowly consumed. Although it didn't appear harmful, it was only the result of a single gold-devouring beetles. If he were to command over 1,000 of them, they would cause a bigger drain. With his vast spiritual sense, he would hardly be able to sustain it for 5 minutes. What was even more frightening was that he wasn't even aware of this immense drain. Han Li felt gloomy. The original joy he felt from witnessing the gold-devouring beetle's strength was mostly gone. Although he had 8,000 fully matured gold-devouring beetles, if he released the lot of them, he feared his spiritual sense would run dry before his beetles confronted the enemy. Bafflingly enough, the beetles had no drain on his spiritual sense when they weren't fully matured. This left him perplexed. He couldn't ignore this sudden development. He would have to find what caused this at the very least. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to use the beetles in battle. With that in mind, he waved at the beetle. The beetle circled in the air before landing on his palm. He released a thread of spiritual sense and wrapped it around the beetle. As a result, he found nothing out of the ordinary. He took a shallow breath and narrowed his eyes in thought. Suddenly something came to mind and he waved his hand. The beetle flew back into the air and he wrapped his spiritual sense around it once more. A short moment later his face vastly changed. The spiritual sense that coiled around the beetle's body became gradually weaker and continued to enter the huge beetle's body. Han Li now realized everything. The reason why his spiritual sense was decreasing was that the mature gold-devouring beetles were expelling it as they flew. It was no wonder why his spiritual sense was worn to such a degree without any knowledge. Now that he knew the problem, he frowned and thought for a long while and felt that he couldn't come up with a good answer. Although the exhaustion of his spiritual sense was only temporary, typically recoverable with a day's rest, it would be fatal if this occurred in battle. Regardless of the secret technique or magic treasure, they needed large quantities of spiritual sense to sustain them. Until he could figure out a method to resolve this, he would keep the beetles as a reserve measure. However, the sight of the beetles alone was enough to scare away the crimson shadow. Even in the spirit world, the gold-devouring beetles possessed a truly infamous reputation. The exotic insect ranking he acquired from the Devil Dao cultivator in the mortal world was no longer relevant in Han Li's eyes. Given the experiences of a low-grade cultivator, there were many mistakes to be had. The rankings were particularly useless in the spirit realm. The power of the fully mature gold-devouring beetles was far beyond Han Li's expectations. With that thought in mind, Han Li didn't dare to linger for much longer and promptly made certain of his bearings before flying off. If the others hadn't died, they would likely show up at the meeting point. Although the spiritual chi markers they placed on one another had disappeared, they had another method of contact. So long as they weren't too far away from another, they could establish a mutual connection. 2 weeks later, an azure streak silently flew across the desert sky. Although the streak was azure, the flight light had become dim and lightless through some technique. One wouldn't be able to spot it if they weren't looking closely. This of course was Han Li. In the 2 weeks, Han Li hadn't encountered anything, nor did any more shadow tribe beings pursue him. It was as if the crimson had been scared away by the gold-devouring beetles. With his heart at ease, he focused his mind on travel. As he continued to travel, his exhausted spiritual sense was restored to completion. At that moment he was fiddling with a glossy jade bottle. The words "Earth Cleansing Pill" was engraved on the surface of the bottle in ancient script. It also contained all the earth cleansing pills that were given to him by Deep Heaven City. This was one of his rewards for taking on the dangerous mission. They said so long as he assisted the others in completing the mission, he would be granted complete freedom. Not only him but the other ascended cultivators that undertook dangerous missions were also given sufficient earth cleansing pills. But in order to protect them from abandoning the mission or half-heartedly undertaking the mission, the medicine bottle had a formidable restriction placed on the bottle. They attempted to break the restriction forcibly, the bottle would rupture and destroy the pills they contained. So long as he finished his assignment, he would be sent a myriad distance talisman to dissolve the restriction, after multiple methods of verification of course. Han Li stroked the bottle for a moment and his expression stirred. Spiritual light suddenly flashed from his hand and he put away the bottle. At an unknown time, a flock of giant cranes had appeared before them. They had light yellow wings and had purple warts on their heads. The birds clearly discovered Han Li and were screeching as they dived towards him in various directions. As the birds grew closer, Han Li sighed. Light flashed from his body and he vanished. A moment later he appeared at the center of a group of 30 yellow birds. Before Han Li took any action, a robe of sparkling light appeared around him. The robes wildly flashed and countless gold-and-silver arcs of lightning sparked, completely enveloping the surrounding 300-meter area. With an astonishing roar of thunder, golden and silver lightning violently flashed, vaporizing the nearby birds in an instant. The surrounding air was left clean. Han Li expressionlessly looked around him and continued on his way. The giant half-broken pillars and the remains of the 3-meter stone walls marked by gales clearly marked they didn't belong to any ordinary construct as they still remained standing despite the countless years. In the heart of the ruins there sat a black-robed woman sitting against a wall. There was also a purple-robed youth that was pacing back and forth. They were both silent and wore solemn expressions. The two were Xiao Hong and Long Dong. The youth's face appeared ordinary. It appeared he quickly recovered from the large quantity of blood essence he had burned to rid himself of his pursuers. It was unknown if this was a result of medicine or through some sort of secret technique. Otherwise, it would have normally taken him several years to recover from at the very least. A moment later the two sensed something and they turned to look at the sky. They saw a golden blur silently appear and fly in their direction. It flashed several times and the light faded to reveal the white-robed young woman. Older sister Xiao, fellow Daoist, long did you wait for long? I see that you two are doing fine. The young woman giggled. She didn't appear injured in the slightest. Xiao Hong forced a smile and a flash of joy appeared from Long Dong's face. The youth sighed and said, I knew that Lady Xie is quite clever and that nothing would happen to her. There are still 2 others that have yet to appear. On that day I fear that they had done more to Brother Li after he was captured. As for Brother Han, he had yet to contact us. I fear something has happened to him in the Shadow Clan's pursuit. The white-robed woman pursed her lips and her eyes flickered. Eventually she decided to keep silent. The young woman slowly drifted down from the sky and stood before the two. She leisurely said, Brother Li might have only been captured, but fellow Daoist Han isn't so simple. We may as well wait a few more days. Xiao Hong insipidly said, Wait a few more days? This is the time of the year where the southern skyline sandstorm is at its weakest. If we miss it, we'll lose too much time. We can only wait 2 more days at most. 2 days should be enough. The white-robed woman said little more and readily agreed. Soon after, she sat at a clean corner and meditated. As half a day slowly passed, a buzz sounded from the sky and caught the 3 cultivators' attention. Their expression faintly changed and they glanced at one another. Long Dong said, I'll activate the location plate. How fortunate. Nothing has happened to Brother Han. Soon after, the blood-marked youth shook his sleeve and the azure spell plate appeared in his hand. He struck it with a spell seal. It brightly lit up and the blood-marked youth closed his hands. The plate then disappeared. With that done, the youth stood up and held his hands behind his back. Several hours later, an azure streak silently appeared. It flashed several times and appeared before the 3 cultivators. It circled in the air and the light disappeared to reveal Han Li. Long Dong smiled. Brother Han, it is good that you are well. It is good fortune that we all made it out of the Shadow Tribe's ambush. It is also fortunate that you are well. Han Li swept his gaze past them and smiled. Xiao Hong calmly proposed, Since Brother Han has arrived, let's go. If we're slow, we'll be tangled with the Shadow Tribe. Long Dong shook her head. Fairy Zhao's words are reasonable. This isn't a place we can stay for long. Han Li and the white-robed woman also raised no objections. Half a day later, the party flew off and traveled with diligent attention. This time they flew for thousands of kilometers before slowly appearing before a storm. It was violently stirring. Not long after, the party flew into the sandstorm. They were surrounded by yellow debris and countless gales of sand brushed past them. Were it not for the protective light surrounding their body, he feared that the yellow winds would have forcefully landed them. After traveling straight forward for 1,000 kilometers, Long Dong, the one in the lead, came to a sudden stop. Soon after, the rest of the party heard a voice transmission from him. We've arrived. We've arrived at the southern skyline. Were it not for the 2 wind-steadying beads they've given us, I fear even spatial tempering cultivators wouldn't dare to rush here. With these beads we can safely head in. However, everyone should be careful about the wind Daoist that live here. If we aren't completely cautious, we will chance encounter one despite how large the southern skyline is. Xiao Hong added with a serious expression, fellow Daoists will also need to be careful of other dangers that exist. After all, the Shadow Tribe was already waiting for us outside. They could be inside as well. If we truly encounter something, you'll have to depend on yourselves for survival. Han Li didn't react to their words. His eyes simply glowed blue as his gaze penetrated the dense sandstorm. He was able to see into the far distance. 50 kilometers away, an inconceivable omen suddenly appeared. At the very edge of the vast horizon he saw a black sky, yellow earth, and a white line right in between. The white line seemed to have no end and stretched out as far as the eye could see. But as it was too far away, the image was vague. Han Li raised his brow and the spirit light faded from his eyes. At that moment, the party resumed their flight and headed towards the omen-marked area. A short moment later, the party saw something strange. Originally, the black mist roiled in the sky and yellow winds stormed below it. A huge channel of white light appeared where they touched. Then, the black mist and the yellow winds parted to reveal a crack. No matter how much the black mist and yellow sands blew into the crack, it all vanished as if they entered an abyss. That's the southern skyline? How interesting. The young white-robed woman smiled at the sight. Long Dong examined the scene for a moment and sullenly said, "Let's go. The sandstorm is at its weakest. If we wait a few more days we'll have to spend great effort just to make it to the entrance." Soon after, he flipped his hand and a fist-sized azure bead appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger and the bead spun before shrinking several times. Long Dong then swallowed it. The others took out a similar bead and swallowed it in the same method. A layer of strange light surrounded their bodies and soon a whistling gale brushed past them. When they touched the lustrous light, the gales seemed to vanish. They were wind-steadying beads that the upper echelon of Deep Heaven City had specially prepared for them. Without any further consideration, the party already took off, arriving 3 kilometers away from the skyline. Without using any of their flight light, an invisible force suddenly appeared around them. Several streaks of light flashed as they were pulled into the crack. Once Han Li entered the crack, he felt the attractive force relax and felt that his freedom was restored. However, countless white wind blades then appeared and he heard sharp icy screeches. Inside the crack, the huge winds were incredibly harsh. Were it not for the wind beads they consumed, they would immediately release their magic treasure to protect themselves. This would have consumed quite some magic power. Now the wind blades disappeared upon contact with the lustrous light. Han Li swept his gaze around him and discovered that his spiritual sense wasn't able to leave his body. He could only use his bright-sight spirit eyes to look 300 meters around him. As for the others, they had disappeared from his perimeter. He frowned. Without any hesitation, the light around him glowed brightly and he shot forward in an azure streak, disappearing into the storm. Several days later, the entrance to the skyline suddenly flashed with light and 2 streaks of light flew into it. The light faded away to reveal 2 embroidered-robed middle-aged cultivators. They were dressed similarly and there was a purple band worn on their heads. A shining light radiated from their eyes. Upon closer inspection, the 2 had faces that somewhat resemble Long Dong. However, one of them was rather pale while the other had torn robes as if they had gone through a battle. The 2 carefully examined the huge crack and they spoke in voice transmission. They then entered the crack in each other's embrace. Not long after, a crimson shadow entered the sandstorm, but it stopped in front of the skyline. It resentfully let out howls of rage as it flew in circles before it returned. Soon there was no one else that appeared apart from howling winds. Several months later, on the top of a small green mountain, Han Li stood alone on a huge stone. He was looking off to the distance. About 10 kilometers away from the small mountain, there was a giant endless forest. The forest was odd in truth. Regardless of the type of tree, their leaves would carry a few black designs. From a distance, it caused all the leaves to appear black and green. The location was Han Li's objective. It was the location of the Wood tribe's farthest border, the Black Leaves Forest. After looking at it for a long while, Han Li withdrew his gaze and frowned in thought. His passage through the southern skyline had taken much time, but it went smoothly. He encountered no surprises. However, the other 3 had yet to arrive, leaving him somewhat worried. They were either lost or they encountered mishaps. He emerged from the skyline several days before and hadn't encountered anyone since. After cautious deliberation, he decided to no longer wait and bluntly tread forward. On the way, he did encounter a few small problems, even exterminating several waves of low-grade tree beings before arriving at the mountain. Before this, the blood-marked youth and Xiao Hong had already given them the details of their assignment. Han Li clearly understood what he had to do. According to what was said, the people that were dispatched to the Wood tribe, Han Li included, were of high status. Their purpose was to conceal themselves deeply in the Black Leaves Forest and collect information as they remained hidden. Afterward, they would observe the movements of the Wood tribe and see if there were any large movements. The mission sounded simple, but half of the danger was making it to the Wood tribe territory through the wilderness. The other danger was to remain undetected in the Black Leaves Forest. Of the surrounding tribes, the Wood tribe had the least contact with humans. They would only know what was happening with the Wood tribe from what they gathered from Black Leaves Forest. The humans and demons needed information on them or they wouldn't dare to wage war on them. Han Li quietly waited there for a month and saw no others had come. The deadline to start the assignment was drawing closer and closer. With the deadline running close and the possible encounter with trouble, he could no longer stay there. Han Li pondered for a long while before he raised his head to look at the distant sky. It was the 4 suns that have been shining for 3 months. Soon the sky would become dark. According to his information, the Wood Tribe beings innately lacked their 5 senses. When they came into contact with enemies, they relied on their spiritual awareness. As such, the high-grade cultivators that gave them this assignment gave them a suggestion. When they entered the Black Leaves forest, it would be best to move during night and stay hidden by day. It was safer that way. Han Li took another look at the distant forest and eventually resolved himself. Regardless of whether the others would arrive, he was determined to unlock the bottle of earth-cleansing pills. He feared he would have to finish the mission alone. Having resolved himself, Han Li immediately sat down on the rock and closed his eyes. Several hours later, the sky turned dim. Han Li waited until the forest was dark and silent like a predator lying in wait. Han Li opened his eyes and suddenly shot forward in a burst of light. Then in a flash, the light became lightlessly dim. He formed an incantation gesture and his body turned into a blur as if he were only an illusion. In truth, Han Li already employed a concealment technique by the time he was in the air. Under the cover of night, he slowly made his way forward. Tens of kilometers away, Han Li flew as quietly as he could. An hour later, he appeared at the edge of the forest. With the forest's endless expanse, it was impossible for him to make his way past every location with Wood Tribe beings. However, Han Li didn't dare to take the risk. Normally, it is said that inside the Wood Tribe being's sphere of influence, there was always a dream-sifting spirit tree. This was the Wood Tribe's sole protective tree. It had a range of control and commanded a number of other trees. It also possessed various other inconceivable abilities. Of course, each dream-sifting tree had a different-sized area they could monitor and a different number of trees they could command. The dream-sifting trees in the Black Leaves forest was already made certain by the scouts of Deep Heaven City. Because Black Leaves forest was at the very border of the Wood Tribe's lands, the dream-sifting trees were particularly alert and had wide monitoring areas, filling various places in the forest. But on the other hand, the dream-sifting trees didn't control a large number of trees. Also, they could only perceive existences at spatial tempering stage and above. Of course, if there was a foreign tribe that dared to brazenly fly above the forest and escaped notice by the dream-sifting trees, there would be other Wood Tribe beings that would sense them. Therefore, Han Li not only completely concealed his aura, but an empty shadow always appeared wherever his feet touched the ground. As soon as he entered the forest, he was an invisible blur. With the overbearing power of Han Li's flesh body, he used the 9 gale transformations and the smoke-sifting steps together to become a ghost-like existence. He appeared to flicker in appearance with every step and retreat 50 kilometers deep into the forest in the blink of an eye. As Han Li heard the winds whistling through his eyes, he calmly pondered. According to the mission details, if everything goes smoothly, he would arrive at the determined location in 3 days. So long as he acquired the information, the mission was already mostly complete. Finding out further information on the Wood Tribe was only supplementary. In truth, it wouldn't be a problem if he did nothing more at that point. He briefly stopped and blurred, strangely disappearing from atop a large tree. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps sounded from his front and slowly approached his direction. It seemed to be a giant creature. At that moment, Han Li already concealed himself in exceptionally dense foliage and remained absolutely still. A moment later, 2 30-meter-tall green ape-like beasts boldly passed by, each of them carrying a huge copper prong. At first glance, the 2 huge beasts appeared to be giant apes. But their green fur was exceptionally long and they had 3 black eyes. They were continuously flickering around out of vigilance. Han Li calmly observed them as they walked past. After they were farther away, he blurred and arrived at a distant tree. When he watched them disappear, a trace of bewilderment appeared on his face. The 2 patrolling beasts weren't Wood Tribe beings. Why would they appear in the forest? They were intelligent as they were carrying huge copper prongs. Could it be another unknown tribe? After some thought, Han Li couldn't help but shake his head. According to what he knew, the Wood Tribe was extremely xenophobic. They wouldn't allow other foreign tribes to boldly strut in their territory. Could it be beasts of war bred by the Wood Tribe? Han Li thought. So-called beasts of war were spirit beasts of another name. Like humans and demons, through secret techniques these foreign tribes were able to control spirit beasts. Other foreign tribes understood they could put ancient beasts to their own devices after training them with medicine or anything else. Of course, various races had differing talents. The beasts they could train and control differed. Not all of them could tame the same beast. The Shadow Tribe's two-headed Shin beast was a powerful war beast exclusive to their tribe. He also reckoned only the Shadow Tribe had a method of taming it. As for the Wood Tribe, he wasn't aware that they had any war beasts. Could this be a new development? Han Li held curious thoughts for half a day before eventually putting the matter away. Since the two beasts with long green fur passed him by without discovering him, he reckoned they would be the king to have thick flesh and skin. He had nothing to fear. As a result, Han Li's body blurred and he vanished. A day later, below a huge tree in the forest, Han Li was sullenly looking at 8 long-furred beasts in front of him. They were different from the 2 ape-like beasts he had seen before. Not only were their bodies smaller by half, but their bodies were fire red and their furred hands carried sparkling black wolf fangs, not copper prongs. These 8 huge beasts were all glaring at Han Li with bared fangs. Han Li smirked. Originally, he believed the beasts to have extremely dim spiritual senses. But when the pack of beasts brushed past him, they discovered him hiding behind a tree and immediately surrounded him. Han Li looked at the blacklit third eye on the beast's forehead and frowned. He faintly sensed something. When he saw those green-haired beasts, their third eye was closed. At that moment, the 8 red beasts let out a roar and leaped at him. They fiercely waved their fangs. Their fangs immediately lit up in a layer of green light, released fierce winds in Han Li's direction. Han Li raised his brow but showed no intention of blocking them. He simply waved his sleeve. 8 small golden swords appeared and they blurred, quickly coiling around each of the beasts. Their heads rolled off like cabbages. When the 8 swords trembled and returned to Han Li, the corpses were already pooling their green blood on the ground. Han Li waved his other sleeve at the corpses and released fireballs upon each of the corpses. In a few crackles, the bodies immediately turned to ash. With that done, Han Li expressionlessly blurred and he left a string of afterimages as he headed deeper into the forest. But not long after he left, 2 green streaks appeared on a huge tree near what had happened. They were 2-foot-long green eyes. The green eyes emotionlessly looked around and stared in the direction that Han Li disappeared. In an area myriad of kilometers away, under the concealment of other unremarkable trees, another pair of green eyes opened. The pair of green eyes silently stared at the air 300 meters away. A man and a woman were standing shoulder to shoulder. The man wore green robes while the woman wore black robes. They were Long Dong and Xiao Hong. The two were communicating something through voice transmission. On the ground near them, there were a dozen green and red-furred beasts. Brother Long, those creatures seem weak, but they can see through our concealment techniques. My illusion haze flag is supposed to conceal me even from similar grade cultivators. Xiao Hong said through voice transmission. With a trace of bewilderment on his face, Long Dong replied, "It should have something to do with their third eye. Beasts that are born with multiple eyes tend to carry particular abilities. In that case, we should be careful." "That is most likely it. Scope. We need to catch up with that girl. Otherwise, it'll fall into her hands," she said with a sullen face. Long Dong strangely smiled and eerily said, "Hee hee. I didn't expect you and that girl to take on this assignment with a secret plan. It is a pity the item has little value to our Long clan. However, Fairy should forget about our previous agreement. The item goes to you but she goes to me." Xiao Hong snorted and said, "Although I am also interested in her heavenly phoenix blood, the item is significant in the eyes of the clan. I know what is more important." That's good. Let's go." Long Dong chuckled. After the two blurred, they disappeared. Off in another direction, a strange white image was quickly shooting past the forest floor. It was traveling at unbelievable speeds. The Black Leaves Forest was a secretive place with many layers of restrictions. Under a silver tree that paled in size to the rest of the rest, several dark figures were sitting cross-legged. One of them suddenly opened their eyes, revealing dark green eyes that shined with golden light. It let out short, strange cries. The other figures opened their eyes as well. Among them was a figure that was far taller than the others. It let out a dignified tone as if it were asking something. The figure that first screeched immediately crouched down and began to respectfully. With that done, the towering figure uttered a string of commands. The others immediately rose and surrounded the small tree. The towering figure let out a roar and pointed at the small tree next to him. A green light suddenly shot out and entered the tree. Suddenly, the silver tree trembled and several silver eyes opened from it. At the same time, it released several bowl-sized silver beams of light, striking each of the figures. When the beams of light struck them, their bodies grew vague and they disappeared. Han Li naturally was unaware of what was happening in other parts of the forest. He was stealthily traveling. His path forward became extraordinarily smooth. Apart from occasionally encountering long-furred beasts, he didn't see anything else, with tribe beings included. While this was cause for joy, Han Li couldn't help but feel somewhat suspicious. But after a brief thought, he believed this to be nothing out of the ordinary, given the grand size of the forest. And as the assignment was the key to his much-needed earth-cleansing pills, he couldn't abandon the mission now that he was this deep into the forest. So even with a trace of unease in his mind, Han Li continued forward with a somewhat cautious attitude. 2 days later, Han Li stopped on top of a thin tree branch. His body seemed to weigh nothing more than a calm wind. He looked at a 300-meter-tall hill not far away. There were sparely any trees or vegetation on the hill. All the trees were ancient as well. Han Li stared at the hill for a long while before flipping his hand, summoning pitch-black triangular spell disc. The heart of the spell plate flickered with white light. He lowered his head to look at the plate for a moment and then looked at the hill in the distance. He then struck the plate with an azure spell seal. Black light suddenly lit up from it and a white light speck flew out and circled the plate. It released a thin white thread, pointing at an ancient tree on the hill. Han Li's eyes stirred. The ancient tree indicated was half shriveled. It was over 100 meters tall and its surface was scorched black as if it were struck by lightning. The bottom half of the tree was yellow and its roots were green. Han Li looked at it for a moment and narrowed his eyes. He slowly released his spiritual sense and examined his surroundings. A short while later he opened his eyes and wore a trace of relief. He was alone. Han Li didn't immediately set off. He narrowed his eyes in thought, deciding to wave his sleeve first. He summoned several balls that shimmered silver and opened his mouth to spit out fist-sized silver firebirds. The birds circled his body and turned a foot long. They flew into his palm and consumed each of the silver beads. Then in the flash they burrowed into the ground. With that done, Han Li swept his hand over his storage bracelet, producing a set of azure spell flags. He wordlessly tossed them in front of him. 8 green streaks shot out and disappeared all around the hill. Han Li continued, forming a hand gesture and softly uttering an incantation. A layer of green light surrounded the hill, but soon Han Li commanded it with a spell seal, and it turned invisible with a few flashes. When Han Li saw this, he sighed and he leaped off, blurring several times before arriving at the edge of the hill. In a green flash he disappeared. From a distance the hill looked ordinary, as if there were no changes to it at all, but it was actually just an illusion. Han Li was standing on the hill, right in front of the half-charred ancient tree. When Han Li looked at it, he recalled what Long Dong and Xiao Hong had mentioned. According to what they said, if it was possible, they could meet a spy planted by the humans and demons and receive information that was difficult to record. But if it was too dangerous and they personally couldn't make the trip, the spy could be disregarded. Now that he swept his spiritual sense past the area, it appeared that no one had come. In this case, the assignment was actually quite simple. So long as he removes the item, the mission will be considered complete for him. With that decided, Han Li extended his finger and swiped it at the ancient tree. A crackle sounded and an azure sword streak shot forward, cleaving the tree into 2. It contained a white jade slip there. Han Li's face lit up with joy and he reached out for it, summoning it into his hand. At that moment, a muffled sound traveled through the air. A golden light suddenly pierced through the illusion, directly shooting towards the jade slip. Han Li's face slightly changed. Without another thought, azure light flashed from his hand. A hand of azure light appeared in the air and swiped at the golden light. A sweet giggle sound from the golden light. It broke through the azure hand like it was an illusion. The jade slip that was flying in Han Li's direction stopped and a faint white blur appeared to the side. She raised her hand and Nimble took the jade slip. Fellow Daoist Yi. Han Li narrowed his eyes, recognizing the true figure wrapped in white light. It was Yi Ying, the young white-robed woman. Brother Han. It appears you've arrived here smoothly and easily. The young woman flipped the jade slip in her hand and chuckled. What do you mean? Did Fairy Yi encounter trouble on her way here? When I left the southern skyline and arrived at the edge of the forest, I waited for you all for a while and I received no messages. What happened to you? Han Li asked with an odd expression. It's quite simple. Fellow Daoist Long and I encountered a group of wind Wers in the skyline. We had no choice but to split off. To escape them, we had no choice but to change direction. There were a few other problems along the way. That is why you didn't see us. The young woman sweetly smiled with significant grace. Han Li felt his heart tremble. He faintly made out something from her words. Just as he was about to ask her something, a green light flashed from the sky and charged towards them. The light faded away to reveal a man and a woman. They were Long Dong and Xiao Hong. It's you. As expected, you arrived here first. The two spoke with a tone of surprise. When Xiao Hong saw Han Li's unharmed appearance, she revealed a trace of surprise. But when Long Dong saw the white-robed woman, he revealed joy. The white-robed woman looked at the two and casually said, "So it was Brother Long and fellow Daoist Yi. I wasn't fast, you were just slow." Did Lady Yi already grab a hold of the item? Long Dong glanced at the young woman's hand and wore a mysterious smile. Xiao Hong glanced at the jade slip in the white-robed woman's hand and her expression faintly changed. The young woman let out a bright laugh and leisurely said, "That's right. I have it in my hand. In truth, fellow Daoist Han came here first, but I was still a step ahead of you too." Xiao Hong paused for a second and suddenly asked, "Brother Han, was there only one jade slip here?" Han Li's heart stirred, but he nodded with a calm expression. Xiao Hong fell silent upon hearing Han Li's answer. Long Dong looked at the white-robed woman silently, and the white-robed woman simply looked down while fiddling with the jade slip in her hand. For a time, silence filled the air. The heavy atmosphere was an omen for a coming storm. Xiao Hong's expression relaxed and she wore a pleasant face. She asked, "Junior Sister Yi, could you let me take a look at the jade slip? The spies we sent to the Wood tribe included those from my clan. Perhaps they have some information for my clan." The white-robed woman pursed her lips and then sweetly smiled. "I'm afraid I can't. I'll be open and say that the spies had people from my Yi clan as well. Why don't I take a look at it first and then tell you about it?" Xiao Hong's expression vastly changed and her smile froze. Her gaze became sullen. Long Dong calmly said, "Since you already have it, we shouldn't stay here for much longer. Let's hurry away and talk about it when we leave the forest." "I agree," the white-robed woman said. Xiao Hong's lips stirred but she raised no objections. Han Li naturally agreed as well. The young woman smiled and her bright eyes flickered around. Just as she was about to put away the jade slip, a silver streak shot out of the ancient tree behind her. It quickly and silently streaked towards the center of her back. Although the white-robed woman was faced around, she snorted and her body stirred. Her body grew vague and she disappeared. A moment later she appeared over 30 meters away, but there was a silver streak that shot up from the ground. This time the young woman's expression faintly changed. Her shoulder suddenly blurred and she shot 10 meters to the side as if there were a spring underneath her, allowing her to avoid the attack. But at that moment the sound of tearing air blew past her. A near indistinct line of transparent line shot out of a sprace nearby her. The target wasn't the young woman, but the jade slip in her hand. Alarmed, the young woman suddenly pulled back her hand, but she was too late. Bang! The jade slip immediately ruptured, turning into countless shards. In the young woman's fury, her face warped and she grabbed a hold of the transparent line and fiercely pulled it towards her. Clang! She dragged out a huge transparent beetle out from the void. This insect was a meter long and resembled a huge silkworm, but there were a pair of cicada wings on its back. It fluttered for its life to break free. The end of it that spouted out the thread seemed to be its mouth. At that moment the young woman pulled, keeping the insect there. In the instant the jade slip was destroyed, Han Li and the others were blank in surprise. At nearly the same time the remaining ancient trees lit up in green light. Soon after, the ancient trees' hollow images were dissolved to be replaced with several green silhouettes. It appeared as if they were born from the trees. A towering silhouette swept their gaze past Han Li and spoke human words in a harsh tone. "Hee, I didn't expect that it was hidden there. If you weren't guiding us, we wouldn't have found it. Our clan won't have to worry about later consequences." Han Li glanced at the figure's appearance and his eyes narrowed. The person resembled a human, but their skin was green and their eyes were purple. Other than that, they appeared human. Two of the slender figures resembled women. These silhouettes were Wood tribe beings. What was most astonishing to Han Li was the orange belt they wore at their waist around their long robes. The belt of the towering being was yellow-orange with a silver stripe. According to what he knew of their grades, Han Li felt his heart plummet. A silver tier. You're a silver tier tree spirit. When they recognized the towering figure's belt, the young woman's expression turned unsightly. I am the lower silver tier spirit master Mu Rui. Since you've arrived here, there is no need to leave. Allow my clan to welcome you. The towering figure spoke expressionlessly and waved his hand. The other orange-belted tree beings crouched down and placed their hands against the ground. A layer of green light suddenly shot out from the hill in every direction at inconceivable speeds. Han Li and the white-robed woman immediately took off from the ground without another thought. A huge rumbling sound shook the air, and the illusion restriction Han Li placed down was effortlessly destroyed. Once the illusion was dispersed, the hill's surroundings were made clear. Wherever the green light passed, green trees would turn into towering furred beasts. They had a variety of weapons on hand. Their fur had many differing colors as well. There were even monstrous winds that blew into the sky. Upon closer inspection, there were several thousands of beasts that densely surrounded the hill. Long Dong and Xiao Hong's face turned bloodlessly pale. Han Li wryly smiled. Only the white-robed woman sullenly glared at Mu Rui. It was unknown what she was thinking. Mu Rui wore a stiff expression, but he spoke with a derisive tone. These are the tree ape beasts that our tribe spent 1,000 years researching. If you looked through that jade slip, you should have had information about them, but now. Attack. An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded. Before Han Li and the others realized what was happening, the white-robed young woman suddenly opened her mouth and released a crimson blood light. Suddenly, it turned into several threads and directly shot towards the wood spirits, excluding the silver-tier wood spirit. In the wood spirits' fright, green light flashed from their bodies as they summoned wood armor, shields, or green mist to block the crimson threads. But the crimson threads pierced through their defenses as if they were passing through air and burrowed into their bodies. The wood spirits glowed crimson and were then captured in a crimson net, rendered incapable of moving. At that same moment, the sword chi that Han Li used to chop the ancient tree had turned into two faintly golden blurs, chopping towards the silver-tier wood spirit Mu Rui. Mu Rui coldly snorted and pointed at them. Two silver lights flashed as they streaked forward to meet the golden blurs. Muffled clangs sounded and the golden blurs ruptured in countless golden specks. The specks then covered Mu Rui. Then as the ground roared, a spell formation made of golden talisman characters suddenly lit up around Mu Rui. Its radiant glow covered the high-grade wood spirits in balls of light. The purple light in Mu Rui's eyes withdrew. He closed his hands together and balls of silver light appeared from his palms. Afterwards, countless silver streaks erupted. A rumbling explosion sounded. Silver light and golden talisman characters intertwined. The golden talisman characters possessed some sort of odd ability that allowed them to block the strikes of the silver-tier wood spirit. Only a small portion of the talisman characters was dispersed. Mu Rui felt furious at the sight of his attacks being ineffective. Without another thought, silver light appeared from his hands and condensed balls of silver light that were even more dazzling than the last. But at that moment all of the wood spirits, Mu Rui included, were completely enveloped by the golden light. Although Han Li and Long Dong were astonished, they weren't about to continue a battle to the death. They each used their own life-saving measures to immediately fly away. Xiao Hong clutched her hands in an incantation gesture and her body sank towards the ground, instantly turning into a beautiful phoenix wrapped in black flames. She charged at the army of wood apes and turned their bodies and weapons to ash as she brushed past them. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix traveled over 300 meters. Long Dong's expression turned harsh and he swallowed a rainbow medicine pill. Soon after, he chanted an incantation and summoned a set of winged armor on his body. The wings spread out and a golden dragon phantom appeared from the armor. The dragon let loose a long cry and circled once around Long Dong before entering his body. Soon after, golden light brightly shined from the blood-marked youth and he tore through the sky in a 30-meter-long golden streak. The image of a soaring five-claw dragon could faintly be seen in the golden light. Anything that obstructed the light turned into a cloud of blood and gore. Like their abrupt world-shaking speed, Han El silently put his own technique into action. He unfolded a pair of azure and white wings in a clap of thunder. He opened his mouth and spat out several crimson blood mists. They spiraled around his body before submerging his entire body in the blood mist. The blood mist pulsed several times and shrunk, releasing a crimson streak. It blinked several times and appeared in the vast horizon, making his way past the wood ape beasts as if he were a host. Then in another flash Han Li's crimson figure disappeared once more. At deity transformation stage, Han Li's blood shadow evasion was several times quicker than even Long Dong's and Xiao Hong's movements. When the two looked at Han Li, they couldn't help but be dumbstruck. As for the young white-robed woman, she waved her hand and summoned a sparkling red broken blade. Without making any flashy movements, she simply waved the blade in the direction where the wood apes were the most concentrated. All of the worldly essence chi in the vicinity trembled, and crimson blade light over 300 meters long and leisurely traveled through the air. The blade light inspired an uproar at the wood apes that were target. They all thought to flee in their terror. But before the wood apes could flee, their bodies trembled and they combusted, instantly turning to bursts of red flame, soon turning to ash. A clear path was now made where the apes had been. Before the huge blade light touched anything, it had strangely disappeared. At that moment, a fist-sized green flame bird shot out from the bottom portion of the damaged tree that hid the jade slip. It flew into the young woman's body in a green streak. The white-robed young woman was overjoyed when she heard this. Her body disappeared in a blur. Then she appeared in the direction of the open passage in a flash. Then in another blur she reappeared at the end of the cleared passage. Afterwards she turned into a white streak as she tore through the air. The flight light was indistinct, but over the span of a few breaths, she already made her way past the horizon. The speed of her flight seemed no different than Han Li's blood shadow evasion. At that moment, Mu Rui's silver light suddenly burst forth from the formation of golden talisman characters. The silver light was clearly more powerful than before. In a single strike, most of the golden talisman characters had scattered with only a remaining few revolving around him. The wood spirit's face turned expressionless, but a purple light wildly flickered from his eyes. Suddenly he raised his head and a series of clear screeches sounded. At that moment, the wood ape beasts stirred and they immediately turned into several clouds, each chasing after one of the cultivators. Meanwhile, in the distant areas of the other Black Leaves forest, a similar screech was sounded. Han Li hadn't used the blood shadow evasion to travel far. Once he saw no more beasts in sight, he withdrew the crimson light and continued to fly as an azure streak. Even so, his face had still become bloodlessly pale. It appeared that 2 consecutive uses of the blood shadow evasion took a heavy toll on his vitality. But when he thought of the possibility of being pursued by silver-tier wood spirits, he didn't dare to be careless. Those wood spirits were equivalent to body integration stage cultivators. Despite the confidence in his heaven-defying abilities, there was far too great a difference in their realms. He didn't dare to hope he could win even if it was a lower silver-tier being. Were it not for the hidden people who assisted them and used a secret technique to restrict the silver-tier wood spirit, he feared they wouldn't have had the opportunity to flee. However, it was clear that the golden talisman restriction wouldn't hold them for long. Thus they hurriedly fled. As it was possible any of them could be pursued by the silver-grade wood spirit, he didn't dare to linger. Although he couldn't use the blood shadow evasion again, the thunderstorm wings on his back continued to flap. With each flash his speed abruptly increased. With a dozen more his speed would be equivalent to a spatial tempering cultivator. But even so, Han Li didn't dare to turn around and focused on moving forward as quickly as he could. Winds tore from beneath him and soon after, several gales shot towards him at immense speed. Han Li's expression sank and his flight came to a sudden stop. 3 azure light appeared from underneath him, each of them only a meter away from his body. If Han Li hadn't stopped, he feared he would have been skewered. The 3 azure lights circled in the air and they turned into 3 wood tribe beings. All of them blocked his way forward. Han Li swept his sights at the 3 and discovered they wore faint yellow belts at their waist and he felt relief. They were only equivalent to nascent soul cultivators. He had no need to worry. Unwilling to use his various treasures, he simply flapped his wings and he shot forward in azure white lightning. The speed of lightning was instantaneous. He arrived in front of the center wood spirit in a blur. The wood spirit didn't show any emotion, but purple light quickly circled from its eyes. Then it fearlessly stabbed its wood spear into Han Li's abdomen. Before the spear touched him, countless azure thorns ruptured from it, wanting to turn Han Li into a pincushion. Han Li's eyes godly glinted and golden light flashed from his hands, instantly covering his body in transparent golden scales. The azure thorns clanged and bounced off upon impact, leaving no damage. Then his arms strangely reached out and grabbed the tip spear. The wood spirit tried to pull it back with all its might, but the spear didn't move in the slightest. Azure chi lit up from the wood spirit's face and then it released the spear, quickly fleeing back like a shooting star. However, Han Li's other hand suddenly burst forward as sharp cracks sounded from it. It instantly arrived at the wood spirit's chest and sank his fingers through like a sword. A clear ring sounded. The wood spirit's body was torn like paper by Han Li's powerful strength. Then he tore out a faint yellow crystal from the wood spirit's body. This entire attack only took a single instant. When the other two wood spirits saw this, they let out a strange screech. They spat out a yellow mist and waved their spears, creating countless phantoms to surround Han Li. Han Li sneered and twisted his arms, wanting to use them to battle. But something outside his expectations occurred. With one hand in the wood spirit's body and the other grasping the spear, green light brightly shined from the wood spirit's body and he feels an inconceivable attractive force. His hands blurred and soon he found he couldn't move them in the slightest. In that slight delay, yellow mist instantly covered his face and countless phantoms released azure streaks at him. Han Li's face strangely twisted and his lips moved as if he were about to say something. Suddenly, golden light brightly shined from his body. 4 indistinct golden arms suddenly appeared through the ribs of a few of the phantoms. The 4 arms blurred, punching through the mist surrounding him. 2 of them flashed through the phantoms, easily blocking them with dense golden palms. Meanwhile, the other 2 golden arms flicked their fingers at the 2 wood spirits, releasing 10 golden streaks of them. The wood spirits were alarmed, but a set of azure wood armor appeared from their bodies. They also had yellow wooden shields to protect themselves. However, the 10 sword streaks were formed from Han Li's bamboo cloudsworm swords. In a single flash, the 2 wood spirits were slashed apart into several pieces. However, Han Li didn't stop there. Of 2 of the summoned arms, he flicked their palms without end. They launched a dense barrage of sword light, instantly submerging the wood spirits in golden light. Han Li took a deep breath and caused his struck arms to tremble. A series of golden ripples strangely appeared from them. The 2 stuck arms in the wood spirit's body and the azure spear were slowly freed after touching the golden light and trembling. The wood spirit and the spear eventually scattered into azure wood fragments and disappeared. Han Li stretched his arms and golden light suddenly withdrew from his body. The 4 golden arms he summoned disappeared as well. Using the second portion of his Provenance True Devil Arts to deal with these nascent soul-grade wood spirits was beyond excessive. However, he only cultivated the technique to a shallow degree and wasn't able to use its true abilities. He still couldn't use it to face powerful enemies and could only use it to catch them off guard. However, once he reached spatial tempering stage and cultivated the third portion of the dual cultivation technique, he was confident the Provenance True Devil Arts power will reach an inconceivable stage. It will definitely be comparable to a top-grade technique. With that in mind, Han Li turned into an azure streak and shot away. Along the way, Han Li was encountered by several more waves of wood tribe beings. However, their cultivation was mostly at nascent soul stage. There were even a few that were weaker. Han Li was able to evade these wood spirits with ease. If he couldn't, he quickly dealt with them as he couldn't afford to tangle with them for long. However, despite his mad rush, he eventually came across a large problem half a day later. He encountered 2 wood spirits with purple belts. One was tall and sturdy while the other was slender. They appeared to be a man and a woman. Behind the 2 were 4 wood ape beasts that were 20 meters tall. They had silver fur and large yellow rods in hand. The 4 wood apes had bright eyes and looked at Han Li with intelligence, giving Han Li the impression that they were dangerous. In fact, Han Li felt about the same threat from them as the 2 wood spirits. These purple-grade wood spirits were equivalent to deity transformation stage cultivators and wouldn't be easy to deal with. Now that Han Li is at the edge of the Black Leaves Forest, he wanted to immediately leave and avoid any battles. However, the wood spirits and apes were looking at him with an air of hostility, and Han Li's face turned ice cold. Suddenly he slapped the back of his head. A large wave of gray light suddenly soared to the sky, circling once before turning into a gray ring at least 100 meters wide. It whirled once in the air and attracted the attention of his opponents. Meanwhile, his other sleeve stirred as he silently summoned 72 small swords and sent them off in every direction. He first planned on using the divine essence-fused light to occupy them. Then the Aureate sword formation would exterminate them. Meanwhile, Xiaohong was floating in midair with a pale complexion. She was staring at several green blurs that appeared. The three were wood spirits that wore purple belts. Off in a different direction, Long Dong's golden light continued to fly. A pure golden wood ape was carrying a huge black axe chasing after him. Rainbow light continued to wander around its body as it chased after him like a shooting star. Most of the five-clawed golden dragon phantom had already dispersed. However, when he looked at the ferocious gold-furred wood ape chasing after him, he showed no intention of fighting him and continued to rush forward. In a few 100 kilometers he would soon arrive at the edge of the forest. A white streak let out a piercing whistle as it tore through the air. A few kilometers behind her, a silver light closely chased after her. The two streaks intermittently flashed and they soon arrived several kilometers away. The white streak hadn't been able to shake off the silver light and the silver light wasn't able to catch up to the white streak. The two lights continued to flutter as they rushed out of the forest and into the distance. As Han Li floated in the air, he saw the countless golden threads from the sword formation condense in a ball. Eventually, it reached the last of the silver-haired wood apes and easily tore it into pieces. He then let out a sigh and held his hands together in a spell gesture. He uttered, "Withdraw." Several hundred golden lights suddenly appeared from the air and let out a clear ring. In a bright flash, they returned to their forms as 72 small swords. The sword quickly spun around him and quickly shot into his sleeve. Then with a tremble of his sleeve, the swords vanished. At the very heart of where the sword formation used to be, there was a mist of blood that had yet to disperse. Han Li blinked. The genuine Aureate sword formation formed with the 72 swords were far more deadly than he anticipated. In a moment of surprise, he trapped the two purple-grayed wood spirits and 4 troublesome silver wood apes. The sword formation released golden threads that easily slew them without the slightest resistance. When he recalled Long Dong mentioned Qing Yuanzi, a spatial tempering cultivator, was able to use a grand sword formation to block a body integration stage cultivator, it appeared he was telling the truth. With that in mind, he didn't stay there for any longer. With the flying swords put away, he quickly headed off to the edge of the forest. An hour later, Han Li finally arrived at the edge. When he was 50 kilometers outside the forest, he immediately placed a high zenith invisibility talisman on his body. Suddenly, his body turned to void. When he saw this, he let out a massive sigh of relief. Afterwards, he suddenly changed direction. Not long after he departed, 2 yellow streaks arrived from behind him. Their light disappeared to reveal 2 wood spirits wearing yellow-orange belts. The 2 were the wood spirits that originally accompanied the silver-tier wood spirit. The white-robed woman had used a high-grade technique to trap them. They circled the location where Han Li originally stopped and whispered to one another. After finally making sure there were no further tracks of Han Li, they could only resentfully return. Han Li couldn't have known that his careful actions had allowed him to escape calamity. Otherwise, 2 spatial tempering-grade orange belt wood spirits would have started pursuing him. It would have been impossible for him to safely escape them. After flying for myriad more kilometers, Han Li became certain that he had escaped the wood tribe's pursuit and he pinched his hands together. Suddenly, talisman characters flashed from his body and his body returned to normal. At that same time, a ball of spiritual light flew off from his body and turned into the high zenith invisibility talisman. He waved the talisman between 2 of his fingers and made it vanish. Then he carefully looked around him before carefully landing on a small mountain. He began to ponder with a sullen face. At that moment he felt rather gloomy. The wood tribe beings destroyed the jade slip in a moment of surprise. Could it be he had failed the mission? In that case he wouldn't be able to acquire his needed earth-cleansing pills. Wouldn't he need to return to Deep Heaven City? No. Whoever suddenly retrained the silver-tier wood spirit was clearly the spy the humans and demons had placed in the wood tribe. In that case the jade slip might have not been genuine. Perhaps information on the wood tribe is still on their body. So long as he finds this person, the mission will be complete. With that, he suddenly sensed a glimmer of hope. He seems he would have to find the white-robed young woman. Now how would he find her? Han Li's face stirred and a strange smile appeared on his face. His sleeve trembled and a transparent ball shot out. It circled him and turned into a palm-sized leopard. It was the leopard Kirin beast. The beast glanced at Han Li with its adorable green eyes and let out a soft purr. Without speaking, a light flashed from his hand and he summoned an azure spell plate. He chanted a few words and he swiped the plate through the air. Suddenly, a possessed white light flew out from the plate. It floated half a foot high from the plate and silently kept still. Han Li whistled and waved his hand at the small beast. The leopard Kirin yawned and remained still as if it were lazy. Han Li was dumbfounded. On the way to the wood forest, he let the beast mingle with the Weeping Soul beast for a few days. Could it be that it adopted the Weeping Soul beast's sleepy nature? However, now was not the time to bother with this. He stroked his hand past his storage bracelet and took out a small green bottle. He poured out a scarlet medicine pill and tossed it at the leopard. The lethargic leopard Kirin immediately felt its spirit roused and it left an afterimage as it pounced into the air and swallowed the medicine pill. It wagged its tail as it purred and fawned over Han Li as if to get another. Without speaking, Han Li pointed at the spell plate's white light. Without needing to speak, he passed over his thoughts to the beast through spiritual sense. The small beast stirred without any further hesitation. In a moment, it strangely appeared on top of the spell plate and looked at the white dot several times. It tilted its head and then swallowed it. The leopard Kirin beast shut its green eyes for a while before opening them again. It then let out a soft growl. Han Li smiled. Ever since he acquired the small beast, he discovered in addition to its quick speed and durable body, it also had extraordinary tracking abilities. So long as the beast sensed something, no matter if the target was alive, dead, or behind a myriad of restrictions, it could find the item accurately. This kind of tracking doesn't merely use the physical senses. It was an inconceivable ability related to spiritual sense. At the very least, the beast was able to track Han Li down while he used the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman and stood still. As for the spell plate and the speck of white light, it was obviously linked to the young white-robed woman. He also had a speck of pure spiritual chi for the other cultivators as well. The small beast looked all around and tilted its head as if in thought. Soon it stirred and shot off into a faint yellow blur. Han Li didn't immediately chase after it. Instead, he formed an incantation gesture and suddenly struck an azure light at the ground. As a result, a faint ring sounded from the ground. A ball of silver flame suddenly burst from the ground. A faint flame raven fluttered around it. Originally inside Black Leaf's forest, he had concealed a spirit-devouring flame raven in the ground. For the sake of carefulness, when Han Li escaped, he hadn't taken back the flame. Fortunately, the flame was already completely refined. Even at the speed he was traveling, he was still able to command it to follow him. Of course, the flame raven wasn't a true spirit beast. It needed to use a bit of magic power to maintain its shape. However, it was such a little amount to his current cultivation that he didn't mind. When he saw there was no problem with his flame raven, Han Li nodded. Then he pointed and the bird disappeared into the ground. It was still quite dangerous there. He may as well keep it prepared just in case. With that done, Han Li summoned light around himself and flew off in an azure streak. With a few blinks, he quickly chased after the leopard Kirin beast. The small beast was heading north. After a long while, it eventually changed direction. Han Li was startled, but he kept silent and changed direction with it. Afterwards, the leopard Kirin beast changed directions several more times. This caused Han Li's face to turn solemn. This illustrated that the white-robed woman Yi Ying was continuously shifting movements, likely because she was still being pursued. She wouldn't have sharply changed directions so many times if this were not the case. However, this wouldn't stop him. With his current abilities, so long as he wasn't heavily surrounded or faced an opponent with vastly superior cultivation, he was confident he'd be able to preserve his life. As he needed this woman to acquire his earth-cleansing pills, he couldn't leave her alone. Expressionless, Han Li closely followed the leopard Kirin and chased after it like azure lightning. The chase continued for 3 entire days, but Han Li had yet to catch sight of her. But on the morning of the 4th day, he arrived at the edge of vast blue waters with no end in sight. The leopard Kirin beast suddenly stopped. With roused spirits, Han Li arrived at the beast's side in a flash of azure light. The beast turned its raggy head and softly whimpered as if it were trying to say something. If it were anyone else they wouldn't be able to understand, but Han Li happily said, "You mean they aren't far away? We've arrived? You can have this. Go ahead and return." Han Li flicked his finger and tossed another scarlet medicine pill. The small beast blurred with delight and caught the medicine pill in midair. It spat out a white speck of light and flew back into Han Li's sleeve in a chain of afterimages. Han Li flipped his hand and took out a spell plate, absorbing back the white speck. Then light flashed from his hand and he summoned a high-zenith invisibility talisman. When Han Li saw its dim light, he frowned and hesitated. He then summoned an identical talisman with a flip of his hand. However, the purple talisman he produced was brimming with dazzling light. For his trip into the wilderness he spent great effort to refine an additional 2 high-zenith invisibility talismans. He had already spent most of the power of the first talisman. For the sake of carefulness in the face of unknown danger, Han Li had best used the fresh talisman. After putting away the dim talisman, his new talisman blurred and silver characters flashed. His body disappeared. Soon after he formed an incantation gesture and his body blurred. He easily flew in the direction that the leopard Kirin pointed at. It was unknown if the water belonged to a huge lake, or if it were the edge of a sea. After he flew for over 600 kilometers he didn't spot any land. He did eventually come across a small unremarkable island. The island was 5 kilometers long and was dense with vegetation. It appeared to be entirely uninhabited. Han Li glanced at the island and then raised his head, looking around. He quietly flew towards the center of the island. According to what the leopard Kirin said, it should be the island. There was a small basin at the heart of the island with a few gray-white stones stacked on top of one another. A white-robed young woman with a pale complexion sat on a huge stone cross-legged. There was a wood tribe woman respectfully standing at attention in front of her. When Han Li saw this he was alarmed and he came to a sudden stop. He examined the unfamiliar woman with narrow eyes. The woman's flesh was exactly the same as a common wood spirit, a shallow green. Also, she wore an orange-yellow belt, revealing herself to be a tree spirit at spatial tempering stage. But under closer examination, Han Li discovered the woman appeared much different compared to an ordinary wood spirit. When the tree spirit faced the white-robed woman, she wore a dignified and respectful expression different from the wooden expressions of other wood spirits. Furthermore, Han Li was able to sense a vastly powerful fire spiritual power from the woman's body, despite not releasing his spiritual sense. Only pure wood spiritual chi should be present in a wood tribe being. This person wasn't a wood spirit. Han Li quickly came to this conclusion. Afterwards he looked at the young woman. He discovered in addition to the young woman's deathly pale complexion, there was a fist-sized blood stain on the young woman's chest. It was as if a blood flower had blossomed, a clear indication of a wound. When he saw this, Han Li hesitated, considering whether he should reveal himself. At that moment, the young woman raised her head and smiled at him. "Brother Han, since you're here, how about you join me and rest?" Han Li felt deeply shocked when he heard this. How was it possible for her to see through his invisibility? The high zenith invisibility talisman might not be effective against body integration stage cultivators, but it could definitely hide him from spatial tempering stage individuals. Could it be the woman was pretending? But the woman smiled in his direction, clearly showing his position. The only explanation he could think of was that she had a spiritual sense equivalent to a body integration cultivator. Han Li felt bewildered. After some thought, silver talisman characters flickered from his body and his body slowly came into view. Soon after, he slapped his body and summoned a purple talisman into the air and then his hand. With a calm appearance, Han Li descended to the ground. "Fellow Daoist Yi, who is this fellow Daoist? Could you introduce me to her?" "Sure. This is the spy that the humans and demons placed in the wood tribe, fellow Daoist Yi Chu. It appears fellow Daoist had escaped the wood tribe's pursuit," the young woman said with a smile. She then examined Han Li with a smile. When she saw that Han Li was in good health, she couldn't help but betray her surprise. "Yi Chu? Is she a human or a demon?" Han Li glanced at the green-skinned woman and narrowed his eyes. The woman calmly glanced at Han Li and said, "Your eyes are quite sharp. I am a human, but my body possesses wood phoenix spirit blood. I can be considered half demon. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Wood Phoenix? You have spatial tempering cultivation. When he heard her name, he swept his spiritual sense past her and his face changed. Ying answered with bright eyes. Older sister Chu comes from our Yi clan. She possessed early spatial tempering cultivation when she was sent to spy on the Wood tribe. After many years had passed, she has completed the cycle of spatial tempering and is bordering the body integration stage. This is thanks to a few benefits I acquired from the Wood tribe, or else I wouldn't have reached this stage. However, I didn't expect that the young master would personally come here. Yi Chu spoke with a modest tone and stood in front of the young woman with a helpless appearance. Han Li felt a chill facing a person with such fearsome cultivation. With a respectful expression he said, "So it was like that. If Senior hadn't come to rescue us, I fear we would have been completely wiped out. Let's get to that later." Yi Ying's smile faded and her face turned serious. "Because I was chased too quickly, I have yet to ask what happened. Older sister Chu, why did we fall into the Wood tribe's trap? Where are the others?" The green-skinned woman answered, "Apart from me, all the others were killed. About 100 years before, the Wood tribe acquired information on our spies. It was only because of my Wood Phoenix blood that I was able to escape detection. The others were caught and tried to escape, but they were caught one by one." The green-skinned woman continued her answer. "As for why you were ambushed, it was because the Wood tribe's higher echelon altered the scope of the dream-sifting tree's detection. I fear they detected you as soon as you entered. Fortunately, the upper echelon of the Wood tribe doesn't view Black Leaves Forest with much importance. It only sent a single lower silver tier with spirit to oversee it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for you to escape them." The young white-robed woman Yi Ying slowly said, "So it was like that. Older sister Chu, these last 1,000 years must have been hard on you." "It's nothing. These past few years in the Wood tribe haven't been spent in vain. I've grasped many of their secrets. I've even made connections in the tribe, but I am certain I am now exposed. I cannot continue to stay here." Han Li felt his heart stir. Yi Ying smiled. "Deep Heaven City is possible on the brink of another war. Even if nothing happens, the clan master plans on calling you back. With your current cultivation, there is no point in continuing to hide here." However, her smile seemed to provoke her injuries and she coughed several times, causing her face to turn paler. "Is the young master all right? How about you take another Phoenix Spirit pill?" Yi Chu proposed with a tense expression. "No need. There aren't many left. I'll leave them for something else." Ying shook her head. "What? Is Lady Yi heavily injured?" Han Li blinked. Ying curled her lip and unhappily said, "That silver tier tree spirit landed a clean blow. Would you say the injury is grave?" "If it is an ordinary internal injury, I have several medicine pills for that. Perhaps they'll be useful," Han Li said with a calm tone. He then waved his sleeve and summoned several medicine pills in her direction. Ying raised her brow. She reached out for the air and summoned them into her grasp. She then opened them and took a few whiffs. Having some medicinal knowledge, she wore an astonished expression and immediately uttered their names. Wondrous Grass Pill, 100 Blessings Pill, Returning Spirit Water. Brother Han is quite generous to present these sacred medicines to me. In that case, I won't hold back. With her status, Ying could have prepared a few of them, but she felt disbelief that a deity transformation cultivator could take out so many of them in a single breath. The young woman blinked and promptly opened the bottles, swallowing several of the pills, revealing her trust in Han Li. Han Li felt some admiration for her decisive actions. Of course, she most likely had some sort of secret technique, so she had no fear there was something wrong with the medicine pills. After she swallowed the pills, color returned to Yi Ying's face. Then she glanced at Han Li and asked, "Ah yes, how did you find me? If I'm not mistaken, your invisibility talisman seems to be a silver rune talisman. Might I know its name? This is the first time I've seen such a high-grade silver rune talisman. I have a bit of experience with tracking techniques. As for the talisman, it is called the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman. It is something I unintentionally came across. Its effects are truly marvelous. I was quite astonished when you were able to see through it. May I know how you did it? I fear even a spatial tempering cultivator would have trouble seeing through it." Han Li smiled and returned her question with a question. "I cultivate a technique that happens to penetrate most concealment techniques. It wasn't odd that I could see through it. Brother Han need not take it to heart. Ying pursed her lips into a mysterious smile. When Han Li heard this, he could only wryly laugh. Although he knew her answer was false, it was difficult to continue asking her about it. Ying then said, "There is still another matter. Older sister Chu, you should be carrying the information on the Wood Tribe. We should take advantage of this moment to send it over to Deep Heaven City in case of any surprises." "Yes, young master," the green-skinned woman promptly replied. Han Li wore a calm expression, but he felt slight. Ying reached for her storage bracelet and took out a sparkling silver square plate. The green-skinned woman then opened her mouth and spat out an emerald jade slip. Han Li also possessed a plate. It could transport exquisite objects to Deep Heaven City. After a single use, the spell plate would be destroyed. Since Ying used her own teleportation plate, Han Li didn't need to do anything else. According to the tool refinement masters of Deep Heaven City, it was something that had been recently developed. Otherwise, if Yi Chu originally brought one, Han Li and the others wouldn't have needed to make the journey. Ying waved her hand and struck the spell plate with a white spell seal. Suddenly it brightly shined white. She then tossed the spell plate in front of her and it turned into a foot-large spell formation. It spun throughout the air and began to hum. "Let's be quick. Although it is only a small-scale spell formation, it can alert the Wood Tribe," Ying quickly said. Yi Chu tossed the jade slip without another thought. When it landed inside the light formation, it floated in midair. Ying then struck the plate with another spell seal. Silver talisman characters suddenly appeared from the spell formation and it roiled. The jade slip then disappeared with a clear ring. Soon after, the light formation vanished and the silver plate returned to normal. However, the plate's engravings had completely disappeared and the plate was thoroughly cracked. Han Li felt joy and he flipped his hand to produce an azure jade talisman. He stared at it with complete attention. It was the myriad distance talisman that Deep Heaven City's higher echelon had given him before he set off for the mission. Ying smiled when she saw this and put away the destroyed plate. Then she took out her own myriad distance talisman and attentively looked at it. Yi Chu remained expressionless and stood still. For a time, silence filled the air. When the time it took to finish a cup of tea had passed, Han Li's and Yi Ying's myriad distance talismans brightly shined and they released a string of talisman characters. Han Li's heart fluttered as he committed each of the characters to memory. The characters densely covered the entire jade talisman. Then light withdrew and the jade slip turned dim once more. At that moment Han Li smiled. What Deep Heaven City had sent over was clearly the method to dissolve the restriction on his bottle of earth-cleansing pills. It appeared the city had recognized that their mission was completed and that they were granted freedom. Feeling ecstatic, Han Li turned his sights on Yi Ying. When the woman stared at her myriad distance talisman, her lips curled, clearly satisfied with the contents of what was displayed. Han Li's heart stirred. The woman didn't need earth-cleansing pills. It was unknown what the city's higher echelons pledged to her to make her brave this danger. The young woman finally looked through the contents of the jade talisman and she put it away. She then giggled at Han Li and said, "What? Brother Han should have acquired what he wanted as well." "That's right," Han Li replied with a smile. The young woman said with a deep tone, "In that case, let's hurry away. Even if you have other plans, you can't possibly want to stay in the Wood Tribe's territory either." Han Li stared at the young woman for a long while and slowly nodded. When she saw Han Li's answer, he felt happy and gave the green-skinned woman a command. Yi Chu acknowledged her and released a treasure from her hand. It was a foot-long yellow wooden bird puppet. Yi Chu cast a spell seal and the bird rose into the air. Meanwhile, light quickly radiated from it. In the blink of an eye, it turned over 40 meters wide. It appeared vivid and true to life. Yi Ying and Yi Chu wordlessly jumped on top of it. With some brief surprise, Han Li followed after them. Yi Chu shouted a command and the bird's huge wings unfolded, instantly surrounding them in a ball of yellow light as they streaked through the sky. Ever since Han Li grouped up with the two, none of them had yet to mention their other teammates. It was as if they hadn't existed. When the wooden bird flew for half a day, a silver streak shot off from the horizon and flew several circles around the island where the cultivators were. It then flashed, hurrying off in the direction where the wooden bird fled. A month later, a ball of yellow light swept across the wilderness. It was the wooden bird carrying Han Li and the other two. Ever since they set off, Yi Chu had been utilizing the wooden bird with her entire power. They were as fast as lightning and she had no intention of slowing down. In this case, they were able to arrive at the entrance of the southern skyline in such a short amount of time. Han Li and the two women couldn't help but feel relief. But at that moment, storms suddenly surged in front of them and thunder roiled. The sky turned incredibly dark as dark clouds roiled around them, covering over half the sky. Faint howls could be heard past the booming thunder. The howls weren't loud but they were muffled, giving them an imposing presence. The two women's expressions vastly changed when they heard them. This is... Han Li narrowed his eyes and wore hesitation on his face. At that moment, several huge silver arcs flashed from the dark cloud and thunder rang from it. Like a huge mountaintop penetrating the clouds, two faintly golden eyes opened from the black sky. It rigidly stared at the wooden bird from a distance. Under the darkness, Han Li sensed an icy chi suddenly crawl up his back and instantly envelop his body. For a time he wasn't able to move his body in the slightest. That's the head of a dragon. The head of a true dragon. Definitely not the head of a mere wm. Han Li was shocked as he looked up at the gargantuan creature in the distant sky. The massive head in the sky was completely identical to the heads of true dragons he'd seen in tomes. Furthermore, the entire head was a shimmering golden color, as if it had been constructed entirely from gold. There were also a couple of tree-like golden horns on its head, and it was quite an intimidating being to behold. But it's not a true dragon. Its aura does indeed possess the might of a true dragon, but the spiritual power within its body is only comparable to a mid-body integration demonic cultivator at most. How could a true spirit-level being possess such paltry spiritual power? Yi Chu exclaimed. A cold light flashed through Yi Ying's eyes upon hearing Yi Chu's words and she murmured to herself, "It's not a true spirit-level being, but it can reveal the body of a true dragon, which means it's forcibly activating the blood of a true dragon, thereby allowing it to manifest such a form." The blood of a true dragon? Then the Long family must be involved here. Yi Chu's brows furrowed with a cold expression. That is indeed most likely the case. I've always found it strange that the young master of the Long family was assigned this mission not long after I was assigned the same mission. It looks like he's coming after me, Ying chuckled coldly. He's coming after you, young mistress? Could it be because of that rumor? A thought occurred to Yi Chu and a stunned look appeared on her face. What rumor? After activating his great development technique, Han Li had finally recovered from that indescribable sense of intimidation, and he turned to Yi Ying with a dark expression. All you have to know is that the young master of the Long family is behind this, and that he's after the heavenly phoenix spirit blood in my body. However, seeing as they've decided to attack me here, they naturally aren't intending to let me escape alive. Our true spirit families had set up an agreement long ago, strictly prohibiting true spirit families from going after the true spirit bloodlines of other such families. If caught doing so, all of the other true spirit families would join forces to destroy that family. No matter how bold the young master of the Long family is, there's no way he'd dare to attack me in human territory, which is why he followed me all the way to this place before setting his scheme into motion. However, a deity transformation cultivator like him won't be capable of activating true spirit blood alone. It's most likely the case that other spatial tempering cultivators from the Long family have also come to this place, Ying analyzed in a remarkably calm manner. After hearing this and thinking back to the special attention Long Dong had paid to Yi Ying along this journey, he was mostly convinced that Yi Ying had struck the nail on the head. I can understand it if he was going after some type of normal true spirit blood, but for ancient true spirit families like our Yi family and his Long family, the spirit blood has already been deeply entrenched in our family bloodlines for countless years, so theoretically, there's no way for it to be taken. The Long family should also be aware of this. A hint of befuddlement flashed through Yi Chu's grave eyes. I'm not sure what's going on either, but seeing as the Long family is attacking us right now, I can only assume that they've worked out some type of solution to this predicament. However, even if that's the case, they'll have to be able to defeat my heavenly phoenix body first. I'll require your assistance to activate my spirit blood, Big Sister Chu. Brother Han, I'll have to trouble you to protect me during this process, Yi Ying said with a grave expression. Seeing as I can't detach myself from this matter, I'll be sure to assist you to the best of my abilities. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face as he looked at the approaching dark clouds and that massive dragon head. All of them remained completely unflustered, as if they weren't wary of that supposed true dragon body at all. I'm glad you understand the situation, Brother Han. I'll set up a formation first, then activate my spirit blood to battle this true dragon body. Let's see if the power of our Yi family's heavenly phoenix is superior or if the true dragon blood of the Long family is purer, Ying said as her expression eased slightly. She then swept a hand over her storage bracelet, and a thick stack of formation flags of all different colors appeared. She swept a hand through the air, and several tens of streaks of light shot forth in all directions before disappearing into the nearby ground. A purple layer of light had appeared out of thin air in the blink of an eye before circling around in the air above. For the time being, Han Li was unable to identify what kind of abilities this formation possessed. At this moment, Ying sat down with her legs crossed at the center of the formation in a casual manner. She then opened her mouth to expel 5 balls of light, all of which were of different colors, and those balls of light began to circle around her body. Each ball of light was roughly the size of a human fist, and they contained miniature treasures of different forms. Those treasures consisted of a flute, a zither, a lute, a saber and a ring. Among them, the lute in the yellow ball of light was none other than the lute of wisdom that Han Li had seen once before. He had witnessed the power of this treasure in person, and he knew that this was a rare spirit treasure replica. As such, those 4 other treasures were most likely treasures of the same caliber as the lute of wisdom. If that was indeed the case, then Ying truly was incredibly wealthy. Just as these thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, Ying summoned a pristine white jade vial with a grim expression. She removed the lid of the vial, and an extremely pleasant-sounding phoenix cry erupted from within. Immediately thereafter, a miniature rainbow phoenix that was only around an inch in size emerged from the vial, then attempted to fly away into the distance. However, Ying opened her mouth to blast forth a burst of 5-colored light, which immediately ensnared the phoenix. The brightness of the 5-colored light intensified, and spiritual light flashed all over the rainbow phoenix's body, following which it reverted back to a 5-colored spirit pill that was emanating a strong fragrant aroma. Ying pointed a finger at the pill in an expressionless manner. The 5-colored spirit pill immediately flew toward her, and she swallowed it before closing her eyes. At this moment Yichu appeared beside her in a flash and also sat down onto the ground. She then made a hand seal and opened her mouth at the same time, expelling a yellow pillar of light. The pillar of light was filled with extremely pure wood attribute spiritual qi, and it was injected directly into Yi Ying's body. Almost at the exact same moment, azure spiritual light began to emanate from Yi Ying's body, following which an azure halo that was several feet in diameter appeared above her head before slowly rotating on the spot. Not only was this halo of a remarkably circular shape, there were also white flames flashing along its edge, rising up to around a foot in height. At the very center of the halo was a humanoid projection seated with its legs crossed. It bore a slight resemblance to Yi Ying, but it had been shrunk down several times, and it also had its eyes closed while making a series of hand seals. The projection within the halo abruptly opened its eyes to reveal 5-colored light swirling within its pupils, presenting an extremely peculiar sight to behold. At this point, the dark clouds in the distance were only several kilometers away from them. Right at this moment, Yi Ying's skin began to take on a remarkably red hue. A layer of extremely vibrant light surfaced over her face before surging into the halo in a frenzy as wisps of light. The azure halo in the air above immediately shuddered before instantly being stained red, making it as exuberant as blood. As soon as the projection in the halo came into contact with this crimson light, it instantly absorbed the light into its body, and 5-colored spiritual light began to simultaneously emanate from its body. Following the vast influx of crimson light, the 5-colored spiritual light swelled and began to become more dazzling and piercing to behold. The entire projection was transformed into a piercing 5-colored sun. All of a sudden, the cry of a phoenix pierced directly into the heavens, and the halo swirled before completely disappearing into the 5-colored sun. Immediately thereafter, brilliant 5-colored spiritual light began to radiate from the artificial sun, and it transformed into a 5-colored rainbow phoenix that was around 10 feet in size. The phoenix let loose a clear cry before spreading its wings and flying directly toward the dark clouds. Along the way its body swelled drastically, virtually doubling in size with each and every flap of its wings. Following just a few flaps, the entire rainbow phoenix had swelled to over 1,000 feet in length. An intimidating aura that was not inferior to a giant dragon's also began to emanate from its body. The giant phoenix appraised the dragon head amid the dark clouds with a frosty light in its silver eyes. In the instant that the giant rainbow phoenix appeared, the golden dragon head's roar abruptly cut off, and it adopted a solemn expression as if it were preparing to face a powerful foe. The dark clouds and lightning flashed, following which a golden body that was over 2,000 feet in length was finally revealed. This true dragon body appeared to be around twice the size of the five-colored rainbow phoenix. Even though the phoenix was clearly significantly smaller than its enemy, it wasn't fearful in the slightest as it flapped its wings. Gusts of gale-force winds were swept up as thick pillars of wind rose into the air. Meanwhile, countless specks of white light surfaced close to one of its wings. Following a rapid string of spluttering sounds, the specks of light transformed into balls of white flames that quickly began to swell in size, forming a sea of white flames in the blink of an eye. As such, a peculiar scene appeared. With the rainbow phoenix's wings as a boundary, one half of the sky was filled with howling winds and violent azure wind attribute power, while the other half of the was ignited by a sea of tumbling white flames, emanating scorching temperatures that made the air shimmer and warp. Upon seeing this, the golden dragon's aura also abruptly became more chaotic and violent. Loud thunderclaps erupted from within the dark clouds up above, and countless bolts of lightning came crashing down. These bolts of lightning transformed into silver lightning WUs, each of which was over 100 feet in length, and countless such lightning WUs began to gather around the golden dragon. Just as Han Li was looking on from down below in a flabbergasted manner, the roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix rang out in unison. The golden dragon opened its mouth to blast forth a golden pillar of light, and the silver lightning WUs around it also immediately surged toward the phoenix. Meanwhile, the rainbow phoenix swept both wings forward at once, sending forth an azure typhoon and a white sea of flames in retaliation. Explosive rumbling booms instantly rocked heaven and earth as the two true spirit bodies finally clashed. Han Li looked on at the battle unfolding up above with narrowed eyes, but most of his spiritual sense had been released to the area near the formation in case any unforeseen circumstances were to arise. The silver arcs of lightning, azure gusts of gale-force winds, and white flames intertwined with one another. Amid the clash of the three different types of powers, glimpses of the bodies of the golden dragon and the rainbow phoenix could be gleaned from time to time, and they were engaging in a physical brawl just as normal beasts would. Of course, their powers and abilities were far beyond those of normal beasts. As the golden dragon swept its claws through the air, it was able to easily tear through space, while the rainbow phoenix was able to make space twist and deform with a flap of its wings. Resounding booms rang out incessantly between the two creatures, and it was as if the entire sky could be torn apart at any moment. Han Li was feeling quite astonished as he witnessed this battle. If these so-called true spirit bodies were already this devastatingly powerful, then just how unfathomably destructive would true dragons and heavenly phoenixes be? The records on the tomes suggested that true dragons and heavenly phoenixes were beings that defied the natural order, and that they didn't even have to fear the true immortals of the true immortal realm. It appeared that those claims could indeed be true. Han Li stared up at the golden dragon and rainbow phoenix in the air above with an intense unblinking gaze. The two appeared to be completely evenly matched. In that case, wouldn't this become a prolonged battle of stamina that could rage for days on end? With that in mind, Han Li cast his gaze toward Yi Ying and Yi Chu, and his expression immediately faltered at the sight that he was greeted with. Both of the women had their eyes tightly shut while maintaining a hand seal, and five-colored light was swirling erratically over their bodies. Yi Chu was still blasting azure light out of her mouth, which continued to pour forth into Yi Ying's body, but the color of her skin had already changed drastically. Her initial green skin had turned translucent and as pristinely white as jade. She had completely transformed into a seductive beauty who appeared to be in her late teens with a gorgeous oval face and a pair of exuberant eyes. Yi Chu seemed to have sensed Han Li's gaze, and she turned her attention to Han Li with a completely cold and emotionless look. Han Li could naturally sense the hint of anger in her eyes, and he gave her a smile before immediately turning away. Right at this moment, a peculiar crackling sound rang out in the air above. Han Li's heart stirred as he directed his attention upward again. In doing so, he discovered that the situation up above had taken a drastic turn. The gusts of powerful winds were transforming into blue spiritual light as massive translucent ice lotus flowers blossomed in the air. A burst of glacial power that could congeal the entire heavens had suddenly been injected into the battle. This burst of glacial power somehow managed to coexist in perfect harmony with the sea of white flames. In fact, not only did these vastly contrasting powers not reject one another, they presented an enhancement effect to each other instead, effectively doubling their respective powers. Flowers of white flames and blue ice lotus flowers intertwined, spreading over virtually the entire sky and forcing back the lightning Daoist at a steady rate. The rainbow phoenix had unleashed some kind of strange technique to convert the power of wind into glacial power, thereby allowing it to gain the upper hand in this battle. So you're able to convert between powers of the 5 elements. Looks like you've finally unleashed the Yin-Yang Extreme Mantra. Good, very good. This day has finally come. The golden dragon in the sky was clearly being forced onto the back foot, but not only was it not flustered in the slightest, it began to chortle with elation instead. You know of this cultivation art? A hint of bewilderment crept into the rainbow phoenix's voice as it faltered in midair. The phoenix's voice was identical to that of Yi Ying's. However, the giant dragon in the sky completely ignored the rainbow phoenix's question. Instead, a burst of thunderous chanting erupted from its mouth, following which an astonishing scene unfolded. The golden light around the dragon's massive body receded, transforming into a vibrant crimson color instead. The dragon then opened its mouth to blast forth a thick pillar of crimson light. As soon as this pillar of light came into contact with the air, it materialized into a giant sword that was over 100 feet in length. The sword was of a translucent crimson color with a dragon hilt and a phoenix blade. An overwhelming aura of blood and gore was surging violently from the sword, inducing within one the urge to puke. That's the blood crystal Mo sword. To think that this spirit treasure fell into your hands. Could it be that you're planning? The rainbow phoenix was shocked at the sight of this sword, and a thought immediately occurred to it, sending it into a state of panic. It abruptly spread its wings and desperately attempted to flee the scene. It's too late to try and run now. A cold voice sounded from the dragon's cavernous mouth as it pounced forward. At the same time, its body shrank at a rapid rate, transforming into a streak of crimson light that was around 10 feet in length in the blink of an eye before disappearing into the crimson sword. Immediately thereafter, the sword tremored before slashing at the rainbow phoenix from afar. Faint crimson light flashed as a crimson sword projection over 1,000 feet in length swept toward the rainbow phoenix, traveling far too quickly for the phoenix to be able to react to it. In response to the oncoming attack, the rainbow phoenix let loose a cry of shock and fury. Its enormous body appeared to have remained completely unscathed, but a crimson phoenix projection that was several feet in size had been forced out of its body. The crimson sword projection then swept backward, transforming into a streak of crimson light that enveloped the crimson phoenix projection within. The streak of light then rapidly hurtled backward, disappearing into the sword after just a few flashes. Brilliant crimson light erupted from the sword amid a dull buzzing sound. Meanwhile, the rainbow phoenix's body disappeared as specks of spiritual light amid a dull thump. Only a small swath of crimson light descended from among the specks of spiritual light, disappearing into Yi Ying's body in the blink of an eye. Yi Ying shuddered as she opened her eyes with an expression of incredulity and horror on her face. The blood of the heavenly phoenix. Most of my true spirit blood has been taken by this sword. Yi Ying's voice was a little hoarse, and her calm facade had completely crumbled. The stream of azure light erupting from Yi Chu's mouth cut off as a frosty expression appeared on her face. There's no need to panic, young mistress. The blood of the heavenly phoenix is not that easy to take. It's only been temporarily trapped by that sword at this point. Even if cultivators from the Long family have manipulated their true dragon blood to enter this sword, they still won't be able to truly take and assimilate the spirit blood in a short time. If we can take this sword, there's a chance that we'll be able to recover the spirit blood and perhaps even take their true dragon bloodline in the process. After hearing Yi Chu's words of reassurance, Yi Ying finally recovered some of her composure. After a brief pause, she said, "You're right, I can still sense the existence of the portion of my spirit blood that was taken, so we still have a chance. Brother Han, I know that you're no ordinary deity transformation cultivator. If you assist me in recovering my spirit blood, I can promise you that the Yi family would be willing to do one thing for you as repayment, as long as it's within our realm of capability. Yi Chu faltered upon hearing this, while Han Li's brows furrowed, clearly hesitant about accepting this offer. Don't hold on to the false hope that the Long family will allow you to escape. If we're killed here, you'll have to face them on your own. Besides, you've clearly sided with us, so even if by some immense stroke of luck, you manage to flee back to the 3 human regions, the Long family will only continue to hunt you down. Only with protection from our Yi family will you be able to survive this ordeal, Yi Chu said in an expressionless manner. Do I have any other choice? Han Li stroked his chin in a resigned manner. Why do you sound so reluctant, Brother Han? There are countless cultivators in the human race who would love to establish ties with our Yi family. Ying chuckled before rising up into the sky as a ball of golden light. Yi Chu also transformed into a streak of azure light and followed closely behind her. As the azure light swirled around her body, her skin turned green again, and from afar she appeared to be identical in appearance to a wood spirit. Meanwhile, Han Li also rose into the air toward the crimson sword up above with his body enshrouded in a ball of azure light. Due to the disappearance of the golden dragon and the rainbow phoenix, all of the lightning, glacial lotus flowers and white flames in the overhead had disappeared, revealing clear blue skies. If it weren't for the massive crimson sword hanging in the air, it would almost appear as if the battle from earlier had never taken place. Han Li was naturally well aware that his opponents wouldn't allow him to attack the Crimson Sword in an unobstructed manner. As expected, just as he was flying toward the Crimson Sword, spatial fluctuations erupted on either side of the sword, and 2 middle-aged cultivators who bore a strong resemblance to one another appeared amid flashes of brilliant silver light. Both of them wore brocade robes with their hair tied up using lengths of purple string, and the 2 of them appraised Han Li's trio with cold expressions on their faces. Long Yu and Long Lin. Yi Chu exclaimed as her pupils contracted drastically. Yi Ying's heart also jolted upon seeing Yi Chu's reaction, and she stopped in midair over 1,000 feet away from the Crimson Sword. She then swept her spiritual sense toward the 2 middle-aged cultivators, and a hint of shock appeared in her eyes. Do you know these 2, Big Sister Chu? Yi Chu nodded with a grim expression and replied, over 1,000 years ago, these 2 were early spatial tempering cultivators, just as I was, and we met once during a gathering between the true spirit families. These 2 are proficient in nurturing ghosts and controlling devils, and they're not ordinary cultivators. The fact that the Long family deployed these 2 suggests that they're intent on securing your true spirit blood, young mistress. Cultivators with such abilities are indeed quite troublesome to deal with. Yi Ying's heart also sank upon hearing this. The 2 middle-aged cultivators glanced at Yi Chu and one of them chuckled as he said, the 2 of us were wondering who had been deployed by the Yi family to the Wood tribe as a spy. Turns out it's Fairy Chu. Back in the day, just as you were forging a brilliant reputation for yourself, you suddenly disappeared and we always thought that to be quite strange. We can see that you've now reached the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage. Looks like you must have encountered some miraculous opportunities in the Wood tribe. The 2 of you have reached the mid-spatial tempering stage in just over 1,000 years. That's also fantastic progress, but don't you think you're biting off more than you can chew by attacking my young mistress here? Yi Chu retorted in a frosty voice. Our young master is about to succeed in his ploy, and he's going to possess the true spirit blood of both the dragon and the phoenix. With such a brilliant foundation, he'll be sure to reach the body integration stage soon. So what's the point in bickering over such trivial details? The middle-aged man chortled with glee. Did you intentionally sell the Yin Yang Extreme Mantra to me? Otherwise, even with the blood crystal Mo sword, how could the blood of the heavenly phoenix have been separated so easily from my body? Yi Ying interrogated with a cold expression. The 2 Long family cultivators glanced at one another upon hearing this, but they refrained from answering her question. That's enough chit-chat. With the 2 of us here, you 2 can give up on trying to reach our young master. Talking is getting us nowhere, young mistress. Let's take them down, Yi Chu harumphed coldly. Green light then flashed from her body as green halos radiated forth, within which projections of trees and flowers were indistinctly visible. She made a hand seal and green light instantly shot forth into the air, surging toward the 2 middle-aged cultivators. The duo swept their sleeves through the air almost in perfect unison upon seeing this. One of them summoned an antiquated crimson book while the other produced an inky black scroll. One of them raised a hand and pointed at the crimson book, flipping through the pages of the book as countless crimson runes surfaced. Those runes then transformed into crimson devil projections, all of which opened their mouths to produce streaks of crimson light that hurtled toward the azure light rising up from below. Meanwhile, the other middle-aged cultivator unfurled his black scroll, and a gust of black wind whistled forth from within amid a swath of mist before also hurtling toward the azure light. As the crimson light and black winds intertwined with one another, keeping the oncoming azure light at bay, the opposing forces clashed and explosions rang out incessantly. Yi Ying's expression darkened upon seeing this, and she flipped both hands over to produce a shimmering golden saber in one hand, while a green ring appeared in the other. She waved both hands through the air and the two objects flew through the air. The golden saber swayed before slashing through the air as a saber projection that was over 100 feet in length. The other green ring let loose a clear ringing sound before transforming into a massive green projection, and it also hurtled toward the crimson sword. "Don't even think about it," one of the Long family cultivators yelled upon seeing this. He then patted a jade pendant that was hanging from his waist, and it transformed into a streak of white light that rose up into the air before manifesting a white barrier of light that enshrouded the crimson sword. The saber and ring projections struck the light barrier with a resounding boom, and the barrier tremored violently. Countless runes surfaced over the barrier in response, keeping the oncoming treasures at bay. Yi Ying's expression changed slightly as she immediately raised a hand and cast an incantation seal toward the golden saber. At the same time she began to chant something, and brilliant light erupted from the saber as it slashed toward the light barrier. Her actions appeared to be quite gentle and harmless, but a massive saber projection that was over 1,000 feet in length abruptly appeared in the air above the light barrier like a heaven-splitting blade. The saber projection slowly descended, causing the surrounding air to tremor violently amid a piercing buzzing sound. It was quite apparent that the saber projection would most definitely vanquish the light barrier if it were allowed to fall. Right at this moment, the other Long family cultivator harumphed coldly and abruptly tore his own robes away, revealing a harrowing sight to behold. His body appeared to be quite normal when sheathed in robes, but it was now revealed that there were 7 or 8 fist-sized crimson ghostly heads chomping down on various parts of his body, squirming incessantly in the process. He let loose a sharp shriek, and 3 of the ghostly heads hanging from his body opened their large mouths before disappearing on the spot. In the next instant 3 balls of yin qi erupted forth above the white light barrier. Within the inky black qi, 3 red ghosts with crimson hair that were around 50 to 60 feet tall emerged. The 3 malicious ghosts looked up at the massive sword projection in the sky and 2 of them suddenly transformed into a pair of crimson long swords, which fell into the grasp of the ghost at the center. The yin qi then swirled before disappearing into the 2 long swords as well as their ghostly wielder. The malicious ghost immediately let loose an ear-splitting howl as its body swelled to 7 or 8 times its original stature, reaching over 300 feet in size. It then raised the crimson swords in its hands, which had both also been enlarged to the same degree, and lashed out at the saber projection up above. Red and golden light intertwined amid an earth-shattering boom. The descending saber projection was kept at bay by the 2 long swords, despite the stark contrast in size. The saber projection was then completely vanquished and disappeared following the clash. In contrast, the 2 ghostly swords and their ghostly wielders suddenly crumbled without any premonition, forming clouds of red mist that refused to disperse. Right at this moment, a projection circled around in the air above before crashing down toward the malicious ghosts. In the face of the oncoming attack, the crimson-haired ghost at the center remained completely unflustered. The clouds of crimson mist swirled to manifest the twin longsword as well as their ghostly wielder once again, and it appeared that they were completely unscathed. The projection hurtled downward, but was easily kept at bay by the 2 swords before being swatted flying. Yi Ying's face paled slightly as she witnessed this from afar. She gritted her teeth and rustled her sleeve to summon 3 fist-sized balls of light that were yellow, red, and white respectively. The light then receded to reveal a flute, a zither, and a lute. Yi Ying then pointed her fingers at the 3 treasures in rapid succession, and they began to shimmer with lights of different colors again as they shot forth through the air. During this process, they fused as one to form a three-colored streak of light, which hurtled toward the malicious ghost. However, the streak of light had only traveled through the air for a short distance when 4 balls of yin qi erupted up ahead once again, following which 4 more crimson-haired malicious ghosts appeared. In the face of the oncoming streak of 3-colored light, they opened their mouths in unison to blast forth 4 bursts of black yin qi, all of which struck the streak of light, resulting in an evenly matched impasse. Yi Ying's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, yet just as she was about to unleash another technique, a crimson shadow suddenly appeared in the air overhead. The shadow swept both arms through the air, and 2 thick bursts of sword chi came crashing down with ferocious might. The red ghost that was situated on the white light barrier had torn through space without her noticing, and silently teleported to a spot right above her head. In a fit of shock and fury, Yi Ying's body swayed as she transformed into a streak of golden light, narrowly evading the attack as she hurtled back in retreat. At the same time she waved a hand through the air and the golden saber as well as the green ring in the distance immediately flew back toward her before launching a series of powerful attacks against the malicious ghost overhead. The ghost displayed no signs of weakness either as it swung its pair of swords through the air to protect itself. As such, Yi Ying was able to combat the 7 ghosts with her 5 extraordinarily powerful treasures, but she didn't have any spare capacity to attack the giant crimson sword in the sky. On the other end, Yi Chu had also released a dozen or so flying swords that sported an azure and yellow color scheme. These swords were currently locked in an intense battle against a horde of devilish heads released by the 2 Long family cultivators. All of these devilish heads were comparable in size to human heads, but they possessed no bodies and were extremely sinister in appearance. All of them were blasting purple devilish chi out of their mouths, creating a vast expanse of mist in the surrounding area with a radius of around 1,000 feet. Even Yi Chu had been swept up in this devilish mist, and despite unleashing several powerful abilities in quick succession, she found herself unable to extricate herself from this mist in a short time. As such, she could only release a layer of protective azure light to shield herself from the mist. She cast an urgent glance around her, and her heart immediately sank as she witnessed the situation that Yi Ying was in. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to her and she turned her gaze toward another direction, upon which her expression faltered slightly. The place that she was looking at was exactly where Han Li was situated. At this moment he had his hands clasped behind his back and remained completely stationary as he hovered in midair. It wasn't that Han Li didn't want to join in on the action, it was just that there was a young woman in a black dress standing in his way with a hint of a smile on her face. She was none other than Xiao Hong of the Black Phoenix race. Han Li seemed to be rather wary of her and didn't dare to recklessly spring into action. "This is a matter concerning our human race. Are you trying to look for trouble by intervening in this conflict between our 2 true spirit families?" Yi Chu yelled in a cold and threatening voice. "I can stand aside and detach myself from all this as long as you're willing to hand over your heavenly phoenix feather. If you're willing to do so, I'll leave this place right away," Xiao Hong chuckled. Yi Chu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this and she immediately denied. "What heavenly phoenix feather? How would I have something like that? Yi, have you forgotten that a member of our demon race was also to the Wood tribe as a spy? He sent news back to the demon race many years ago, stating that the Wood tribe was in possession of 3 heavenly phoenix feathers, which could be used by a heavenly phoenix for resurrection purposes. Otherwise, why would a spatial tempering cultivator like you be willing to stay in the Wood tribe as a spy for so many years? Now that even young Mistress Yi has appeared here in person, you must have secured the heavenly phoenix feather already, right?" Xiao Hong said with a faint smile. Yi Chu and Yi Ying both fell silent upon hearing this. Xiao Hong chuckled coldly before turning her gaze toward Han Li again. "Brother Han, I know that you possess some extraordinary abilities, but it won't be easy for you to defeat me. How about we stand by and wait for the outcome of their battle to be decided before taking any further action?" Han Li had naturally already gleaned the situation that the 2 Yi family cultivators were in, and following a brief silence he suddenly chuckled. "I really don't want to fight you either, fellow Daoist, but if I wait for that young Master Long to fuse the true spirit bloods, I'm going to be in great peril. Seeing as we were comrades for a while, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to step aside or not?" Xiao Hong's expression darkened and her voice cooled as she replied, "I'll have to refuse." "Fine." Han Li abruptly stepped forward, and his body blurred as he somehow covered a distance of over 200 feet in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was only several tens of feet away from Xiaohong, and he raised a hand to sweep a finger through the air, seemingly in a completely harmless manner. Golden light flashed and a golden thread shot forth toward Xiaohong. This attack appeared to be quite simple but was actually quite troublesome to deal with. Han Li had only been able to unleash such an assault after unleashing his shifting smoke steps and 9 gale transformations to their maximal extents. Even as a demonic cultivator, Xiaohong was still given a massive surprise by Han Li's wraith-like movement techniques. The golden thread was constructed from a burst of sword qi, and it was so fast that it afforded her no time to evade, nor adopt any defensive measures. In this urgent situation, Xiaohong could only abruptly open her mouth to expel a ball of black flames. A dull thud erupted as the black flames were forcibly dispersed, but the sword qi was also slowed down slightly as a result. With this brief split-second respite, Xiaohong was able to rapidly take evasive measures, and as a result, the golden thread was only able to slice off a small piece of fabric from the hem of her dress. Meanwhile, she had already hurtled back for around 70 to 80 feet. When she arrested her momentum and stabilized herself again, her eyes were filled with incredulity as she cast her gaze toward Han Li. Han Li withdrew the streak of sword qi without uttering so much as a single word, and at the same time he laid a hand onto his own head. Gray divine essence-fused light rose up into the sky, hurtling toward his opponent at his behest. At the same time he pressed the palm of his other hand into empty air, and 5 white skulls immediately appeared around Xiaohong. The 5 skulls opened their mouths to blast forth 5 types of glacial flames of different colors, all of which immediately combined to form a sea of 5 colored flames. After doing all that, a thunderclap erupted from Han Li's back as the thunderstorm wings appeared. An arc of azure and white lightning flashes, following which he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, seemingly out of thin air, he was standing directly above Xiaohong, and he swept his sleeves through the air to summon several tens of streaks of golden light. As soon as Han Li had sprung into action, he had unleashed a ferocious storm of attacks that crashed down like a torrential downpour. Xiaohong was still slightly unsettled by Han Li's initial attack, and her heart was filled with shock and rage at the sight of the perilous situation that awaited her. Without any pause for thought, Xiaohong rotated on the spot and a vast expanse of black flames immediately erupted from her body, sweeping toward the 5 colored flames. She then opened her mouth to summon an antiquated black mirror, from the face of which a swath of black light surged forth in a frenzy, keeping the oncoming divine essence-fused light at bay. As for the streaks of golden sword qi that were crashing down toward her with ferocious might, Xiaohong raised both hands up into the air in response, sending forth a plume of white threads that created a massive protective net. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he activated his sword arts as the several tens of streaks of sword qi multiplied to several hundred before sweeping downward in a frenzy. The streaks of sword qi presented a vastly intimidating sight to behold, and they seemed to be threatening to puncture the entire heavens. The white net of threads was quite robust, but in the face of such a vast number of attacks, it began to tremor violently in the span of just a few breaths, and its white light began to flash erratically, making it appear as if it would crumble at any moment. Meanwhile, the black flames were only able to withstand the sea of 5 colored flames for a short while before being completely overwhelmed, following which the 5 colored flames continued to sweep toward Xiaohong. As for the black light emanating from the antiquated mirror that she had summoned, it was almost immediately vanquished by Han Li's divine essence-fused light. The divine essence-fused light continued onward, quickly inundating the mirror. The antiquated mirror struggled desperately within the vast expanse of gray light, but it quickly became completely dull and lusterless as if it had lost all of its spiritual nature. Thus, the divine essence-fused light swept downward without any further impediment. Xiaohong was extremely stunned by these developments. She was aware that Han Li was far more powerful than his cultivation base suggested, but never would she have thought that he would be this powerful. It had quickly become very clear that she was no match for him. She gritted her teeth before rolling onto the ground without any further hesitation. Spiritual light flashed around her body, and black flames rose into the air for over 100 feet. Amid those flames, a proud black phoenix that was around 10 feet in size emerged. It let loose a loud cry that speared directly into the heavens, and it spread open its wings to create a white rift of light. The phoenix's body swayed before it disappeared into this rift. As such, the countless streaks of sword chi that had just destroyed the white net of threads, as well the 5-colored flames and divine essence-fused light, all missed their target. Spatial abilities. Hanli harumphed coldly. Black light flashed from his glabella as his third demonic eye appeared. The eye fixed its gaze on a certain direction, upon which a thin black thread flew through the air and disappeared in a flash. Hanli flapped his wings at the same time and disappeared amid a loud thunderclap. Immediately thereafter, Hanli reappeared over 300 feet away amid a flash of azure and white lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, a dull thud abruptly rang out several tens of feet below him. Spatial fluctuations erupted there as the black phoenix was forced to reveal itself, stumbling in an unsteady manner as it looked up at Hanli with astonishment in its eyes. "Law Destruction Eye," the phoenix exclaimed with incredulity in its voice. Before it had a chance to gather itself, a bone-chilling harumph sounded overhead. The black phoenix's body tremored violently upon hearing this harumph, and it almost plummeted straight out of the sky. Almost at the exact same moment, Hanli opened his mouth to blast forth a small azure cauldron. A crisp ringing sound erupted from the cauldron as its lid flew off of its own accord. Countless azure threads erupted from within the cauldron, sweeping downward amid a vast expanse of azure light. The black phoenix was aware that it was in danger, but its body felt completely leaden and immobilized. It could only look on in shock and horror as its body was bound tightly by the azure threads. Hanli's body swayed, and he abruptly appeared right before the black phoenix in the next instant. He swept a sleeve through the air, and a massive inky black hand shot forth like lightning, clamping around Black Phoenix's neck in a vice-like grip. At this moment, the Black Phoenix finally recovered slightly from Hanli's spirit stun thorn attack, and it began to struggle with all its might. Not only was it attempting to thrash violently to escape the azure threads, a layer of raging black flames had also surfaced over its body. Those azure threads immediately showed sights of melting in the face of those flames. A blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes upon seeing this, and a layer of golden scales suddenly appeared along the arm connected to the hand that was clamped around the Black Phoenix's neck as well as his face. He clenched his 5 fingers together in one powerful motion, sending an immense force surging into the Phoenix's throat. The Phoenix was struggling valiantly a moment ago, but it almost passed out from Hanli's strangulation. Hanli then let loose a loud cry, causing the air around him to tremor and ring. Immediately thereafter he abruptly flapped his wings, and he hurtled toward the ground like a shooting star with the Black Phoenix's neck still caught firmly in his grasp. The Black Phoenix was completely at Hanli's mercy and powerless to resist. Moments later, an earth-shattering boom erupted as the figurative shooting star crashed violently into the ground, creating a massive crater that was over 100 feet in size. Azure light flashed as Hanli appeared in the air above the crater. At the very center of the crater, the Black Phoenix was lying limply at the bottom in a completely stationary manner. Even though Xiaohong possessed the powerful body of a demon beast, she still completely passed out after copping such a heavy blow. Hanli looked down at the Black Phoenix with a cold and contemplative expression for a while, but decided against taking Xiaohong's life in the end. Instead, he made a grabbing motion down below, following which white light flashed from the Black Phoenix's body, and a storage bracelet was drawn into Hanli's grasp. He flicked the 5 fingers on his other hand and several talismans shot forth before disappearing into the Black Phoenix's body. He then pressed his hand into the air, and spatial fluctuations erupted as a small black mountain appeared above the crater. Gray light flashed as the mountain rapidly expanded to several hundred feet in size, then slowly descended toward the ground. Following a loud rumbling boom, the Black Phoenix was completely sealed under the Black Mountain. The massive weight of the divine essence-fused mountain coupled with its inherent divine essence-fused light ensured that there was no way for Xiaohong to escape on her own. As such, she had been captured alive by Hanli. This process appeared to have been a rather lengthy one, but it had actually only taken Hanli the span of a few breaths to completely subdue this demonic cultivator, who actually possessed a superior cultivation base compared to his. As for his decision to leave her alive, that wasn't because Hanli was being chivalrous or couldn't bear to kill a woman. It was just that with other witnesses around, he didn't want to forge a vendetta against one of the 7 major demon subspecies. He wasn't part of a vastly powerful true spirit family like the Long family or the Yi family, so he had to act with caution. In reality, as a demonic cultivator of direct lineal descent in the Black Phoenix race, Xiaohong naturally had more treasures and abilities than the ones that she had displayed. However, Han Li's blitzkrieg tactics had completely caught her off guard, thereby resulting in her being captured so easily. Otherwise, in a normal battle, Han Li would still be able to win, but he'd have to unleash a few trump cards in the process. A faint cry of surprise rang out from the distance. Han Li turned toward that direction, and was immediately greeted by a pair of astonished eyes. Those eyes belonged to none other than the middle-aged Long family cultivator who was using the black scroll. He was currently appraising Han Li with a shocked look on his face, clearly stunned that Han Li was able to defeat a late deity transformation cultivator with such outrageous ease. The other Long family cultivator also cast his gaze toward Han Li upon hearing his comrade's cry of surprise. There he discovered Han Li hovering at a low altitude above a small black mountain. Xiaohong's aura could be detected underneath the mountain, but it had become extremely feeble, and this situation also brought a hint of surprise to his face. However, he then immediately harumphed coldly as he patted a crimson pouch that was hanging from his waist. A buzzing sound rang out from within the pouch, following which a crimson ball of light shot forth into the air, heading directly for Han Li. The actions taken by the two Long family cultivators naturally also drew Yi Chu's attention to Han Li. She was naturally ecstatic at the sight of Han Li's crushing victory, and she opened her mouth to blast forth an arc of azure lightning that struck the crimson ball of light. The ball of light tremored and suddenly transformed into a massive ghostly head, pouncing toward her with a violent expression, forgetting its intended target in its fit of rage. Han Li was naturally not going to squander such a brilliant opportunity. A thunderclap erupted from his back, and he shot forth as an arc of azure and white lightning. Following a few flashes in quick succession, he suddenly appeared beside the massive crimson sword hanging in the sky. At this moment, the blood crystal moh sword was flashing with a peculiar crimson light, and was encased in that robust white barrier of light. The other Long family cultivator's brows furrowed as he swept a palm toward Han Li from the distance. His actions appeared to be quite gentle and nonchalant, but a glittering and translucent hand of light suddenly appeared above Han Li. It was around 10 feet in size and flashed toward Han Li like lightning. Before the massive hand had even struck Han Li, a gust of fierce winds were swept toward him with such ferocity that he was struck by a sense of asphyxiation. Han Li's eyelids twitched, but he didn't release any treasures. Instead, brilliant golden light erupted from his body as he clenched his fists and aimed a vicious strike into the air. In the instant that the two fists lashed out, they transformed into black and white in color and began to flash with mysterious spiritual light. He was going to combat the attack manifested from a secret technique unleashed by a spatial tempering cultivator with his body alone. The Long family cultivator was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately injected more power into that hand, causing it to swell even further as it crashed down toward Han Li. Following the sound of a gong being struck, the seemingly unstoppable white hand was brought to an abrupt halt. Immediately thereafter, a crisp crack akin to the sound of chinaware being shattered rang out as the hand of light crumbled before vanishing as specks of spiritual light. Han Li's fists were held high above his head with golden light flashing all over his body, which appeared to be completely unscathed. The Long family cultivator's cold smile immediately congealed upon seeing this. However, Han Li had no intention of having a staring contest with him. He swept his sleeve through the air to hurl forth a couple of silver beads, which immediately swelled to around the size of large bowls. The two beads then flew directly toward the white light barrier, and indistinct thunderclaps could be heard churning within the beads. These were none other than a pair of the lightning beads that Han Li had refined. Just as the lightning beads were about to crash into the barrier of light, spatial fluctuations suddenly rippled in the air before it, following which an inky black ghostly arm appeared. The two silver beads struck the arm and immediately exploded. Two thunderous rumbling booms erupted as countless arcs of silver lightning shimmered and intertwined, instantly encompassing the entire area with a radius of over 200 feet. Even though the white barrier of light hadn't been directly struck by the lightning beads, it still tremored violently from the astonishing might unleashed by those beads, and it appeared as if it could shatter at any moment. A small portion of the lightning bead's power had still managed to strike the light barrier. Han Li narrowed his eyes, and before the power of lightning had dissipated, he flicked his 10 fingers through the air in rapid succession. Streaks of golden sword chi immediately whistled through the air, heading directly toward the white barrier of light. In the light barrier's current state, it would definitely be shattered if it were to be struck by those streaks of powerful sword chi. A monstrous roar suddenly erupted from within the lightning, following which a dozen or so black shadows instantly shot forth from within, striking the streaks of sword chi with unerring accuracy. All of the streaks of sword chi immediately dimmed before being reduced to nothingness. The silver lightning also finally vanished at this moment. Standing right before the white barrier of light was a completely black giant ghost that was over 100 feet tall. This ghost had a pair of horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in black scales, creating a suit of natural armor. There was also a pair of fleshy bat-like wings on its back, as well as a pair of extraordinarily long arms that hung straight down to the ground, and appeared as if they had been forged from fine iron. Even Han Li was struck by a bone-chilling sensation when casting his gaze toward the ghost's face. This ghost's face was completely flat and devoid of facial features. Furthermore, its massive body was riddled with holes, and no part of it was left unscathed aside from its 2 massive long arms. It was quite clear that this ghost had withstood most of the power from the lightning beads and sword chi that Han Li had unleashed. Otherwise, they would have been more than enough to destroy the white barrier of light protecting the crimson sword. The giant ghost raised its head and let loose a shrill howl, following which countless bursts of black yin chi appeared around it before disappearing into its body. In the blink of an eye, it had completely regenerated to full health. A sinister voice suddenly sounded beside Han Li's ear. He experienced the horror of this faceless ghost monarch that I've been nurturing for thousands of years, you nosy brat. This ghost is no less powerful than I am. Ghost monarch? A peculiar expression appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. Be careful, fellow Daoist Han. Faceless ghost monarchs are vastly renowned beings of the ghostly realm, and they're no less powerful than spatial tempering cultivators. A female voice was then transmitted to him, and it belonged to none other than Yi Chu. After witnessing Han Li detaining Xiao Hong so easily, a hint of hope had arisen in her heart. Almost at the exact same moment, the ghost monarch turned its head toward Han Li. Even though it had no eyes, it seemed to still be able to detect Han Li's presence. It let loose a low roar as it suddenly raised its arms into the air. Violent winds were immediately swept up as black yin chi swelled, causing the surrounding sky to dim significantly. At the same time, countless howls of despair rang out from within the yin chi, making it appear as if there were countless ghosts lurking within. Standing beneath the yin chi up above, the faceless ghost monarch swept its arms toward Han Li. The yin chi in the air swirled violently, instantly manifesting an unfathomably gargantuan black ghostly claw. The claw was over 1,000 feet in size, and azure ghostly flames were shimmering over its surface as it slowly descended toward Han Li. Han Li felt the air tighten around him as an enormous invisible power appeared out of nowhere, attempting to completely immobilize him. If a normal cultivator were in Han Li's position, they would most likely be powerless to resist this immense force. However, Han Li was able to simply disregard it, such was the power of his current body. After letting loose a cold harumph, he rapidly swept a hand over his spirit beast bracelet. A burst of black light shot forth before circling around, then landing around 10 feet in front of Han Li. It was a small monkey with glossy black fur that was around half a foot tall. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Beast. As soon as the little monkey appeared, it surveyed its surroundings before sniffing at the air, following which its eyes immediately lit up. It pounded its chest with its fists as its body rapidly expanded amid a burst of brilliant black light. Following just a few flashes, it had transformed into a massive ape that was over 300 feet tall. The ape let loose a loud harumph as it looked up at the ghostly claw in the sky above, expelling a streak of azure light from its nostrils that struck the palm of the descending ghostly claw with unerring accuracy. An incredible scene ensued. In the instant that the azure light made contact with the ghostly claw, a black hole immediately appeared at the center of the latter's palm. The azure light then continued to wreak havoc, reducing the other parts of the ghostly claw to inky black yin chi before being swept up by the light. The entire ghostly claw was soon in tatters, and dissipated amid specks of black light. The faceless ghost monarch immediately grabbed the air toward the weeping soul beast upon seeing this. 5 black streaks of light instantly hurtled toward the giant ape like 5 massive blades. The sound of air being parted rang out as the claw projections swept toward the giant ape. However, they merely disappeared into the weeping soul's body without having any effect whatsoever. The giant ghost couldn't help but falter upon seeing this. The giant ape completely disregarded its stunned reaction as it let loose another loud harumph to expel a second streak of azure light from its nostrils. The 2 streaks of azure light intertwined and flashed through the air, sweeping up the residual Xianxia up above like a gust of autumn wind lapping up fallen leaves. The streaks of light then shot back toward the giant ape before being swallowed. A pleased expression appeared on the weeping soul beast's face, following which it turned its attention toward the ghost monarch in the distance. At this moment, the faceless ghost monarch finally recovered from its shock, and it let loose a cry of violent rage. All of a sudden, an antiquated suit of armor surfaced over its body, upon which azure flames were burning incessantly. At the same time, a pair of white bone warhammers had appeared in its grasp. Han Li focused his gaze on those warhammers to discover that they had been refined from the skulls of 2 massive demonic ghosts. One of the warhammers was sweeping up gusts of yellow winds while the other had black mist swirling around it, and Han Li wondered what kind of abilities they possessed. Meanwhile, the weeping soul beast paid no heed to the pair of warhammers at all as it blinked and blasted forth the 2 streaks of azure light from its nostrils again, both of which headed straight for the massive ghost. The faceless ghost monarch swung its 2 warhammers through the air, and a vast expanse of black light immediately surfaced before swatting the azure light aside with ease. The weeping soul beast's soul-devouring light had been dispelled by this ghost monarch. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. The weeping soul beast also adopted a solemn look as it let loose a low roar. Winds were immediately swept up around it as countless arcs of lightning flashed in the surrounding area. The giant ape's body swelled once again as its fur began to turn red. 3 crooked horns slowly sprouted from the top of its head while its glabella bulged before splitting open, revealing a crimson demonic eye. At the same time, its face elongated and it bared its fangs in a menacing manner. 3 black bone spikes that were around 10 feet in length each also appeared on its back, and sinister black Yin-Chi was swirling around them. The weeping soul beast had undergone a transformation into a sinister malicious ghost. The Yin-Chi swirling around its body seemed to be even more powerful than that of the faceless ghost monarch, and as soon as the demonic eye on its glabella opened, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a large bowl shot forth amid a resounding boom. The arc of lightning was as red as blood and instantly reached the faceless ghost monarch. An incredible turn of events then unfolded. In the face of this crimson arc of lightning, the faceless ghost monarch let loose a roar of utter shock and horror. It abruptly brought its warhammers together and at the same time, its enormous body hurtled back in retreat, seemingly intending on fleeing for its life. 2 muffled thumps erupted as the pair of white bone warhammers came into contact with the arc of crimson lightning. However, the warhammers were instantly reduced to plumes of smoke as if they had encountered the very bane of their existence. In contrast, the arc of crimson lightning hadn't been impeded even in the slightest, and it went on to strike the faceless ghost monarch's suit of azure flaming armor. The suit of armor met the same fate as the pair of warhammers, dissipating without posing any resistance. As such, the arc of lightning punctured the ghost monarch's chest before binding around its body like a spirit snake, then towing it back toward the weeping soul beast. The giant ghost let loose a howl of anguish as it was forcibly wrenched toward the massive ape's cavernous mouth. Following a flash of crimson light, the giant ghost was swallowed by the weeping soul beast. The mighty faceless ghost monarch, which was supposed to be comparable in power to a spatial tempering cultivator, had just been subdued and devoured by the weeping soul beast with ease. On this occasion, the 2 Long family cultivators as well as Yi Chu and Yi Ying were all completely flabbergasted. This wasn't some kind of insignificant ghostly minion, it was a powerful ghost monarch. How could it have been crushed like a papier-mâché structure like this? Just what kind of spirit beast was this shape-shifting little monkey? And what kind of insane ability was that crimson arc of lightning that it had just unleashed? The same thoughts were racing through the minds of all 4 cultivators. However, before they had recovered from their shock, Han Li's body flashed, and he instantly arrived before the white barrier of light. He swept a sleeve through the air and 72 streaks of azure light shot forth in a frenzy. Brilliant spiritual light flashed as they instantly combined to form a giant golden sword that was around 100 feet in length. The giant sword only flashed once before striking the light barrier with ferocious might. A crisp crack sounded as golden and white light intertwined with one another, and a thin white line appeared on the white light barrier. Crap. Both of the Long family cultivators had clearly underestimated the power of Han Li's flying swords, and expressions of shock immediately appeared on their faces. Meanwhile, the light barrier tremored before crumbling with that thin white line as the center from which all the cracks stemmed. The white barrier of light had already been reduced to a very fragile state by Han Li's earlier attacks, and his flying swords were able to land the final blow to destroy it. Thus, the blood crystal Mo sword was bared to Han Li. He didn't hesitate even in the slightest as he activated his sword arts. The giant golden sword flashed before abruptly disappearing on the spot, but in the next instant, it reappeared and struck the crimson sword with violent force. A loud clang rang out as piercing golden and red light radiated from the two swords. The giant golden sword tremored in response and was completely repelled. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. He swept his sleeve through the air to hurl forth several silver lightning beads, but the crimson sword remained completely unscathed even in the aftermath of the beads' explosions. The slightly panicked Long family cultivators calmed down again upon seeing this, and one of them cackled in a sinister manner. "Ah, just give up, you nosy brat. The blood crystal Mo sword is ranked on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. You think you have what it takes to destroy it?" Han Li's expression darkened slightly as he scrutinized the crimson sword. All of a sudden he pointed a finger at the giant golden sword. A ringing sound erupted as the giant sword tremored, then split up into 72 small golden swords again amid a flash of brilliant golden light. These smaller swords then manifested several hundred streaks of sword chi, each of which was around a foot in length, and all of them began to circle through the air. Immediately thereafter, Han Li began to chant something as he made a rapid series of hand seals, casting one incantation seal after another. All of the flying swords immediately tremored before dispersing high up in the air, then hurtling toward all directions. Amid a few peculiar flashes of light, all of the golden streaks of sword chi disappeared as if they'd never existed. Han Li had set up the Orit sword formation with the giant crimson sword at the center, planning to use the formation's astonishing power to force Long Dong's soul out of the sword or to destroy this spirit treasure altogether. The sword formation was set up in mere moments, and as Han Li injected his spiritual power into it, a burst of astonishing spiritual pressure immediately rose up in all directions. With the giant crimson sword at the center, countless glittering golden threads appeared in an area with a diameter of over 1,000 feet. All of these golden threads were slowly converging toward the center. Even though neither of the Long family cultivators had seen the Orit sword formation before, their hearts still stirred with unease upon seeing this. After glancing at once another, the cultivator who was wielding the crimson book suddenly made a hand seal. The crimson book flipped over a few pages in rapid succession, following which 10 crimson devilish shadows erupted forth and hurtled toward Han Li. Even though they didn't believe that Han Li would be able to destroy the giant crimson sword, they certainly didn't want to allow him to attack the sword without inhibitions or impediment either. These crimson devilish shadows were all extremely blurry, and they appeared in the air close to Han Li following flashes of red light. However, Han Li was prepared for them well in advance, and he let loose a cold harumph as he rubbed his hands together before raising them into the air. Following a string of thunderclaps, a dozen or so arcs of golden light shot forth, striking these crimson shadows in a flash. Most of these devilish shadows were destroyed amid howls of anguish, and the remaining few were also forced back as they let loose cries of agony. Seeing as these devilish shadows had been summoned by a spatial tempering cultivator, they were naturally quite powerful and extremely potent against normal cultivators. They feared no physical attacks nor powers of the 5 elements, so they were extremely troublesome to deal with for the average cultivator. However, due to the dense devilish chi that they were carrying, they were completely dominated by Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning. Of course, they were only vanquished so easily as the improvements in Han Li's cultivation base had made his divine Devilbane lightning vastly more powerful than it had been in the human world. If Han Li was only at the nascent soul stage, These devilish shadows would have most likely been more than capable of taking an attack of that nature from Han Li. Han Li's display of abilities came as another surprise to the 4 cultivators who were locked in battle. However, on this occasion Han Li didn't wait for the Long family cultivators to summon anything else. Instead he took the initiative as the weeping soul beast beside him harumphed to send forth a streak of azure light, attacking the 7 crimson-haired malicious ghosts that were fighting Yi Ying. These 7 malicious ghosts were quite powerful, but they naturally couldn't compare to the faceless ghost monarch. As the azure light swept through the air, 3 of them were immediately reduced to clouds of red mist that were forcibly devoured by the weeping soul beast. The other 4 immediately teleported to over 1,000 feet away, thereby avoiding what would have been certain death. As such, the pressure on Yi Ying was significantly eased. She was naturally elated by this development, and she turned her attention to the giant crimson sword that was caught at the center of the sword formation, then toward the 2 Long family cultivators. She then immediately sent her 5 treasures to assist Yi Chu in battle. Even with their combined powers, the 2 Long family cultivators were only barely able to keep Yi Chu occupied. With the inclusion of Yi Ying's 5 treasures into the battle, the surrounding purple mist in the air was being quickly forced back. As such, neither of them had any spare capacity to attack Han Li as they each summoned a small red drum and a blue metal ruler respectively. As the drum was played, a swarm of crimson ghostly hornets was manifested within the purple mist before sweeping forth amid a loud buzzing sound. Meanwhile, the blue metal ruler twirled on the spot, suddenly tearing open the nearby space to summon a massive octopus-like devilish creature. As soon as the creature appeared, it swept its 8 tentacles toward Yi Chu and Ying with all its might, and only then were the 2 Long family cultivators just barely able to stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, the weeping soul beast continued to hunt down the 4 fleeing malicious ghosts with its soul-devouring light. The malicious ghosts didn't dare to face the weeping soul beast in battle, but the latter didn't seem capable of chasing down the former in a short time either. Han Li was reassured upon seeing this, and continued to inject more power into his aureate sword formation. Without intervention from the Long family cultivators, he was confident in his ability to destroy this spirit treasure using his sword formation. Freed from all inhibitions, Han Li was finally able to put the true power of the aureate sword formation on full display. The countless golden threads finally converged and fell upon the crimson sword. As the golden threads sliced into the giant sword, the horrendous sound of metal grating on metal erupted. Spiritual light flashed from the giant sword in a frenzy as golden and crimson light intertwined with one another. However, the crimson sword then immediately attempted to rise into the air, trying to force its way out of the sword formation. However, there were even more golden threads waiting for it in the air above. As such, the giant sword only managed to rise up for several tens of feet before being forced to descend once again. Without any avenues for the escape, the sword could only continue to withstand the power of the sword formation. Even though it was a spirit treasure without anyone to wield it, there was no way that it would be able to withstand the might of the sword formation for too long. Mere moments later, the spiritual light emanating from the sword began to dim in the face of the countless golden threads, and it emitted an anguished ringing sound. However, there was no end to the golden threads around it, and they were only becoming brighter and sharper. The sword formation was clearly still growing in power. The 2 Long family cultivators were stunned upon seeing this from afar, and they unleashed several secret techniques in quick succession, sending forth malicious ghosts and devilish heads to try and stop Han Li. In contrast, Yi Ying and Yi Chu were ecstatic, and they no longer held back as they unleashed an unrelenting assault to keep the 2 Long family cultivators as well as the ghosts and devils they'd summoned at bay. It would be quite difficult for them to defeat and kill the 2 Long family cultivators, but keeping them occupied was a relatively easy task. As such, the 2 Long family cultivators could only continue to stew in rage and frustration as they fended off the attacks from Yi Ying and Yi Chu. The spiritual light continued to be whittled down by the power of the sword formation. All of a sudden, Han Li was greeted by a furious voice transmission from Long Dong. "Brother Han, do you really want to foil my plans? If you destroy this sword, then you'll be a sworn enemy of our Long family from now on. Do you really think the Yi family can protect you?" Han Li completely ignored him and continued to manipulate his sword formation. "What benefits have the Yi family promised you? If you can switch your allegiance, I'm willing to offer twice those benefits." Long Dong switched strategies as his voice took on a beseeching tone. However, Han Li continued to ignore him, and Long Dong ceased his voice transmissions upon seeing this. The crimson sword continued to hover in mid-air, withstanding the relentless assault from the countless golden threads. When the final speck of spiritual light finally faded from the surface of the sword, a series of thin cracks finally appeared upon it. The cracks weren't very deep, but an immeasurable number of them were being inflicted, and it appeared that the giant sword was going to be shattered at any moment. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but a thought quickly occurred to him as his expression changed drastically. He let loose a loud cry as his body hurtled back as a streak of azure light, completely abandoning the sword formation in his hasty retreat. Almost at the exact same moment, the cries of a dragon and a phoenix erupted from within the crimson sword at the same time, following which it exploded amid a resounding boom. A scorching red sun appeared in the air, radiating scintillating white light in all directions. As soon as the golden threads in the sword formation came into contact with this white light, they completely shattered and crumbled. Within the span of just a single breath, the sun had swelled countless times in size, encompassing an area with a radius of several thousand feet. Even the two Long family cultivators as well as Yi Ying and Yi Chu were affected by this explosion, and all four of them were given a massive fright. Thankfully, they were situated quite far away from the Crimson Sword to begin with, so they had ample time to withdraw their treasures and abilities before fleeing the scene. The power produced by a self-detonating top-grade divine spirit treasures was most likely quite fearsome even to a body integration cultivator. If it weren't for Han Li's quick thinking, he would have most definitely perished in that explosion already. At this moment he was situated several thousand feet away from the white sun, looking on with a set of pale features. Even though he had withdrawn his flying swords during his retreat, a dozen or so of them were withdrawn a little too late, and the power of the explosion had damaged their spiritual nature. He was going to have to nurture them for a period of time in the future to facilitate a full recovery. Thankfully, all of his azure bamboo clouds worm swords had many types of precious materials such as refined crystal infused into them. Otherwise, they would have all been completely destroyed as part of that explosion. Han Li looked on at the scorching sun with an intense unblinking gaze as blue light shimmered within his eyes. The scintillating sun was far too bright for a normal cultivator to stare directly into, but that didn't seem to faze him at all, and he could clearly see everything that was going on within it. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly as he spread open his wings, disappearing on the spot as an arc of azure and white lightning. In the next instant, Han Li reappeared out of thin air before grabbing the air down below with a palm that was as pristine white as jade. 5 bone rings immediately surfaced on his 5 fingers before disappearing in a flash. 5 bursts of glacial flames were blasted from his fingertips, creating a sea of 5 colored flames that enshrouded a vast area down below. A crimson shadow that was around a foot in length suddenly appeared. It was a vibrant red blood dragon with an incomplete blood phoenix clamped tightly within its mouth. A small portion of the blood phoenix's body had disappeared, and the remaining portion of its body remained completely motionless in the blood dragon's mouth, as if it had lost all of its spiritual nature. Within the glacial flames, the blood dragon was scurrying around in a surreptitious manner, clearly attempting to flee the scene using the chaotic explosion to cover its tracks. However, never would it have thought that Han Li had an ability like the Brightsight Spirit Eyes. Not only was its location immediately identified, Han Li had even summoned his 5 glacial flames to ensnare it. With its body trapped within the 5 glacial flames, the blood dragon was moving at less than a tenth of its original speed, and all of its movements had become extremely slow and sluggish. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and the 5 glacial flames immediately swept back toward him, carrying the blood dragon within it. At the same time, Han Li opened his mouth to summon the Heaven Void Cauldron, which was enshrouded in a ball of azure light. "Don't you dare!" The blood dragon immediately let loose a roar of shock and fury as a streak of crimson light shot forth from its body, hurtling directly toward the cauldron. In this desperate situation, Long Dong's soul released its final bit of true spirit blood as a streak of sword chi in a final stand. If this was just a normal attack, then the Crimson Sword Chi would most likely be able to vanquish it. However, the Heaven Void Cauldron itself was also a divine spirit treasure, and the azure threads it unleashed were extremely versatile. Azure light immediately flashed in the air as most of the azure threads disappeared at Han Li's behest. The remaining threads also suddenly transformed into a streak of azure light to combat the oncoming crimson light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air around a foot above the crimson dragon, and a plume of azure threads shot forth from within space. The azure threads dispersed, instantly ensnaring the blood dragon and the blood phoenix within the 5-colored flames before drawing them toward the heaven void cauldron. All of a sudden, a ball of azure light suddenly emerged from the desperately struggling blood dragon. The ball of light flashed before appearing over 100 feet away, then flashed several times in quick succession to cover a distance of 300 to 400 feet. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as a burst of black light suddenly shot forth from his law destruction eye. A dull thump rang out in the air, following which the azure ball of light stumbled out of thin air, and it seemed to have dimmed significantly. However, before Han Li had a chance to unleash any other attacks, the azure ball of light abruptly flashed through the air, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Han Li's brows furrowed as the black light that had just accumulated within his third demonic eye dissipated. The law destruction eye did indeed possess the ability to puncture space, but he naturally couldn't do anything from such a long distance away. Meanwhile, the blood dragon and the blood phoenix had already been sealed away into his heaven void cauldron. The lid of the cauldron then came crashing down with a resounding boom. What everyone had failed to notice was that in that instant, 2 discrete specks of golden light suddenly emerged from one of Han Li's sleeves before disappearing into the cauldron in an extremely stealthy manner. At this moment, the other 4 cultivators were situated several thousand feet away from Han Li, and all of them were stunned to see Han Li capturing the true spirit blood while Long Dong fled for his life. The 2 Long family cultivators glanced at one another before immediately fleeing the scene as 2 streaks of light. Those ghosts and devils they had summoned also fled in hot pursuit. The direction they were escaping toward was none other than the one that Long Dong had just disappeared in. Yi Chu and Yi Ying displayed no intention to give chase. Instead, both of them flew toward Han Li. Moments later, the 2 of them appeared just over 100 feet away from Han Li. Yi Chu was looking at Han Li and his weeping soul beast with undisguised shock in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Ying wore a smile on her face, but her eyes were fixed on the azure cauldron in front of Han Li. It was quite clear that the 2 had become extremely wary of Han Li after he had captured the true spirit bloods. "Brother Han, thank you for your assistance. If it hadn't been for your efforts, the Long family would have most likely succeeded in their scheme. Rest assured, Brother Han, the conditions I promised you earlier remain unchanged. Your efforts won't be for nothing," Yi Ying said with a seductive smile. "Indeed. With the power of our Yi family, there are very few wishes what we won't be able to grant you," Yi Chu also said in a slow voice, but there was a barely disguised threat in her words. Han Li's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything as he patted the azure cauldron before him. A ringing sound erupted as the lid of the cauldron was lifted once again. The blood dragon and the blood phoenix both emerged at the opening of the cauldron with countless azure threads binding their bodies. Yi Ying and Yi Chu were ecstatic to see the true spirit bloods. A crimson light flashed past Yi Ying's face, and the indistinct projection of a miniature blood phoenix appeared for a split second. Han Li smiled as he flicked a finger toward the azure cauldron. All of the azure threads around the blood phoenix were immediately severed, and it was tossed toward Yi Ying. Yi Ying was ecstatic to see this, and she let loose a delicate cry as the other miniature blood phoenix flew forth from her body, crashing into the oncoming incomplete blood phoenix. Brilliant crimson light flashed, and the 2 of them combined as one without any impediment, forming a crimson ball that was around a foot in size. The ball was of an extremely vibrant shade of red, as if it had been forged from blood essence. After circling around in the air for a while, it transformed into a blood phoenix that was around a foot in size, flapping its wings as it flew in circles around Yi Ying. Yi Ying wore a smile on her face as she pointed a slim finger at the blood phoenix. Following a crisp heavenly cry, the blood phoenix spread its wings and disappeared into Yi Ying's body as a streak of crimson light. Immediately thereafter, a layer of crimson light surfaced over Yi Ying's body. At the same time, the indistinct projection of a blood phoenix appeared behind her. It was initially rather blurry, but it slowly became clearer and gradually stabilized. After a while, the blood phoenix projection disappeared, And Ying opened her eyes with excitement shining on her face. Most of my true phoenix blood has been recovered. There's still a small portion missing and it's most likely been forcibly devoured by this true dragon blood, so it won't be easy to separate it. Thankfully, the true dragon blood has also fallen in our hands. Brother Han, toss the true dragon blood over to me as well. Blood of this caliber has to be stored carefully as using ordinary containers could quite possibly damage its spiritual nature. Ying smiled as she flipped over her hand to produce a small purplish-golden gourd that was extremely intricate and beautiful. However, Han Li merely smiled in response, but showed no intention of handing over the true dragon blood. Fairy Yi, if I recall correctly, I seem to have only promised to help you recover your true spirit blood. Now that you've already recovered the heavenly phoenix blood, isn't it too greedy of you to ask for this true dragon blood as well? What are you trying to say, fellow Daoist Han? Could it be that you want to keep this true spirit blood for yourself? Yi Chu's voice immediately cooled as she shot daggers from her eyes. I may be an ascended cultivator, but I know the taboos of the true spirit families. I wouldn't dare to take the true dragon blood for myself. Even if I were to fuse the true spirit blood into my body, I'd end up being hunted by all of the true spirit families. Han Li replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Seeing as Han Li wasn't intending to take the true dragon blood for himself, Yi Ying's expression eased as she asked, "Then what do you propose, Brother Han?" "Hee, nothing much. This true dragon should be no less valuable than your heavenly phoenix blood. Your Yi family would be intent on getting your hands on it, right? If I were willing to offer up this item, what would you give me in exchange?" Han Li asked. "Hee, so you're looking for some benefits, Brother Han? That's no problem at all. State your price, Brother Han," Ying replied with a wide smile. "An item as precious as true spirit blood can't be exchanged for using mere spirit stones. Having said that, if you have 100 or so top-grade spirit stones, I can certainly consider it," Han Li said in an indifferent voice. Yi Ying's expression changed slightly, and she turned to exchange a glance with Yi Chu. After turning back to Han Li, her smile was a little more forced as she said, "Surely you jest, Brother Han. Even our Yi family won't be able to offer up so many top-grade spirit stones at once. If you're only looking for a few, I can try and source them for you." "If I'm only looking for a few top-grade spirit stones, I wouldn't trouble you too. I'd be able to source them on my own, albeit with a bit of effort," Han Li replied. "So what do you want? Go ahead and spit it out," Yi Chu urged in a cold voice, seemingly having run out of patience. "It's quite simple. I want one of the heavenly phoenix feathers in your possession, Senior Yi," Han Li said in a slow voice. "What heavenly phoenix feather? Have you been swindled by that black phoenix race cultivator?" Yi Chu's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, but her expression remained calm. "Do you think I'd believe that, Senior Yi? If you insist on denial, I wouldn't mind using a soul search technique on fellow Daoist Xiao. I only want a single feather. One heavenly phoenix feather in exchange for true dragon blood is a huge bargain for the two of you." Han Li's expression remained calm and collected. Yi Chu's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this, and she cast her gaze toward Yi Ying. Yi Ying pursed her lips a few times before asking, "What do you need this heavenly phoenix feather for? This item is also very useful to our Yi family, so would you be able to accept anything else instead? How about the 2 Xianxia dragon fruits I obtained earlier? I have a treasure that needs to be refined again, and that process just so happens to require a heavenly phoenix feather. As for Xianxia dragon fruits, those are quite tempting as well, but in comparison they obviously pale next to a heavenly phoenix feather," Han Li replied calmly. "So you're only after the heavenly phoenix feather, Brother Han? Is there no room for negotiation?" Yi Ying stared at the blood dragon atop the azure cauldron with an indecisive look on her face. "Hee, if you're in possession of immortal gaze pills or 9 heart spirit Xianxias, I wouldn't mind taking them as well," Han Li chuckled. If I had such things, why would I even need the true dragon blood? I could just take those to ascend to the spatial tempering and body integration stages. Alright, you have yourself a deal. I'll exchange for the true dragon blood with a heavenly phoenix feather." Yi Ying gritted her teeth and agreed in the end. Yi Chu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed her words in the end. Han Li's eyes immediately lit up. That's a very wise decision, fellow Daoist Yi. If you'd allow me to examine the phoenix feather in order to verify its authenticity first, I'll immediately hand over the true dragon blood. You wouldn't be worried that I'll take the treasure and leave, right? Han Li said with a smile. Yi Ying sighed and turned to Yi Chu as she instructed, Big Sister Chu, give him a phoenix feather. Yes, young mistress. Yi Chu hesitated momentarily but did as she was told in the end. She swept a hand over her storage bracelet to produce a fiery red jade box. Not only was this jade box of a vibrant crimson color, its surface was engraved with fiery patterns. Upon being produced, it began to emanate a scorching aura, and the surrounding temperatures were instantly raised significantly. Flame jade. Han Li was quite taken aback at the sight of this jade box. So you also recognize the materials of this jade box, Brother Han? Indeed, this is Myriad Year Flame Jade, which ranks alongside Myriad Year Profound Jade. Only a container constructed from rare extreme fire tribute materials like this can ensure that the phoenix feather doesn't lose any of its spiritual qi, Yi Ying said with a slightly smug smile on her face. Only true spirit families like your Yi family would bear to use such a precious material to construct a container, Han Li chuckled. Yi Chu removed the lid of the box in an expressionless manner to reveal 3 5-colored long feathers, each of which was around 3 feet in length. She pointed a finger at one of the feathers and it drifted out of the box before hovering over to Han Li. A serious expression appeared on Han Li's face as he made a grabbing motion toward the feather, and it was slowly drawn into his grasp. He then began to stroke it with his finger and carefully examine it. The feather was glittering and translucent, and 5-colored runes were shimmering indistinctly over its surface. The spiritual qi emanating from it was also quite extraordinary. There's no mistaking it. This is indeed a heavenly phoenix feather, Han Li nodded with a content expression as he said. It would most likely be impossible to try and artificially replicate such a brilliant treasure anyway. He flipped over his palm to produce a pristine white jade box that was emanating astonishing glacial qi. It was none other than a jade box constructed from myriad year profound jade. Yi Chu and Yi Ying couldn't help but exchange a surprised glance upon seeing this box. Han Li placed the heavenly phoenix feather into the box, and white light flashed, following which the jade box disappeared. Seeing as I've received the phoenix feather, the true dragon blood naturally belongs to you two now. Han Li glanced at Yi Chu and Yi Ying with a smile on his face before flicking a finger toward the azure cauldron. Following a crisp clang, the azure threads around the blood dragon unraveled, and it was tossed toward the two women. Spiritual light flashed around the blood dragon's body as it began to struggle in midair, looking as if it wanted to run away. However, Yi Ying was prepared for this well in advance, and she immediately lifted the gourd in her hands with an elated expression. A loud buzzing sound immediately rang out, and a swath of blue light abruptly swept forth from the opening of the gourd. The blue light flashed and enveloped the blood dragon's body before dragging it toward her. Yi Chu and Yi Ying immediately began to examine the blood dragon with an intense unblinking gaze, scanning through its body with their spiritual sense over and over again at the same time. After a long while, Yi Chu exhaled and finally nodded in approval. It really is true dragon blood. A smile also appeared on Yi Ying's face. She made a hand seal and the blue light forcibly shrank the blood dragon before drawing it into her gourd. Yi Ying stowed away her gourd before turning to Han Li with a sweet smile. You really are a man of your word, Brother Han. Would you be interested in becoming a guest of our Yi family when we return to Deep Heaven City? Our Yi family has always treated brilliant cultivators like you with kindness and respect. Deep Heaven City? I have no intention of going back there anytime soon. I'm going to remain in the primordial world for a while, and I won't be going back in the near future, Han Li immediately replied without any hesitation. Han Li's response came as quite a surprise to the two women. A wistful expression appeared on Yi Ying's face, but she didn't press the issue any further as she said, in that case then so be it. However, if you change your mind, you can come to our Yi family at any time, Brother Han. I would be sure to arrange a splendid welcome for you. In the meantime we should get away from this place. Otherwise the beings from the wood race may track us down soon. Also, that fellow Daoist from the Black Phoenix race must be quite a headache for you, right, Brother Han? How about you leave her to me? Yi Ying turned to the divine essence-fused mountain with a smile on her face. I'll have to trouble you then. She is indeed a rather troublesome prospect for me, Han Li immediately agreed. Thus, he waved a hand toward the divine essence-fused mountain, and it shrank drastically amid a brilliant flash of gray light. Following a few flashes, It had been reduced to a miniature mountain that was only around 10 feet tall. The miniature mountain then disappeared amid a dull boom, revealing Xiaohong lying motionlessly in the crater below it. Yi Chu was already prepared well in advance, and as soon as the miniature mountain disappeared, she flicked her 5 fingers down below. 5 streaks of green light came pouring down and instantly reached the air directly above the Black Phoenix. These streaks of green light then exploded to form a green net that ensnared the phoenix within. Yi Chu then made a hand seal and began to chant something. Spiritual light flashed from the green net, and it immediately began to contract. What was quite remarkable was that the Black Phoenix was also shrinking along with the net, and was reduced down to around half a foot in size in the blink of an eye. Yi Chu ceased her chanting before making a grabbing motion downward, upon which the green net flew up toward her as a ball of green light. Following a few flashes, the ball of green light disappeared up her sleeve. At this moment, Han Li cupped his fist in a salute and said something that came as quite a surprise to the 2 women. I have some matters to be taken care of, so this where we part. We haven't passed through the skyline yet, so we're still within Wood Tribe territory. I think it's best that you stick with us, Brother Han, Ying said with a hint of surprise in her eyes. No thanks. I really do have something that needs to be taken care of, and it won't be convenient for me to travel with the 2 of you. I'll be taking my leave now. Han Li shook his head in a decisive manner before stowing away his treasures and the weeping soul beast, then flying away as a streak of azure light. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had disappeared into the distance. Yi Ying and Yi Chu glanced at one another following Han Li's abrupt departure. He's made a smart decision. Could it be that he's aware that we have more allies outside? Yi Ying furrowed her brows in a rather gloomy manner. Perhaps. Even if that's not the case, it's a testament to how cautious he is. He hasn't given us the slightest opportunity to place him in a disadvantageous position. Otherwise, with the allies deployed by the family leader on our side, we have a very good chance of keeping him, Yi Chu replied. Big Sister Chu, you used a secret technique earlier to transmit your voice to me, urging me not to attack him. You're already a cultivator at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, couldn't we have brought him down together? Perhaps there was no need to even offer that heavenly phoenix feather. Yi Ying was still clearly rather forlorn at the fact that they were forced to offer up a heavenly phoenix feather. If I only had to defeat him, then I'm at least 70% confident in my ability to do so at a very conservative estimate. However, killing him or capturing him alive is an entirely different story. You've witnessed that man's abilities and treasures, young mistress. He was able to capture that Black Phoenix race cultivator alive in just a few exchanges. And the sword formation he set up at the end is even capable of destroying divine spirit treasures. Furthermore, that spirit beast of his is even more peculiar. Even if I'd been in its place, I wouldn't have been able to bring down that faceless ghost monarch so easily. Furthermore, he was quite relaxed throughout the entire battle, so he must have some other trump cards up his sleeve. If he destroys the true dragon blood in a fit of rage, then that'd be a devastating loss to us. Heavenly phoenix feathers are rare, but we'll have further opportunities to find them. However, true dragon blood can only be found in the Long family among the human race, and we don't know how many more generations would pass before another lineal descendant with a bloodline as pure as Long Dong would appear, Yi Chu explained. After a prolonged silence, Yi Ying sighed in a resigned manner. I'm aware of this as well. That man's abilities and treasures are indeed quite extraordinary. Seeing as even Big Sister Chu wasn't confident in bringing him down, then I think we made the right decision. In any case, we've obtained the true dragon blood, so surely the family leader won't blame us for anything. The true dragon blood is far too important for us to be taking risks with it. Thankfully, that man was quite smart and didn't force our hand. In any case, let's get out of here. The battle from earlier was quite a fierce one. Who knows if we've attracted the attention of the Wood Tribe already? Yi Chu nodded and rustled her sleeve to summon that massive wooden bird again. The 2 women flew into the bird's body as streaks of light, and the bird immediately transformed into a ball of green light that flew away into the distance like a shooting star. Meanwhile, Han Li was already thousands of kilometers away. As he flew through the air, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes as his lips curled up into a smile. All of a sudden, he opened his mouth to expel the Heaven Void Cauldron again. Han Li carried the miniature cauldron with one hand before gently tapping its lid to open up a small gap. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and 2 golden shadows emerged from the gap. After circling through the air for a while, they settled on the cauldron's lid, and revealed themselves to be a pair of thumb-sized gold-devouring beetles. Han Li smiled as he opened his mouth again to blast forth 2 balls of pure spiritual qi that enshrouded the pair of spirit insects. Brilliant golden light erupted from the bodies of the gold-devouring beetles, and they swelled to around half a foot in size, giving off a rather menacing appearance. Han Li began to chant something, and the 2 giant insects suddenly opened their mouths in unison. Crimson light flashed and 2 small balls of blood emerged from within their mouths. Han Li's eyes lit up as he made a grabbing motion to draw the balls of blood toward him. When he opened his 5 fingers again, a miniature blood dragon and a miniature blood phoenix, each of which was only several inches in length, had appeared on his palm. Han Li had somehow managed to retain a bit of the true spirit bloods for himself. Yi Ying and Yi Chu had been extremely cautious, but never would they have thought that Han Li would possess mature gold-devouring beetles that were capable of devouring all things. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have allowed Han Li to recover the spirit blood. After all, unless special secret techniques or treasures were used, true spirit blood couldn't be split up, so they had become complacent, thinking that there wouldn't be any issues. Han Li looked at the miniature blood dragon and blood phoenix in his palm, both of which were desperately attempting to fly away, and azure light shimmered from his fingers to ensnare them as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Han Li hadn't decided on how he was going to use these 2 true spirit bloods. However, one thing was for sure. True spirit blood was definitely extremely precious and was most likely equal in value to some legendary immortal pills. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about true spirit families and true spirit bloodlines, so he didn't know what to do for the moment. As such, he could only make a decision after conducting more thorough research on true spirit blood in the future. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed as he abruptly flipped a hand over to produce a shimmering silver wooden box. He placed the miniature blood dragon and blood phoenix into the box, then swept his sleeve through the air to plaster several talismans onto the box. Silver light flashed and the wooden box disappeared. After doing all that, Han Li cast his gaze toward the extremely far distance, and his eyes narrowed reflexively. All of a sudden, an incredulous look on his face. "It's that guy." His pursuer's spiritual sense was extremely powerful, so it was definitely too late for him to run. The high zenith invisibility talisman most likely wouldn't help him in this situation either. However, his pursuer's aura was significantly more feeble than it was before, suggesting that it had suffered severe injuries. Qing Yuanzi was able to combat a body integration cultivator at just the spatial tempering stage using his aurit sword formation. Even though my cultivation base is inferior to Qing Yuanzi's, I should still be able to hold my own against a half-dead opponent like this one. On top of that, I have some other trump cards up my sleeve that I can use should the situation demand it. Han Li's mind was racing rapidly, and he was beginning to regret parting with Yi Chu and Yi Ying. If he was still with them, then he wouldn't have had to face this crisis. However, there was no use in crying over spilled milk, and Han Li quickly refocused his attention on the situation at hand. After making a decision, he immediately flew downward as a streak of azure light. Following a few flashes, he appeared on the summit of a small mountain. He then rustled his sleeve to produce his 72 golden flying swords, all of which multiplied into several hundred streaks of sword qi at his behest, then disappeared into the surrounding area. He had set up his aurit sword formation again. After that, Han Li laid a hand on the back of his head, and a swath of gray light rose up into the air, then dispersed to form a gray light barrier that enshrouded his body within. At the same time, he rustled his other sleeve to produce 5 white skulls. All 5 skulls opened their mouths in unison to blast forth the 5 glacial flames, which combined with the gray light. As he stood within the gray light, Han Li made a hand seal and the flames gradually expanded, forming a thick 5-colored halo that rotated around his body. Almost at the exact same moment, a thunderclap erupted behind Han Li as a pair of azure and white wings surfaced on his back. After doing all that, Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky in the distance with a grim expression on his face. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the distance and a ball of silver light came hurtling toward him. Following a few flashes, it appeared in the sky above the mountain that Han Li was situated on. The silver light receded to reveal a green humanoid figure wearing a faint silver belt. It was none other than the low silver tier high-grade wood spirit that had appeared in the blackleaf forest. Han Li's pupils contracted as he instantly began appraising his assailant. From its external appearance, this silver tier wood spirit appeared to have remained completely unchanged compared to when it was in the blackleaf forest. However, the spiritual pressure emanating from its body had been more than halved, which suggested that it really was carrying severe injuries. Han Li heaved an internal sigh of relief upon making these observations. If he had been mistaken and his assailant was completely unscathed, then he would have immediately fled the scene. However, when he thought about it, it wasn't a surprise that this silver tier wood spirit had been wounded. The heavenly phoenix body that Yi Ying was able to summon through stimulation of her true spirit blood was truly fearsome, far more powerful than this high-grade wood spirit. It was tracking the two women earlier, so they must have battled one another, thereby resulting in its current condition. However, what came as quite a surprise to Han Li was that this wood spirit was so persistent despite the injuries it had suffered. It had given up on pursuing Yi Ying and Yi Chu, choosing to go after Han Li instead, most likely because it was too scared to go after them again following their previous battle. However, it couldn't return to the wood tribe empty-handed, so it had to at least capture Han Li. Having analyzed the situation, Han Li was feeling rather gloomy. The silver tier wood spirit cast its gaze toward Han Li before abruptly throwing a fist at him from afar without so much as a single word. The sharp screeching sound of a space being torn apart immediately erupted. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li felt a burst of tremendous force strike the protective barrier he'd set up around him. The five-colored halo tremored as the gray light barrier twisted and warped while Han Li was forced to stumble back several steps. Azure light flashed over his face several times in quick succession before he finally managed to barely arrest his momentum. Han Li's expression changed slightly following that attack. That strike was packing at least several tens of tons of force. Thankfully, he possessed a body far more powerful than that of normal cultivators of the same cultivation. Otherwise, even a spatial tempering cultivator would have found that attack quite difficult to withstand. It appeared that silver tier wood spirits were even more fearsome than the legends suggested. The wood spirit was quite surprised to see Han Li handling that attack so easily. Seemingly having realized that Han Li wasn't as weak and frail as it had imagined, it harumphed coldly before striding forward expressionlessly. Brilliant silver light erupted from its body as it appeared just over 100 feet away from Han Li in a flash. At the same time, a suit of green wooden armor abruptly appeared over its body. The surface of the armor was shimmering with silver light and riddled with countless sharp spikes that differed in length. The ordinary-looking wood spirit suddenly appeared a lot more sinister and menacing. Han Li's pupils contracted as he flapped his wings, upon which he disappeared on the spot as an arc of azure and white lightning. In the next instant he appeared over 300 feet away, having already made a hand seal and begun chanting something. The wood spirit immediately strode forward again without any hesitation, rushing directly toward Han Li. However, the wood spirit had only traveled just over 100 feet when 7 or 8 shimmering golden threads appeared before it without any premonition. The wood spirit's heart jolted with surprise as azure light shimmering from its fingers, and it immediately grabbed toward the golden threads. The azure light and golden threads came into contact with one another amid a series of dull thumps, and spiritual light intertwined as the two opposing forces came to an impasse. A hint of surprise flashed through the wood spirit's eyes as it spread open the fingers on its hand, summoning the same azure light to try and join in on the attack. However, right at this moment, golden light flashed in rapid succession in the nearby area as a series of golden threads emerged out of thin air. All of them had appeared very close to the wood spirit, and they converged toward it as if they were trying to slice his body into pieces. These golden threads were traveling extremely quickly and the wood spirit was yet to ascertain their power, so it naturally wasn't willing to take any reckless risks. As such, it twisted around and an identical green silhouette appeared around 70 to 80 feet behind it. The golden threads flashed through the air, slicing the wood spirit into countless segments, but they had merely struck an afterimage. At this moment, more and more of these golden threads began to appear around the wood spirit. All of them were shimmering with frosty light as they slowly converged toward it. "This is a sword formation," the wood spirit exclaimed. It immediately brought its hands together, and a ball of piercing silver light appeared between its palms. After separating its hands, A loud explosion erupted as countless streaks of silver light shot forth in all directions, striking the oncoming golden threads. The golden threads and silver light clashed amid a string of resounding booms, creating a vibrant display of golden and silver radiance. These streaks of silver light appeared to be even more powerful than the sword formation as they were able to shatter the oncoming golden threads. The wood spirit's body swayed and it shot forth as a green shadow, attempting to take this opportunity to escape from the sword formation. In the next instant it appeared around 500 to 600 feet away. It was on the brink of escaping from the sword formation. However, right at this moment, a loud thunderclap erupted up ahead as Han Li appeared out of thin air with azure and white arcs of lightning revolving around his body. He then immediately lashed out with a pair of fists, one of which was white while the other was black, creating a devastating dual attack. The wood spirit didn't have time to think as it continued to race ahead. In response to Han Li's attack, it swiped its arms through the air to send countless claw projections hurtling toward his fists. Following two loud rumbling booms, the fists and claw projections collided amid a deafening commotion. Han Li was immediately sent flying while the wood spirit was also forced to stumble backward. When the wood spirit finally arrested its momentum and attempted to charge out of the sword formation again, the vanquished golden threads had appeared again and were converging toward it. As such, it could only return to its original spot as a dark expression appeared on its face. This silver tier wood spirit was already being struck with the feeling that it was perhaps a mistake to try and hunt down this human cultivator. During the upcoming period of time, the wood spirit unleashed a few more powerful abilities, but every time it was about to escape from the sword formation, it would be forced back by Han Li's fists or his treasures. Furthermore, the golden threads that were destroyed only took a short time to recover before sweeping toward it again. With Han Li's current immense power in conjunction with his extremely robust body, even the wood spirit was unable to forcibly steamroll over him and escape from the sword formation. Of course, this was only because the wood spirit was severely wounded and could only muster up around half of its full power. Otherwise, Han Li wouldn't be able to stand in its path at all. However, as things currently were, Han Li really was able to trap a silver tier wood spirit through the use of his Aurit sword formation. At this moment, the countless sword threads within the sword formation were converging once again. The wood spirit's eyes flashed and it could sense that it was in some peril. All of a sudden, it stopped what it was doing and stood motionlessly within the sword formation. However, silver light was surging erratically over its suit of wooden armor, and all of the spikes on the armor began to tremor gently while emitting a dull ringing sound. Han Li's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, and brilliant azure light erupted from his body as he poured forth even more power into the sword formation. Right at this moment, the wood spirit suddenly threw its head back and let loose a long cry. The suit of armor it was wearing shuddered before the silver spikes shot forth in all directions like countless arrows. Silver light flashed and there seemed to be no end to these sharp silver spikes. Loud booms rang out incessantly as golden and silver light clashed over and over again. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. However, that wasn't the end. As the wood spirit unleashed a relentless barrage of silver spikes, its body also swelled drastically. The projection of an ancient tree that was around 100 feet tall appeared behind the wood spirit, and its branches and leaves were still rapidly elongating, spreading toward all directions in a frenzy. The ancient tree projection was entirely green in color, and it remained completely unscathed in the face of the attacks from the sword threads. The Aurit sword formation was already in tatters from the relentless assault of silver spikes, and after being swept aside with reckless abandon by the rapidly expanding tree projection, the golden threads were finally no longer able to come together. The sword formation had been broken. Han Li's heart sank, but before he had a chance to unleash any further attacks, the silver tier wood spirit harumphed coldly, "Your sword formation is indeed rather peculiar, but I've now released my soul link spirit tree. In my current state with spirit and tree combined as one, your fate of death is sealed." The wood spirit made a hand seal and brilliant green light erupted from its body as it transformed into a projection, disappearing into the ancient tree projection behind it in a flash, seemingly having fused itself with the tree. An incredible scene then ensued. The ancient tree projection suddenly began to emanate a burst of astonishing spiritual pressure, following which it transformed into a green giant that was around 100 feet tall. Not only did the giant have a tree canopy above its head, its four limbs were also quite lush and green, making it appear as if it were a humanoid tree. On the trunk of the tree was a giant face that was identical to that of the wood spirit. This was the true form of beings from the wood tribe, the wood spirit body. At this moment the torrent of silver spikes had ceased, and the green giant was the only thing remaining in the sword formation. Han Li was a little flabbergasted as he looked on, but he still immediately activated the sword formation again to summon the golden threads that had disappeared. As soon as those golden threads emerged, they swept toward the giant once again. However, the green giant merely stood on the spot and appraised Han Li with a hint of mockery in its eyes. The sharp screech of metal grating on metal rang out amid flashes of golden and green light. All of the golden threads were repelled while the green giant remained completely unscathed. Hee, a mere deity transformation cultivator like you is trying to harm my soul link spirit tree? What a joke. I'll have to hibernate for 100 years after using my wood spirit body, but even the so-called divine spirit treasures of your human race won't be able to harm me in my current state. You should just give up and resign yourself to death. The giant chuckled coldly before striding forward, completely shrugging off the golden threads around it as it covered a distance of 70 to 80 feet. One more step would almost take it right to where Han Li was standing. Han Li's lips twitched as he withdrew the five-colored halo around his body. In the next instant, the halo appeared around the giant's waist amid a resounding boom. The oncoming giant's speed suddenly faltered significantly as it was reduced to less than a tenth of its original speed. Han Li was elated to see this, and he hurriedly pointed a finger toward the green giant. A silver fire raven abruptly emerged from the ground, opening its mouth to blast forth several balls of silver flames as it rose up into the air. It then spread its wings, and scorching silver flames erupted all over its body as it also pounced toward the giant. A few rumbling thunderclaps rang out as several silver balls of lightning surfaced beneath the giant's feet. Immediately thereafter, balls of silver flames exploded, completely inundating the giant, creating a thunderous commotion in the process. In the distance, a set of golden and silver robes appeared over Han Li's body as he flew over into the air directly above the giant. The robes spread open at Han Li's behest before swelling to several times its original size. Following an earth-shattering thunderclap, golden and silver fist-sized balls of lightning came raining down in a torrential downpour, crashing down toward the spot where the green giant was situated. The ground below was transformed into a sea of a golden and silver lightning that was interspersed with scorching silver flames. However, Han Li had no intention of ending things there. He let loose a loud cry, and the entire Aurit sword formation completely vanished. Several hundred streaks of golden sword chi immediately surfaced in the surrounding area before converging toward the center at Han Li's behest. All of them disappeared into the lightning and silver flames, creating an even louder string of explosions. Only then did Han Li retreat back to over 100 feet away, where he surveyed the situation from afar. He was sure that even if a cultivator at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage were to be struck by his lightning robe, lightning beads, spirit engulfing heavenly flames, and flying swords at once, they definitely wouldn't be able to emerge unscathed. As for body integration cultivators, only the heavens knew if the combination of those attacks would have any effect. Following the span of a few breaths, the lightning finally began to dissipate. The giant's body was revealed once again, and it appeared that it hadn't moved so much as a single inch from its original spot. Han Li's heart immediately sank as he assessed the giant's condition. The giant's body was shimmering and glittering as if it had been carved from a block of translucent green jade. What was even more incredible was that it was entirely smooth and unscathed. Such a fearsome barrage of attacks hadn't even hurt it in the slightest. Meanwhile, the giant's massive hands were locked around the five-colored halo around its waist, and it clenched its 10 fingers tightly to crush the halo with its immense power. After doing so, the giant threw its head back and chortled heartily before abruptly stomping a foot into the ground in a violent motion. A green halo of spiritual light immediately proliferated through the air, sweeping through the scorching silver flames. Amid the flash of green light, the silver fire raven was forced to reveal itself, and was ensnared by this mysterious spiritual light. The spirit engulfing heavenly flames was capable of devouring all types of spiritual powers, but it was completely powerless in the face of this green light. As for the 72 azure bamboo cloudswarm swords in the air, The green giant paid them no heed at all, allowing them to strike its body, upon which they would be immediately repelled by flashes of green light. There were even a dozen or so flying swords among them that began to dim significantly after striking the giant's body a few times, and they began to emit cries of anguish. These were none other than the flying swords that had been most heavily affected by the detonation of the blood crystal Mo sword. These flying swords were damaged by the explosion to begin with, and only barely managed to contribute to setting up the Orit sword formation. After being repelled by the green giant's body several times, they were completely spent. Han Li's expression changed drastically as he waved a hand to summon all of the flying swords back to him. The sword flew back rapidly, quickly shrinking in the process before disappearing up his sleeve. I now possess an indestructible body. Even beings with a slightly superior cultivation base won't be able to harm me. If you can hurt me in my current state, I could consider letting you go, the giant chortled in a deafening voice as it crossed its arms with an expression of extreme arrogance on its face. After transforming into this giant form, this silver tierwood spirit was far more powerful than before, and its body had also become vastly more robust. None of Han Li's attacks had any effect on it, and that was quite concerning for him. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the massive gulf between a silver tierwood spirit and a spatial tempering cultivator. Having cultivated the Provenance True Devil Arts and the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, he was naturally aware that his powers went far beyond the realm of his cultivation base. However, he had never established a clear gauge on his exact power level. Deity transformation cultivators were definitely no match for him, and he hadn't encountered any opportunities to test his powers against spatial tempering cultivators. After witnessing the spatial tempering stage Yi Chu and the two Long family cultivators in battle, he was under the impression that he was comparable to them in power if he were to unleash all of his abilities. In the case of the Long family cultivators, whose devils and ghosts were vulnerable to his divine Devilbane lightning, there was even a good chance that he would be able to defeat them. If he had known this earlier, he would have fought the Crimson Shadow he had encountered in the Shadow Tribe without resorting to using his gold-devouring beetles. On this occasion, he knew that he would be unable to escape the detection of the silver tierwood spirit's powerful spiritual sense, so he could only take the initiative by setting up the Orit sword formation in advance to fight for his life. Otherwise, facing such a powerful being in direct combat would be nothing short of suicidal. However, never would he have thought that even a severely wounded silver tierwood spirit could be this powerful. None of his secret techniques or treasures could harm it, and its speed and power had also undergone drastic improvements. This ability of the wood spirit was insane. In this situation, there was only one more strategy that he could try. If that didn't work, then he would have to resort to fleeing using his blood shadow evasion technique in the hope that he could encounter something that would save him during his escape. In any case, he definitely wasn't going to give up and offer his head on a silver platter. With these thoughts racing through Han Li's mind, the indecision in his eyes disappeared, and was replaced by renewed determination. Without uttering a single word, he suddenly flapped his thunderstorm wings, and after several flashes, arcs of azure and white lightning began to revolve around his wings, forming a series of fist-sized azure and white balls of lightning. These balls of lightning were crackling loudly as Han Li made a hand seal with a grim expression on his face. Azure light flashed on either side of his body, and 4 identical azure figures appeared, all of which had wings on their backs. Interesting, the green giant chuckled nonchalantly upon seeing this. The 5 azure figures wore grave expressions as they shot forth through the air, transforming into white threads in the process before disappearing in a flash. The green giant chortled as it abruptly swung a massive hand toward a certain spot that was several tens of feet away. A loud boom erupted as the space there was shattered and warped. A dozen or so white threads immediately emerged from the spatial cracks before stumbling out as a series of azure figures. The giant made a grabbing motion with its massive hand, and a burst of immense invisible power swept past, crushing all of these azure figures into nothingness. It was clear that the figures were a result of Han Li's abilities. Following that, black light flashed from the top of the giant's head. Another azure figure flickered into space and silently swept down. However, the giant already anticipated this, and he raised his head, releasing an emerald green beam of light from his head. The beam of light was as thick as a barrel and incredibly fast. As a result, the azure figure was unable to dodge and took the blow directly. A miserable scream sounded, followed by the fall of the azure figure. The giant sneered. But then purple light shined from behind the figure, radiating brightly. Another silhouette inconceivable appeared. It waved its sleeve and released hundreds of golden specks of light. The newly appeared silhouette was Han Li. At such a close distance, even the giant immediately sensed the azure figure, but he was too late to stop it. He only heard the sharp patter of rain as the golden specks all struck the back of the giant. Enraged, the giant roared and a large green hand warped, arriving above Han Li's head. It overbearingly swept down. Han Li didn't panic. He unfolded his wings, wanting to flicker into a void. But then the giant flicked two of his fingers with a cold snort. Their fingernails shot off in a tremble and disappeared in a blur. A moment later, two green streaks pierced through Han Li's wings at inconceivable speed. The sounds of thunder suddenly stopped. In great alarm, Han Li thought of another way to dodge, but it was too late. The giant's hand radiated with green light and Han Li felt his surroundings grow tense as if it had turned to steel. Even with the immense power of his body, Han Li's movements slowed and he found it difficult to escape. In that delay, the giant green hand firmly grabbed him. The green giant's strength was absolutely no weaker than Han Li's. The giant sinisterly smiled at seeing his strike land true and revealed a violent expression. Green light surged through his hand as he exerted strength in his hand, intending on crushing Han Li alive. Han Li's face largely changed and he suddenly muttered an incantation. Azure light continued to surge through his body, glaring from the giant's hand. Then his body seemed to become crushed as it turned into specks of light. The spirit light condensed in a nearby space, creating an azure talisman. Suddenly it swept off into the distance. The giant looked at the display with surprise. 100 meters away, space fluctuated, followed by the flicker of Han Li's appearance. Although he was somewhat pale, he quickly collected himself and summoned the azure talisman into his hand. As he found himself in a moment of peril, he used the spirit form talisman's ability to substitute himself, thus allowing him to escape calamity and displace himself a distance away. After tempering the talisman for so many years, the spirit form talisman's abilities were far greater than before. At that moment, the giant spat out a beam of light at the silhouette, suddenly blurring as he approached the haggard Han Li. However, despite Han Li's ruined clothing and pale complexion, he turned to look at the giant with a sinister smile. Astonishingly, this was a different Han Li. The giant blinked and couldn't help but show his bewilderment. The Han Li before him immediately lit up with black light and suddenly shrunk into a black-haired monkey that was only a half-foot tall. It was the Weeping Soul Beast. When Han Li launched his previous attack, he secretly released the Weeping Soul Beast and had it take his form. The Silver Tearwood spirit had been too distracted to notice. With the protection of his illusions and the Weeping Soul Beast, he activated the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman and was able to quietly escape. Otherwise, with the wood spirit's immense spiritual sense, Han Li truly wouldn't have been able to fool the giant at such a close distance. The green giant faintly sensed that something was amiss and recalled the golden specks that Han Li released from his sleeve. Then his expression sank as he swiped at his back. As one that was both person and tree, the wood spirit's body was extremely hardy, but his body's senses was dull. Originally, he didn't believe that Han Li had a true method of harming him. But after he swiped his hand behind him, his eyes lit up as he discovered several inch-large golden beetles laying in his palm. What is this? The huge giant was startled and soon he clenched his hand, but he unfolded it to discover the beetles were safe. His face drastically changed. When Han Li saw this from a distance, a fierce expression appeared on his face and he gave the beetles a command with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, the giant's back flared with golden light as half-foot-long golden beetles began to strangely appear. They crawled over half of the giant's body and began wildly devouring it. Han Li watched with an emotionless expression, but his heart stirred. Although the gold-devouring beetles were said to have nothing they couldn't eat, that was only a record in the mortal realm. It was also recorded that wood and jade treasures could restrain them. The wood spirit tribe's half-human half-tree fusion was truly bizarre. Although their bodies resembled huge trees, he wasn't able to determine if they could be considered wood-type treasures. As the experiment went on, the giant soon let out a scream of agony. He slapped at his back with all his might, but the beetles continued to fiercely consume him. His near indestructible crystalline body was now being easily torn apart by the beetles. With several hundred of these beetles gnawing away at the giant sensed the agony of being torn apart despite his dulled senses. Han Li was overjoyed. After he waved his sleeve to collect the weeping soul beast, his body lit up with azure light and he tore through the sky as an azure streak. Although the gold-devouring beetles were enough to deal with the giant, he couldn't deal with any of the giant's full-powered attacks. It'd be best if he put distance between them. Gold-devouring beetles. Fully matured gold-devouring beetles. You actually possessed such demonic insects. The giant's screams sounded as if it was having a most fearsome nightmare. Soon after, the sounds of repeated explosions sounded and green lights instantly filled most of the sky. Han Li didn't turn around and continued his escape with all his speed. In the blink of an eye he was over the horizon. After several more flickers he was long gone. A short moment later, a huge ball of light raced to the sky where the giant originally stood. It flew off past the sky in defeat. The faint silhouette of the badly damaged giant could be seen within. There was a cloud of golden insects closely pursuing it. With one trailing after another they flew off a different direction from Han Li. Not long after, the golden beetle cloud buzzed as they circled and flew back. Not only did they return to their inch-large size, but beetles flew in unorganized disarray. Fortunately, the gold-devouring beetles weren't slow. They streaked past the air like bolts of lightning. 500 kilometers away in an area with scattered rocks, Han Li sat cross-legged with a pale complexion. He was doing his utmost to command the beetles back to him. He already consumed a truly significant portion of his spiritual sense. When the beetles finally returned to him, he eventually lost control of his body as it trembled and fell. At that same time he put his hands behind his head and let out a painful groan. A quarter hour later he was able to collect himself and sit back up. Using the beetles had been extremely dangerous, resulting in nearly all his spiritual sense being wasted. But even so, his spiritual sense only suffered minor damage. It seemed he wouldn't be able to use the beetles for pursuit to prevent excessive drain. Nevertheless, if he hadn't pursued the wood spirit with the gold-devouring beetles, the wood spirit would have discovered something amiss and wouldn't have given up so easily. Now the silver-tier wood spirit suffered much damage from the gold-devouring beetles. Even if he was braver, he wouldn't dare to continue tangling with Han Li. Han Li stroked the spirit beast ring underneath his sleeves and let out a long breath. In a secret forest myriad kilometers away, the silver-tier wood spirit Mu Rui was sitting underneath a huge tree in his giant form. One of his arms and nearly half of his body had disappeared, but countless green specks of light flew out from the forest and wildly rushed into his body. The giant's missing body parts regrew at a visible speed. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the specks of light ceased and the giant's body was completely restored. But when he opened his eyes, they now appeared exceptionally dim. He held his hands in an incantation gesture and the giant's body spat out a hollow phantom. It then blurred and condensed into a pale green-skinned wood spirit. The giant then flashed with light and scattered away, turning into a huge tree. After the wood spirit returned to its original form, he glanced in the direction where he fought with Han Li. How very troublesome. This person possesses hundreds of gold-devouring beetles. If I were in peak condition, I could take the risk of killing him and have the beetles lose control. But after receiving 2 heavy injuries in succession, I suffered too much damage to my spirit tree. If I encounter those beetles again, I might truly die. It appears that I have no choice but to give up pursuit. After his expression wavered while in thought, he eventually shook his head and came to a decision. He turned into a ball of silver light and soared back in the direction of Black Leaves Forest. Not long after, Han Li restored a portion of his spiritual sense in another area. Not daring to stay in the area any longer, he suppressed his migraine and tore through the sky in an azure streak. He was heading in the direction of the southern skyline. 2 months later, Han Li arrived above a barren plateau. Soon after, he sought out a small earthy mountain in a remote place and burrowed into it with a yellow flash. In the heart of the mountain he easily dug out a hidden room 30 meters wide and put it into order. Then he drank several medicine pills and sat down cross-legged. A month later Han Li opened his eyes, revealing their recovered spirit. His spirit, mind and body made a full recovery. Han Li didn't immediately stand up. Rather, he started to mutter to himself inside the hidden room. Not long after, he shook his sleeve and summoned an azure ring in his palm. It was the storage bracelet of the Black Phoenix clan's Xiaohong. Although he suppressed her with the divine essence-fused mountain and spared her life, her storage bracelet was another story. It could be considered the price for sparing her life. As a demon cultivator and direct descendant of her clan, Han Li was very interested in what lay inside the storage bracelet. With a brief look at the bracelet with his spiritual sense, his face lit up in joy. It possessed many rare treasures. First off, demon beast materials occupied nearly half of the storage bracelet, with most of them rarely seen on the market. As a member of one of the 7 great demon clans, she should have a far easier time gathering materials compared to humans. He was also overjoyed to find 8 various colored top-grade spirit stones shining in the corner. Although this was the spirit realm, top-grade spirit stones weren't nearly as precious as one might imagine in the mortal realm. However, they weren't easily acquired either. Top-grade spirit stones were held in small number by high-grade cultivators, but never in large numbers. In particular, one of the white spirit stones was a rarely seen wind attribute spirit stone, much to Han Li's delight. Ever since he entered Deep Heaven City, he always wanted to acquire one. In addition to this, there were also magic tools and various ancient treasures that didn't catch Han Li's eyes. These items couldn't compare to his divine essence-fused mountain and his heaven void cauldron. Perhaps Xiaohong didn't care much for these treasures also. Otherwise, she would have taken them out in battle. Additionally, there was a small collection of medicine bottles in the bracelet that piqued his interest. When he took them out in his hand, he began to identify them. Most of them were healing medicines, with a few of them being cultivation advancement medicine and rare pill refinement materials. One of the wooden boxes even contained a Zhou Xian dragon fruit. Han Li bluntly took that out and put it safely away. Then he came across an odd silver bottle that was engraved with a black fire phoenix. A sparkling golden restriction talisman was sealing it. When Han Li saw this, his mind trembled. He tore the talisman off and opened its lid. Several pops later, 3 thumb-sized black medicine pills flew out from it and circled once in the air. They promptly turned into 3 nimble black flame phoenixes and flew off in different directions. Han Li yelped in surprise. Nevertheless, he reacted immediately. A gray mist of light flew out and swept up the 3 phoenixes. In the gray light, the phoenixes slowly revolved in the air. Light flashed and turned into 3 jet black medicine pills. The gray mist folded and withdrew, dropping the 3 phoenixes into Han Li's palm back in the form of medicine pills. Han Li picked up one of the pills with 2 fingers and brought it close to his eye. As medicine pills that can transform and fly, they were definitely valuable. As Han Li's expression turned grave, his mind was filled with various legends regarding medicine pills. Black flame pills. From the pills' provoking appearance, Han Li's eyes flickered and he immediately recognized them. His face lit up in ecstasy. In the entire world, only the Black Phoenix clan can refine these pills by using their personal flames. Even pill refinement masters aren't able to duplicate them. Refining these pills requires them to absorb the life flames of a Black Phoenix in addition to other mysterious materials. That is to say, even the Black Phoenix clan can't produce many of them. A clan member must be at deity transformation stage or above, and even then they can only refine a single pill every 1,000 years. With high-grade Black Phoenix cultivators rarely seen, the Black Flame pills are as previous as one might imagine. The pills are prized among humans and demons. The most important reason is that they are an optimal supplementary medicine pill for breaking the bottleneck to the spatial tempering stage. Now that he had 3 of these pills, his odds of breaking through to spatial tempering increased by 20%. This left Han Li overjoyed. After some more careful examination and verifying the identity of the Black Flame pills, Han Li suppressed his excitement, returned the medicine pills to the bottle, and sealed it with talisman before carefully putting it away. The most important point of breaking through to spatial tempering was unifying the 5 elements in his body into one. After cultivating the divine essence-fused light, he didn't need to put much more consideration into that. And with the 3 Black Flame pills, he could search for more medicine and secret techniques to increase his odds of breaking through. His hopes of breaking through now greatly increased. But now his main goal would be to quickly cultivate to late deity transformation stage. By using a large number of medicine pills, it'd only be a matter of time before he broke through the bottleneck of the mid-deity transformation stage. What was most troublesome would be that his original medicine pills would lose efficacy after he entered late deity transformation stage. He would need higher-grade pills in order to further progress. While there were medicine pills effective for late-stage cultivators, they weren't large in number. The most famous of them was the True Toad liquid. In fact, the reason why he risked taking this mission was largely related to the spirit toad it required. After some thought, Han Li suddenly recalled the mysterious guest that knocked on his door before he left Deep Heaven City and narrowed his eyes. If it truly went as smoothly as that person proposed, he could obtain much True Toad liquid. Although he couldn't use the green liquid to produce the medicine limitlessly, it would be enough for him to cultivate for some time. Having carefully remembered the promises of his visitors, Han Li felt there were no other problems and let out a long sigh before tossing the matter to the back of his mind. With a single hand, he swept his hand past the storage bracelet and took another extremely important gain. It was a sparkling rainbow feather. It was the rainbow phoenix feather acquired by the two women of the Yi clan. Han Li lightly stroked the feather and the air shined with rainbow light, nearly submerging the entire room with it. Han Li's heart stirred. It was worthy of its reputation as the life feather of a true spirit-grade heavenly phoenix. With only the feather, it released an aura above any mystical bird found in the mortal realm. Han Li stared at the feather and his vision flickered. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out azure-white lightning. A soft roll of thunder sounded. Sparks of light shifted several times, condensing into a pair of azure-white wings that were several inches large. Han Li waved his hand at them and the miniature thunderstorm wings landed in his hand. He swept his gaze past it and frowned. There were a pair of slender holes in each of the wings. They were from when the giant wood spirit used its fingernails to pierce through the wings. Han Li's frown then faded away. He further examined the thunderstorm wings once through and concluded the damage would be easily fixed. According to what the soaring sky beast's incarnation said, the so-called thunderstorm wings were originally formed from Kun Ping feathers and couldn't truly become a spirit treasure, because he couldn't activate the wind attribute worldly laws contained in the Kun Ping feather. It also required a wind attribute top-grade spirit stone. That was the reason why he was originally looking for a top-grade wind attributed spirit stone. Now that he obtained a heavenly phoenix feather, a true spirit material, his original plans had changed. He could add the feather into the thunderstorm wings. The heavenly phoenix feather was different from the Kun Ping feather. The heavenly laws it contained were awe-inspiring spatial abilities. If the feather's laws could be refined in the thunderstorm wings, its power would be as one imagined. The next time he came across a fearsome existence like the silver tearwood spirit, he would have no need to receive its attacks and could easily escape. Han Li fiddled with the wings and feather as he pondered. Fortunately, he already had the experience of refining the Kun Ping feather into the thunderstorm wings. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. Having come to that conclusion, Han Li took out 6 top-grade spirit stones from his storage bracelet. 5 of them represented each of the 5 elements and he added a 6th, the wind-attributed spirit stone. With his current abilities he no longer needed earth fire or the like. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of silver flame. It roiled and gathered into a huge furnace roiling with silver flames. He tossed the thunderstorm wings into the furnace and pointed at the wind-attributed spirit stone. Winds rustled as the spirit stone and winds disappeared into the furnace. Han Li swept his sleeve at the ground, released an azure mist, producing a large pile of materials and bottles. They were the supplementary materials needed to refine the wings. Luckily, the matter of refining the wings had always been on his mind, so he gathered the needed ingredients over time. Han Li tossed a bottle of quicksilver-like liquid into the furnace and began to mutter as he struck the furnace with a chain of different spell seals. After 10 entire days passed, the room was filled with Han Li's hearty laughter. He stood at the heart of the room and held a pair of see-through crystalline wings. The wings shimmered with azure light and a rainbow mist covered it, but it was also clear as water. They could hardly be seen in Han Li's grasp as if they were an illusion. Han Li already tested its might and it had truly advanced to the level of a spirit treasure. It was marvelous far beyond what he imagined. This came as no surprise. Whether it be the Kun Ping feather or the heavenly phoenix feather, so long as he could activate its abilities after refinement, refining it into a divine spirit treasure was no problem. Having transformed a treasure twice, Han Li created something with power that greatly satisfied him. Han Li flung the translucent wings into the air and he spat out a cloud of azure mist before absorbing both into his stomach. Following that, Han Li took out the damaged bamboo cloudsworm swords and began to temper them and slowly restore their spirituality. A year later, above a nameless mountain range in the wilderness, a faint azure light streaked across the sky. The light contained an insipid youth with his arms held behind his back. He was Han Li, who already departed from the hidden room several months before. When he mended his flying sword entirely, he departed from the heart of the mountain and immediately took the sky. Because he was alone, Han Li was extremely careful and thus spent half a year of flight in peace. As for the nameless mountain range he was flying above, it appeared unordinary. Regardless of their altitude, the trees appeared short as shrubbery. If he were to fly closer to the ground, he would also encounter a dense wave of moisture. The mountain range also had depressions that were filled with various sized lakes. Among them, the largest spanned to thousands of kilometers in width while the smallest was only half a kilometer wide. Nevertheless, Han Li didn't dare to be careless as he flew past them. Foreign beings or all sorts of formidable ancient beasts could be lying in wait inside the water. Ever since he entered the mountains, he had already killed a dozen strange beasts that took the initiative to attack him. Among them included a huge eel from one of the lakes. It was nearly at deity transformation stage and had ferocious water-attributed abilities. It was rather exhausting to deal with. Half a month later, the mountain features began to change and he came across two perfectly straight mountains that were 3 kilometers tall. When Han Li caught sight of the mountains, Han Li's eyes lit up with joy. With regard to their size, they weren't particularly odd, but one of them was silver-white. Most of the mountain was covered in exceptionally cold crystalline snow. The other mountain was sparkling purple and had maple-like trees growing all over it. The leaves on these trees shined with an odd purple light. The mountains were separated by over 5 kilometers, but apart from the silver snow and the purple trees, the mountains appeared almost entirely the same. Since the two mountains are here, it seems they were telling the truth. Han Li muttered. Soon, his light flashed and he made his way to the mountain of snow. When he drew close, he encountered raging winds that carried an incisive bone-chilling cold. His expression stirred, but a layer of azure light appeared from his body and he continued forward unhindered. But before he entered the mountain, 2 streaks of light shot out from the area covered most densely in snow. With several flashes, they arrived 100 meters away from Han Li. Han Li then dismissed his flight light and revealed his body. So it was fellow Daoist Han. I knew that with your abilities, you'd make it out of a trifling mission just fine. The lights in front of Han Li vanished to reveal 2 men. One of them recognized Han Li and spoke with a smile. The person's complexion was pale and he appeared to be 60 years of age. When Han Li first entered Deep Heaven City, he met Old Man Lu from Spirit Flight Hall. As for the person to his side, he appeared to be a sickly scholar, but he also wore a kind expression. So it was Brother Lu and Brother Ouyang. Didn't you two come here earlier than me? It seems your missions were finished smoothly. Han Li chuckled, refraining from mentioning his brush with death with the Wood tribe. Old Man Lu shook his head and he said, How could our mission compare with yours? I simply followed a few golden guards as they wiped out a few small strongholds held by foreign races. So long as I was a bit careful, I wasn't in any danger. Han Li smiled and asked, Apart from your two, have any others come? Old Man Lu flashed a beaming smile and said, Of course. Our journey requires many people. Although we predicted that about half of our numbers wouldn't be able to arrive, just about everyone we needed has arrived. Let me guide you. Then I'll have to trouble you. Han Li saluted him. Han Li followed the two and streaked towards the icy mountain. After a short journey, the old man in the lead took out a jade badge and held it out in the air in front of him. A wave of white light flew out from the badge and revealed a field of white lotuses that flashed with light. Old Man Lu commanded the light and entered one of the white lotuses, which soon flashed before disappearing. Han Li blinked. He and the scholar soon followed. There was a layer of illusion formations that were placed there. It was quite mysterious since he hadn't been able to see it. In that case, if an ordinary ancient beast arrived nearby, it wouldn't discover anything odd about the mountain. The three flickered several times with light as they flew above the mountain top and dropped down in front of an ice pavilion. There was a group of various styled ice buildings nearby. There was also a man and two women that were keeping watch of the pavilion. When they saw the three arrive, their sights focused on Han Li. The man possessed a large stature and wore gray robes. His full beard gave him a bold appearance. One of the women appeared over 40 years old, wore azure robes and had an ordinary appearance. The other woman appeared young, wore green robes and wore a veil. When Han Li saw the veiled woman, he yelped. "Fairy Ying, I didn't think that you would take the invitation too. What a coincidence." Han Li called out to her in surprise. The veiled woman replied with a sweet smile. "I knew you'd be here. I can be considered a founding member." She was Fairy Ying, who had invited Han Li to team up when he last attended a meeting for ascended cultivators. "A founding member? That is truly outside my expectations." Han Li chuckled. When Han Li was invited to join the group, Fairy Ying wasn't among those who met him, but he still found them to be trustworthy. As for the people who initiated this gathering, Han Li didn't care much about that. Han Li flickered his gaze and swept his eyes past the other two. The two appeared familiar, as if he had seen them before at the meeting for ascended cultivators. However, he didn't seem to have talked to them before. The lowest cultivation the three possessed was at mid-deity transformation stage. The older woman in particular was a late deity transformation cultivator. Thus Han Li saluted them. The large man and the older woman promptly returned his salute, not daring to neglect him. The veiled woman soon invited Han Li to take a seat in the pavilion. After some thought, Han Li shook his head and said, "I've received a few wounds on my mission, and I've spent some magic power flying without rest. I'll need to recover. If I remember correctly, there is still a month before the determination meeting time." Old man Lu twirled his beard and spoke with a friendly face. "Hee, we've overlooked that. Please take a rest. We'll talk to you later. The rooms on the very left don't have anyone in them. Go ahead and choose one. Of course, if you are dissatisfied, you can construct your own." "Then I'll go ahead." Han Li faintly smiled and bid them a few words of farewell. He then walked to one of the ice rooms and disappeared inside with a few flickers. As the few cultivators looked at Han Li's back, silence filled the air. The woman slightly frowned and slowly asked, "Is Brother Han hurried to rest because his injuries are severe?" "It shouldn't be. His complexion is fine. It's probably just that he's low on magic power." The large gray-robed man shook his head. Fairy Ying indifferently said, "That might not be the case. If Han Li possesses exceptional concealment techniques, we wouldn't be able to see anything odd. Nevertheless, since he's here on schedule, he's already demonstrated that his abilities are unordinary. Even if he is somewhat ill, I believe that it won't affect our plans." Didn't fellow Daoist Yuan and Master Jing Yuan also head straight to their rooms upon arriving? She clearly had quite a bit of confidence in Han Li. The sickly scholar smiled and said, "Your words make sense. Although fellow Daoist Han is only a mid-deity transformation cultivator, according to my information his abilities are among our top 3. The older woman was stunned and doubtfully said, "Your words aren't an exaggeration, are they? Fellow Daoist Han is only a mid-deity transformation cultivator. Are you sure?" The veiled woman leisurely explained, "Older sister Zhao has remained in diligent cultivation over these past few years in Deep Heaven City and hasn't taken part in our meetings. It is no surprise you don't know of Brother Han. Fellow Daoist Han had killed many similar grade foreign beings and he also captured many of them alive. He is quite famous among the newly ascended cultivators in the city. One of his abilities in particular is incredibly effective against Shadow Tribe beings. This was primarily one of the reasons we went through such great lengths to invite him." "Fellow Daoist Ying means that he will be effective in dealing with those shadow bug beasts?" the older woman realized. Old man Lu added, "That's right. Otherwise they will be troublesome to deal with. If we consume that much magic power before we encounter our true prey, that would be awful." The older woman nodded and said nothing else. As for the others, they took a seat and briefly chatted. When Han Li entered the ice room, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. About 2 weeks later, a clear and long shriek sounded from the outside. Although it wasn't loud, it roused Han Li and the others that were resting. Han Li's brow moved and he opened his eyes. He blinked and tilted his head in thought. Then he stood up and walked out of the ice building. There was a spacious area in front of the ice building, but at an unknown time, it turned into an icy hall that was 300 meters long. It was supported by many huge pillars of ice. Although they were exceptionally crude, it sparkled under the sunlight and gave it an imposing presence. Inside the hall, there was a 10-meter-tall platform where a man and a woman stood. The man had a head of silver hair and a handsome young face. As for the woman, she wore her hair in a coil and had a well-rounded body, adding to her exceptional beauty. Despite her bare, frail and flawless limbs, she didn't seem to mind the cold. The two were at the spatial tempering stage. The man in particular was at mid-stage. The long whistle came from the silver-haired man. 5 people were standing below the platform. Fairy Ing and Old Man Lu stood among them. When the whistle sounded, Han Li and the others came out from their buildings. In the blink of an eye, over 20 cultivators appeared on the mountain. The cultivators were all at the deity transformation stage at the very least. They walked to the hall with various expressions. Han Li wore a calm expression as he followed them inside. When the group entered, many people immediately said, "We pay our respects to Senior Zhu and Senior Qing. These 2 seniors have also come. It is good to see you again." Han Li soon found an empty spot and stood there unmoving. The 2 that originally visited and invited him were the pair of famous golden guards, the woman and man on stage. Although he only spoke to them once, he had heard much about them. If they weren't also ascended cultivators, Han Li didn't know if he would have agreed to this meeting, no matter what rewards were promised. Senior Zhu's long whistle had come to a stop and he smiled in response to everyone's greeting. Then he loudly said, "It appears everyone has come. Please have a seat. Let's have a proper discussion on how we'll clean up the nest of blue-eyed true toads." When he finished speaking, the woman at his side immediately released a spell seal on the floor. Suddenly, the ice hall lit up with white light and rows of exquisite jade chairs appeared as a result of simple spell formations. When the cultivators saw this, they took a seat. The 2 spatial tempering cultivators on stage also sat down. The silver-haired man swept his gaze to both sides and smiled. "It appears that the number of cultivators that arrived was what we expected. When we invited you, we assumed 40% would be able to make it. As for the others, they couldn't make it for a myriad of reasons. But even so, we will have to concentrate our efforts in exterminating the blue-eyed true toad next. When the time comes, we will all take what we need. You will divide the true toad spirit blood among yourselves while we will take the 1,000 heart flowers that the beasts are guarding. It is as we had mentioned before. Are there any objections? Of course, the division of true toad spirit blood will be in accordance to what you contribute. It won't be evenly split. I hope that you will stifle your thoughts about having a free ride." With that said, a huge pressure faintly emitted from his body and his face turned stern. The other cultivators in the room remained standing and added nothing else. "Good, since you understand, let's discuss the operation's concrete steps. The group of true toads were discovered by Fairy Ing. Let's have her explain." The youth smiled and turned to the veiled woman. "Senior Zhu, your wish is my command." Fairy Ing smiled and she gracefully stood up. She swept her gaze past the other cultivators and said, "I won't speak of how I discovered the true toad nest, but I can tell you that there are nearly 10 toads. The 2 fully mature toads are around the level of mid-spatial tempering. The other toads will be at nascent soul strife. The toads have always hidden in the depths of their nest and rarely head out. If we wish to attack their nest, it will become very difficult. After all, it will be difficult for us to fight them in that environment." With that said, the woman briefly paused and continued, "If it was just that, there would be no need to invite you all here. The crucial point is that there are 2 types of ferocious beasts living nearby. One of them is the black blood ants, with the other being a shadow insect beast. The 2 insects might not be anything alone, but they live together in a group over 100. If we want to deal with the toads, we'll need to deal with these insects first." Black blood ants? Shadow insect beasts. When they heard the masked woman, most of the cultivators began to whisper. There were even a few that didn't dare to discuss the topic with their neighbors. The 2 insects were actually quite infamous. If the insects were 3, they would pose a large threat even against spatial tempering cultivators. After she finished speaking, the veiled woman nodded to the silver-haired youth and sat back down. Senior Zhu calmly said, "There is no need to be nervous. Since we've invited you here, we already have a method to deal with them. We only need you to assist us with vigor." An old man with a bamboo hat stood up and bowed, saying, "Senior Zhu, it's not that we don't trust you, but the matter appears quite dangerous. Could Senior explain his plan?" The old man was one of the few late deity transformation cultivators. "So it was fellow Daoist you. Please sit back down. Even if you didn't mention it, I still would have explained. Senior Zhou smiled nonchalantly. The old man didn't speak any further and sat down with a salute. It's quite simple. The 2 insects may be troublesome, but we've purchased Sandalwood crane incense. It has an immensely powerful attractive allure to the black blood ants. So long as we light it from a distance, we can easily attract them to the surface and exterminate them. On the contrary, the shadow insects are troublesome to deal with. However, we've borrowed a set of profound heavenly lightning flags. With 8 of you using this treasure, we can form a ring of lightning and restrain the insects. Apart from that, we also invited fellow Daoist Han and Fairy Xiao, who both have techniques that will be effective against the insects. With you 2 assisting the lightning formation, it should be safe. As for the remaining few, they will join with me and my wife in exterminating the true toads. How do you feel about this? Senior Zhu's voice wasn't loud, but it was easily heard. When Han Li heard Senior Zhu mention his own name, his expression stirred and he swept his gaze past the hall, finding that many were looking in his direction. There was also a woman wearing silver-white robes that appeared in her 20s. She possessed a dainty appearance and looked at Han Li with a warm smile. Han Li unconsciously returned the smile and curiously thought, could it be she is Fairy Xiao? She also cultivates an ability that can restrain the shadow insects. Follow that, other cultivators would occasionally ask a question. Fairy Zhu answered all of the questions with a friendly tone, satisfying all the cultivators present. However, Han Li took notice that the beautiful woman at his side rarely said a word from the very start. She merely stood there with a smile. Han Li found this odd. He recalled that when they invited him to this meeting, only the handsome youth seemed to speak. She hadn't spoken at all. Could it be that the woman is a high-ranking Buddhist and practices that strange technique that requires a vow of silence? Otherwise, if she were deaf or mute, how would she be able to cultivate to this stage? Han Li inwardly pondered. After 2 hours passed, there were no other questions and Senior Zhu began to divide them. It stood to mention that apart from Han Li and Fairy Xiao, there were actually many cultivators among them that practiced a rare lightning technique, allowing them to use the profound heavenly lightning flags and form a ring lightning formation. All of those present were ascended cultivators or the descendants of ascended cultivators. None of them had been born naturalized with this world. Therefore, although their numbers were many, they didn't care much about how they were divided. When they were all given an assignment, Senior Zhu didn't have an intention of delay and promptly gave a command, ordering the 20-some people to depart. They all flew west. After 3 entire days of flight, the party eventually arrived in front of a huge lake. With a single glance, they saw a dense and salty mist from the lake, giving it a mysterious presence. Many of the cultivators couldn't help but frown at the sight. Normally, most cultivators were unwilling to enter strange areas in the wilderness like this one as it was unknown what lurked in the mist and the lake. If they were ambushed, it would be a brush with death. Without need for a warning, everyone slowed their speed and stopped in front of the mist. The silver-haired spatial tempering youth, Senior Zhu, loudly announced from the front, "Fellow Daoists, be careful. There is an unknown demon bird in the mist, but fortunately they aren't very strong. So long as you are careful of the acid they spit, it shouldn't be fine. As for the mist itself, let me and my wife deal with it." Afterwards, the others waited as the silver-haired youth opened his mouth and spat out a long white jade bottle. It spun in the air and had its mouth pointed at the white mist. The youth formed a hand gesture with both his hands and muttered an incantation, causing the jade bottle to brightly light up. A muffled crackle sounded, followed by the bottle releasing an azure wind. When the wind flew out, it only carried a faint azure light, but after it traveled 10 meters, it blew into a raging gale. Then in the blink of an eye, it turned into a violent tornado. The mist on the surface of the lake violently roiled as it split apart. A clear path opened in the mist. "We go." With Senior Zhu's command, he and his wife took the initiative to first fly through the path. The jade bottle he earlier released began to circle above his head and continued to release violent gales. When the others saw this, they felt a sense of relief and followed after them. As Senior Zhu had mentioned, after they entered 5 kilometers in, meter-long white birds with flat beaks and dark green claws began to appear from the surrounding mist. The birds were clearly targeting the cultivators. As soon as they emerged from the mist, they opened their mouths and released black ice arrows. With several shouts, the cultivators released their magic treasures, summoning formations of swords or several ancient shields. When the black ice arrows struck, they immediately turned into black smoke. It left dents and numerous holes in the treasures where they struck. The masters of the magic treasure revealed shock when they saw this. One of them immediately shouted, "Quickly kill them. Their acid can corrode our treasures." The others felt their hearts tremble when they heard this and immediately displayed their various techniques. Streaks of swift light and waves of mist moved in the direction of the demon birds. Under the wave of attacks, the demon birds turned into balls of gore and blood, instantly dying in their entirety. When the others saw this, they felt relief. The birds had been truly weak. A quarter-hour later, several strange cries sounded from the mist. Suddenly, another flock of white birds flew out from the mist and pelted the cultivators with black ice arrows. Startled, the cultivators flusteredly released their treasures and blocked the attacks before exterminating the birds once more. When the last of the birds turned into a bloody pulp, many bird silhouettes began to appear from the mist. The cultivators became restless when they saw this, and many of them wore expressions of unease. Han Li frowned and he swept his spiritual sense through the mist. Bird cries began to sound out from the mist surrounding them from every direction, including from above and below them. There were too many to keep track of. Although Han Li had encountered many dangers, even this caused him to feel a chill on his back. Senior Zhu's calm voice sounded from the front. "Everyone, don't be scared. These birds are only launching probing attacks on us. When they see that a dozen waves of their attacks are ineffective, they will scatter." When the others heard this, they began to activate their treasures and slaughtered any of the white birds that came to attack them. 13 waves of the birds attacked them in succession. Eventually, long sharp cries sounded from the flocking birds and they scattered, withdrawing from the mist around them. When the cultivators saw this, they felt relief and seized the opportunity to head forward. Half a day later, the mist cleared around them. Their surroundings lit up and they saw a huge mountain at the center of the lake. It was overwhelmingly large and seemed to reach out from the bottom of the lake. The portion of the mountain they could see was filled with green stone. Apart from the moss that grew on top of them, there were no other plants. After the group came to a stop, Senior Zhu clicked his tongue and said, "It is here. Hehe, we have to thank Fairy Ying and her comrades in finding this place." The veiled woman chuckled and said, "We found this mountain unintentionally as we were pursuing a beast. This was only a fortunate encounter." Senior Zhu laughed and spoke with excited eyes. "In truth, if one isn't lucky, it would be difficult to find this secret land. Nevertheless, we came across a group of true toads. If it were on the outside, it would have been likely found by others. Let us start." The other cultivators nodded with a smile. The true toad nest is located in a natural underground cave at the bottom of the mountain. We'll act as we originally planned. We'll first attract the black blood ants and kill them. Everyone be careful. Although the ants are a grade 8 demon beast, they are innately capable of breaking our defensive shields and light. Furthermore, they are incredibly venomous. If they bite us, immediately swallow an antidote or your life will be forfeit. Alright, everyone, prepare yourselves. I will light the sandalwood crane incense. Following his quick warning, Senior Zhu flipped his hand and suddenly produced a palm-sized incense burner. He struck a half-foot-long stick of green incense. He flung the incense burner up where it slowly revolved in midair. Senior Zhu raised his hand and flicked his finger, igniting the incense with a flash of red light. The green incense stick then released a trail of azure smoke. When Han Li looked at the incense burner, an odd expression appeared on his face. The sandalwood crane incense looked unremarkable and it didn't have much of a scent either. Was it truly effective against the black blood ants? Han Li worriedly mused. At that moment, the cultivators began to separate and conceal themselves. Han Li was among them, flying 300 meters up. Just as he was about to cast a technique, a white streak flickered and a slender silhouette appeared by his side. Han Li was stunned and looked at the silhouette. She was the dainty woman Fairy Xiao. The woman was also surprised Han Li chose the same location. She soon smiled and politely said, "Brother Han, I have 100 bewildering lights flag. It is rather marvelous at concealing a location. How about I use it to hide us both?" "Hehe, in that case I'll have to trouble you," Han Li courteously replied. "It is only a slight effort. Brother Han is being too formal." She faintly smiled and raised her hand, producing a small snow-white flag. It then spun a circle above them. The woman struck the flag with a spell seal and it blurred, suddenly producing a white mist. It brilliantly shined, covering them in a mist in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the mist vanished alongside Han Li and Lady Xiao. Han Li stood in his original location and raised his hand. Even with his bright sight spirit eyes, he still wasn't able to see it. With a tone of surprise, Han Li praised, "Your treasure is truly marvelous. It is much more powerful than ordinary concealment treasures." Fellow Daoist Han must be joking. This 100 bewildering lights flag may be truly powerful in invisibility, but it isn't capable of concealment from spiritual sense. It is only useful against creatures with weak spiritual sense like these insect beasts. To his surprise, Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the woman and immediately verified her words to be true. He lamented, feeling it was a pity. As his bright sight spirit eyes couldn't see through the invisibility, it would be a formidable treasure if it could also hide from spiritual sense. At that moment, the others also hid and withdrew their aura. A moment later, apart from the small incense burner floating in the air, there was nothing else in sight. The sandalwood crane incense was truly effective. In only the time it took to finish a meal, buzzing sounds came from the direction of the mountain. At an unknown cave at the center of the mountain, a group of large winged ants flew in their direction. The ants were each about half a foot long and were fanged. There was also a pair of green wings on their back. It appeared as if they were flying birds. They were truly startling. It was obvious the ants were heading for the incense burner. Eventually, they made their way from the mountain to the incense and were completely surrounded by the cultivators. Suddenly, the nearby space around the burner fluctuated. Senior Zhou and the beautiful woman appeared at nearly the same time and he shouted, "Attack!" Lights lit up in every direction and soon, several tens of treasures appeared, turning into mists of light as they swept at the ant swarm. Large-scale attacks such as fireballs and lightning struck as well. From the fierce barrage, it appeared the cultivators wanted to end the ant swarm in a single strike. With multiple huge explosions, the ants were submerged in rainbow light. Soon, waves of heat and cold swept out from the center of the barrage, forming an immense storm at the center of the explosions. The pressure of the winds even blew the cultivators a few steps back. When the light and winds faded, all the ants disappeared, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The youthful Senior Zhou and the beautiful woman appeared satisfied by this result, not to mention the surrounding cultivators. Dealing with a trifling swarm of black blood ants with their cultivation like slaying a chicken with a butcher's knife. However, the smooth success of the first step of their plan was a good omen. Senior Zhou waved his hand at the incense burner, extinguishing the incense stick and having it return to him in yellow light. Then it vanished with a flip of his hand. And in another flash of light he summoned a set of flickering silver flags. Each of the flags was only several inches large. Purple talisman characters and a few lightning patterns appeared on the flag's surface, giving them an air of mystery. Without any threat from the black blood ants, we will head into the true toad nest. Here is the set of profound heavenly lightning flags. Those assigned to the formation will come up and take a flag. Senior Zhou glanced at the designated cultivators. The cultivators promptly exchanged a glance and immediately flew forward. The first to take a flag was Old Man Lu. "All right, apart from fellow Daoist Zhao and fellow Daoist Sun who will stand on guard outside, the others will follow us inside." The youth pointed out an old man and a middle-aged man, and he then flew into the mountain in streaks of light. The others didn't hesitate and began to follow them in streaks of light. As for the old man and the middle-aged man that was told to stand guard outside, they exchanged a wry laugh. They then concealed themselves. The rest of the cultivators were following Senior Zhou and the beautiful woman into a natural cave inside the huge mountain. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li and the others appeared in a moist underground passage. The passage was filled with stalactites dripping with water, leaving the ground exceptionally slippery. There was also an inch-tall moss that grew off the ground. It spread throughout the uneven rock in the passage. Fortunately, the passage was quite wide, allowing cultivators to slowly fly through it. It wasn't so short that they would have to walk. Han Li occasionally looked around and saw a few unusual venomous insects flying through cracks in the cave. With a flick of his finger, he released a red thread into the cracks and turned them into ash. Beside him was Fairy Xiao. She appeared cautious. A layer of faint white light appeared all over her. Regardless of whatever venomous insect pounced on her, they dropped to the ground covered in crystal. It wasn't only Han Li and Fairy Xiao that used small measures to deal with the insects. All the other cultivators were keeping the insects at bay as well. These insects were unremarkable, but none of them dared to get bitten. After all, countless strange things appeared in the wilderness. Even ordinary insects could possibly kill a high-grade cultivator with its poison. Such things had happened before. The cultivators still focused on moving quickly and rarely spoke. Eventually they remained completely silent. Apart from occasionally exterminating a few insects, there were no other sounds. The passage wasn't too dark. There would be an occasional light that lit off the wall. They resembled the moonlight stones that humans often used. With that, the party continued forward smoothly. A moment later, Han Li's expression stirred and he took a deep glance at his squad ahead of him. Meanwhile, the senior Zhou frowned at the very front of the group and the two spatial tempering cultivators came to a sudden stop. Senior Zhou informed the rest of the cultivators to halt. Everyone be careful. I sense two beasts in front of us. They have an aura close to deity transformation stage and are blocking our way. It is possible there will be other insects nearby. It is inconvenient for me to use more of my spiritual sense to look for them. We will have to send people over to identify the insects with their own eyes. Be careful and don't attack first. Everyone was startled, but one person immediately stepped forward and said, "Have me take a look. I may not have other techniques, but I am quite confident in my evasion techniques. Will Senior Zhou entrust me with this?" Senior Zhou recognized the man and grinned. So was Brother Yu. Your wind movement techniques are quite wondrous. You're exactly who I was looking for. The person who stepped forward was the old man wearing a bamboo hat. The old man chuckled and vanished from sight in a gust of wind. Indeed, his wind movement techniques were impressive. Silence filled the air. Many people thought of the insects blocking their path and couldn't help but feel excited. In the time it took to finish a meal, the old man reappeared with a gust where he originally stood. If no one was paying attention, they wouldn't have noticed that the old man was there. The old man bowed to Senior Zhou, saying, "I am done. There are two profound whirlpool beasts ahead of us. I fear it will be troublesome." Profound whirlpool beasts. The cultivators became restless. Many of the cultivators revealed surprise. Even Senior Zhou couldn't help but frown. Han Li immediately recalled information related to the profound whirlpool beasts. Profound whirlpool beasts weren't particularly fearsome, the exception being in a place like this. The beasts' abilities only had water and lightning movement techniques. Furthermore, they were cowardly and often made their escape with the wind. What was more helpless was that the beasts were also called drum cry beasts. If they discovered any enemy, they would loudly sound out like a huge drum, alerting anything within 100 kilometers. Among humans and demons, there were a few large sects and masters that tamed the beast and used them as alarms in vital areas. If they didn't kill the beasts in a single strike, it would disturb the other insects on the huge mountain. When that time came, who knew what would happen? Senior Zhou sank into thought for a moment and said, "This is rather troublesome. Although I am a spatial tempering cultivator, I am not proficient in concealment techniques. Profound whirlpool beasts have a powerful spiritual sense and sense of smell. However, my wife is quite skilled in movement techniques, but she'll only be able to catch one of them. We'll need another fellow Daoist to dispatch the other one." His sights turned to Old Man Yu. "I won't be any good. My wind techniques will allow me to approach them unnoticed, but against their rough flesh, I wouldn't be able to kill them in a single strike." The old man shook his head. Senior Zhou wryly smiled and turned to look at the other late deity transformation cultivators. The others also frowned as they weren't entirely confident. As it was related to the success of their mission, they didn't dare to accept the task unless they were entirely confident. It was quite difficult to have the speed and strength necessary. Senior Zhu's expression turned sullen. Having planned this for several years, would their success be hindered by two mere insects? Could we not use earth movement techniques through the mountain to go around them? One cultivator said doubtfully. If we could do that, why would we go through all this trouble? The mountain is made of a huge vein of spirit magnets. It would forcefully restrain your spiritual power and absorb it if you were to fly through it. It won't be a problem if you don't attempt to phase through the mountain. A vein of spirit magnets. Everyone felt a chill when they heard this. The person that asked this wore a particularly unsightly expression. For a time no one dared to speak. A voice then lazily sounded from the ground. Senior Zhu, if I can deal with the other beast, would I receive an additional share of the true toad blood? The one who spoke was Han Li at the rear of the group. The dainty woman at his side was astonished. Senior Zhu looked at Han Li with surprise and hesitantly said, "Oh, could it be that fellow Daoist Han is confident? If that is the case, the share of true toad blood is yours. But if it fails..." It was clear he only viewed Han Li as a mid-deity transformation cultivator. "Hee senior, don't worry. If I fail, I will take responsibility." Han Li smiled. Senior Zhu resolved himself and nodded. "You truly are confident. Good, I will let you deal with the other insect beast." Whispers began to sound from the other cultivators and they examined Han Li with various expressions. A few of them wore faces of doubt. Senior Zhu then turned to the old man with a bamboo hat and said, "But for the sake of carefulness, fellow Daoist, you will follow fellow Daoist Han and assist him." "Yes, leave it to me." The old man readily agreed. Following that, Senior Zhu curled his lip and sent a few voice transmissions to his wife. The woman then formed an incantation gesture and glowed with red light before disappearing from sight. Han Li took out a purple talisman and slapped it on his body. Suddenly, silver talisman characters roiled over him and he vanished. "Old man, you also turned into wind." With the old man leading the way, Han Li and the beautiful woman flew forward for a time before arriving at their objective. They arrived at an expansive and wide area. There were 2 white fat insects lying on the ground. They were eating moss. The 2 fat insects were 6 meters long and their flesh was a glossy white as if they were huge larvae. A small head grew from one of the ends. Not only did it have 6 small red eyes, but it revealed a mouthful of strangely large pointed teeth as it chewed on the moss. Han Li was concealed to the point where even a spatial tempering cultivator couldn't detect him. Naturally, he did not worry that 2 trifling deity transformation stage insects would discover him. He boldly floated above one of the insect beasts and swept his gaze around him. With his bright sight spirit eyes, he saw the other profound whirlpool beast as well as a faint red silhouette standing there. It was the beautiful woman using an evasion technique. 10 meters behind here, there was a vague azure light drifting in the air. It was old man Yu that was concealing himself with the power of the wind. The 2 were looking around bewildered, unable to sense Han Li's presence. Han Li didn't mind and sent them a few silent voice transmissions to notify them of his position. The 2 wore a trace of astonishment. The old man then flickered to Han Li's side, not daring to approach 30 meters of the insect beast. From the distance he kept, it was clear he wasn't confident he could keep himself hidden. However, the beautiful woman was a spatial tempering cultivator. She withdrew her astonishment and arrived less than 20 meters away from the beast she targeted. For a time the 3 cultivators stood completely still. The only sound they could hear was the sound of the insects munching on the moss. A cold glint flashed from Han Li's eyes and his palm lit up with faint black light. He reached out from the insect beast below him. Gray mist shot out from his fingers, summoning a small black mountain from within it. It dropped down as soon as it appeared. The insect underneath it was in alarm and its body stirred. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge ball of flesh and its body glowed with blue and white light. But it was already too late. At such a close distance, the insect was swept into the gray light in a flash. The profound whirlpool beast continued to flicker with azure and white light, but the gray light restrained it completely. Seeing that things were far from good, the beast began to violently tremble as formless waves began to surface from its flesh. They were about to scatter in every direction. Han Li smirked and closed his stretched black fingers. Suddenly, the gray light expanded and rustled several times. 8 waves of gray light swept past the beast, absorbing all of the waves of pressures from the beast's body until they were all dissolved by the divine essence-fused light. The profound whirlpool beast twisted and was about to use more of its abilities when a black shadow appeared above its head. A huge explosion followed. The small mountain surged to 30 meters in height as it smashed the immobile creature. However, the creature deserved its reputation of hardy flesh. Even under the huge pressure of the mountain, the insect beast hadn't turned to mush. The insect only continued its squirming as it attempted to break free. But at that moment Han Li's sleeve trembled and a ball of silver flames shot out. A muffled thud sounded and the insect immediately turned to ash. The heavenly spirit-devouring flames weren't something that a simple insect beast could withstand. Han Li exterminated the beast only in the span of a single breath. With that all done, he turned to look behind him. Old Man Yu was standing 10 meters away with a trace of astonishment on his face. The manner in which Han Li easily slew the profound whirlpool beast left him, a late deity transformation cultivator, in shock. Han Li gave him a faint smile and turned to look at the beautiful woman. The other insect beast had been cleanly sliced in two. The beautiful woman was floating above the insect beast's corpse. There was a half-foot-long fire-red sword suspended in front of her. She looked at Han Li with a trace of surprise. Han Li bowed to the beautiful woman and then turned to the old man. "Brother Yu, these two insect beasts have been dealt with. Let's report this to Senior Zhu." "Of course. Brother Han, Senior Qing, please wait a moment," Old Man Yu replied with a clear smile. He then shook his sleeve and released a sound transmission talisman from the way they came. A short moment later, the others rushed over. When the youthful Senior Zhu saw this and heard what happened from Old Man Yu, he wore a satisfied expression. He then uttered a few words of praise to them and continued on their way, not daring to continue on the way. While they traveled, Han Li returned to the very back of the group. This time the other cultivators looked at him differently. Not many of the late deity transformation cultivators were confident they could kill a profound whirlpool beast in a single strike. The veiled fairy Ying and the dainty lady Xiao couldn't help but take many examining glances in his direction. Han Li turned a blind eye to this and followed them without a word. Not long after they made it through the passage began to curve and they heard dripping water. The breeze in front of them was also moist and exceptionally cold. 100-meter-wide underground river soon appeared before them. From the sound of the rushing water, it appeared to be traveling rather fast. "Everyone listen well. After we cross this river we will arrive at the true toad nest. I've already mentioned the circumstances of the nest to everyone. The frogs will be easily dealt with, but the shadow insect beasts will be very troublesome. We will be relying on you." Senior Zhu turned from the river and looked in the direction of Han Li and the others. He wore a stern expression. A yellow-robed middle-aged cultivator slapped his chest and pledged, "Don't worry, Senior Zhu, with the profound heavenly lightning formation and the addition of Brother Han and Fairy Xiao, the shadow insects definitely won't escape them, no matter their reputation." The other cultivators tasked with carrying the lightning flags spoke in agreement. As for Han Li and Lady Xiao, they exchanged a glance and said nothing else. Senior Zhu nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand and he was the first to cross the river, followed by the beautiful woman. The others closely followed after him. Meanwhile, outside the huge mountain in the white fog, the old and middle-aged man tasked with guarding the outside were having a casual chat. "Old Zhao, wouldn't you say that Senior Zhu and the others have made it to the true toad nest by now? TVH, with two fully mature blue-eyed true toads, everyone will have a large share even with the size of our group. The young frog's blood isn't as useful, but it also has a partial effect. This is well worth the long and arduous trip. It is only a pity that we were assigned on guard duty. We may have the last share of the spirit blood." The blue-robed middle-aged man grumbled to the white-robed old man standing aside him. The old man chuckled and carelessly replied, "It seems fellow Daoist soon feels unresigned. Don't think it'll be easy to receive benefits from entering the nest. Perhaps one of them will die." The middle-aged cultivator frowned and doubtfully said, "Die? That can't be. Senior Zhu and the others have completely prepared themselves. It should go smoothly. What danger is there?" The old man sighed and lazily said, "It appears this is the first time that you've head deep into the wilderness. It'll be best if you remember that nothing goes perfectly in the wilderness. Even as we stand guard, a large number of deity transformation or spatial tempering grade ancient beasts or foreign beings could attack us." The middle-aged cultivator bellowed with laughter. "Old Zhao, aren't you exaggerating? This place is so hidden. How can something like that happen?" The old man shook his head and refrained from speaking any further when his face abruptly changed. Bright light suddenly shined from the neck of the middle-aged cultivator. His head fell off in a blur, leaving behind a meter-tall fountain of blood from his neck. Not good. The old man managed to react in time and noticed something was wrong. He suddenly shot away and shook his sleeve, summoning a small azure shield in front of him, covering him in a barrier of light. He then spat out a red streak that revolved around him. However, this was no use at all. The space above the old man's head fluctuated and a 3-meter-large azure-black claw appeared from space. It sliced through the old man's sword and defenses at lightning speed and closed its grip. With a miserable scream, the claw crushed the old man into a ball of gore. Even his nascent soul couldn't escape. The middle-aged cultivator's headless body then trembled and a ball of green light shot out from it. It was a 2-inch large nascent soul. It held a badge and was flusteredly escaping. But just as the nascent soul was about to blink 100 meters away, a black mist flew over and covered it. It blurred and promptly disappeared. The 2 deity transformation-grade cultivators were both destroyed in a single strike. A moment later, black and azure light flickered nearby. A huge and a smaller figure suddenly appeared nearby. One of them was 30 meters tall and had a dark face with fierce fangs and 2 horns. He strongly resembled a giant devil. The other was 3 meters tall and was slender. She appeared to be a beautiful woman. She held a pole and a blue axe in her hands that was as tall as she was. The 2 had a pair of scarlet flesh wings that flickered with various ancient talisman characters. The flight that flashed appeared mesmerizing. Not bad. The nascent soul of a deity transformation-grade cultivator is quite filling. The axe-wielding woman glanced at the headless corpse and used her snake-like tongue to lick her lips. She begrudgingly said, "It's a bit of a waste for you to destroy the other one." The devil-like giant uttered with a rumbling voice, "I only recently advanced through my bottleneck, so I can't control my strength very well. Besides, it's merely the nascent soul of a deity transformation cultivator. We're looking for the nascent soul of spatial tempering cultivators. Now that is truly filling. If we can consume a pair of body integration cultivator nascent souls, it'll be possible for us to advance to Yaksha kings." The young woman interrupted her companion's daydream and frowned, saying, "Body integration-grade cultivators? That's to see if we can even kill one. We wouldn't be able to even if we teamed up. But enough talk. We have important business. I didn't think that we'd come across human cultivators so quickly. We should still be half a year away from Deep Heaven City." The horned giant flapped its wings and sinisterly laughed. "It is strange. They are most likely humans that have come looking for treasure. As we've killed them, we've done our duty. Even if others have escaped, let's leave them to the others behind us. We're only responsible for dealing with clear objectives." "That's right. Scope. In a moment the main army will arrive." The beautiful woman nodded with a smile. She then blurred and promptly vanished. The giant then loudly bellowed and absorbed the headless body into his mouth. With several noisy chews, he swallowed it and flapped his wings as he disappeared into the air. Not long after the 2 foreign beings left, a strange drone sounded from the horizon. It was soft at first, but the sound gradually became louder as a black dot appeared, followed by 2 and 3. In the blink of an eye, countless black dots filled the sky like an overwhelming swarm. There were thousands upon thousands of black dots. They traveled quickly and arrived at the huge mountain in the blink of an eye. At that moment the true appearances of the black dots were clear to see. They were winged people similar to the giant and the woman. Their arms and legs were bare. They only wore enough to cover their hidden parts. There were a huge number of giants as well as winged women. These winged foreign beings continuously moved through the sky, wave after unbroken wave. Even after 2 hours, black dots continued to appear from the horizon as if their numbers were unending. Suddenly, the sound humming through the air suddenly sounded with thunderous booms. Mountain-like colossuses soon appeared. They were 2 to 3 kilometers tall and their bodies were faintly yellow. They were conic beehives that slowly revolved in the air around them. In front of the colossuses were winged serpents covered in lightning and had over a dozen heads. They were slowly pulling them forward. To the side of the beehives, there were troops of winged foreign beings that were fully armored and armed. They seemed to be escorting the colossuses. The creatures appeared rather clumsy, but they were actually extremely fast. They brought a storm with them as they traveled, scattering even the fog below them. As for the huge beehives, they provoked the white birds lurking in the mist, causing them to pelt them with black ice arrows. When the silver-armored foreign beings saw this, they waved their huge blades, slaughtering them like a tiger in a flock of sheep, slaughtering most of them in a brief moment. When the other birds saw this, they fled back into the mist with cries. The foreign beings didn't pursue them. Instead, they simply withdrew and continued to escort the towering giants. These huge beehives began to appear alone from the horizon, but they became rather large in size. It seemed each one housed a large number of winged foreign beings. As the huge beehives continued to arrive from the horizon, some of them were enormous. Then after 100 of these huge hives appeared, they ceased, only to be followed by groups of strange ancient beasts. There were those with 3 heads and 2 wings, or a dragon's head and a bird's tail, with bodies exceeding 300 meters in size, some that were only a meter long, or even those with several winged beings controlling them. Some of them appeared quite majestic, and there were untold different species of them. As these ancient beasts flew over, shuttles of black light appeared from the horizon. They were 100 meters long and were quite pointed. There were many of these long shuttles, only about 1,000, but their speed was quite. In a blur they arrived from one end of the horizon to another. As such, a moment later there were no more shuttles. The sky then turned clear. But not long after, light flashed and another group of black dots appeared. If any humans saw the appearance of these beings, they would feel their blood run cold. These strange winged beings appeared mostly human-like those preceding them, with ugly males and beautiful females. However, in each of the groups, there were several huge foreign beings that were far larger than the others, being 100 meters tall. They were clad in gold or silver armor with ancient talisman inscriptions on their bodies. There were even various sharp bone horns producing their faces in a fiendish manner as if they were demons. A group of these foreign beings flew far slower than the others. Furthermore, whenever these beings drew near, a few of them would immediately dive down and scatter around. Many of them dived into space as well. As for the 2 giants beings in the group, they simply floated motionlessly with stiff expressions. Floating between the 2 giants, there was a winged being with a fiendish appearance with folded arms. Not only was this person's wings several times larger than others of his kind, but his eyes were also faintly gold and his flesh was crimson red. He was coldly looking at the others as they searched, but soon his golden eyes stirred and they fell on a huge catching mountain below him. Not long after, over 100 different foreign beings flew back and they stood at attention. They all appeared quite docile. The forward group encountered 2 deity transformation grade cultivators. Who is nearby here, right? A young woman respectfully answered, Sir Meng Xiang, the information should have been correct. But apart from that mountain, we found no other traces of humans. The mountain seems to contain a vein of spirit magnet stone. We cannot directly see it. A vein of spirit magnet stone. That is quite remarkable. Let's open it up. The golden-eyed foreign being sneered, and he soon raised his hand. A crimson light flashed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pulsing blood-red light sphere. He closed his hand and the light sphere twirled and blurred forward. A streak of light shot out from his hand, but it immediately surged to an unbelievable size. It covered half the sky. The foreign being then flipped his palm and casually waved it forward. A red light suddenly flashed from the top of the mountain. Then it appeared completely ordinary. At that moment, 2 huge foreign beings waved their arms and fiercely released attacks at the mountain. A huge force seemed to appear where the huge line appeared, and a chain of attacks struck in a combined wave. Then a huge explosion sounded and the huge mountain released a series of groans. Half of the mountain slid off like sliced tofu. Inside a huge cave, Han Li had flickering gray mist covering his body. It was an impenetrable defense, but he wore an unsightly expression as he looked 20 meters in front of him. There was a large gray-robed man that was split into 2. He was lying in a pool of blood. At his side was a small flag that flickered with lightning. Han Li felt his heart shiver. A brief moment ago, a red light flashed there where the large man happened to be. He then fell in 2 halves. As such, the spell formation created from the flags fell apart and the fist-sized black shadows immediately escaped from the lightning. The other cultivators were stunned and then revealed a furious alarm. Lady Xiao was also shocked. A mist of light flashed from the other side of the cave 100 meters away, followed by a chain of explosions. Senior Zhu and another dozen cultivators were attacking the true toad nest. Han Li's heart stirred. Just as he thought to sweep the 100 shadow insects in his divine essence-fused light and prevent their escape, he suddenly felt huge vibrations as half of the mountain began to fall. At that same moment, there was an underground river began to roil and surge with waves that were 30 meters tall. The entire cave began to collapse inch by inch. Just as Han Li realized what was going on, he was aghast and immediately formed an incantation gesture. increasing his protective mist several-fold as a wave of water engulfed him. In the time it took to make a cup of tea, a dozen streaks of light flew out from the remaining half of the huge mountain. Light flashed away and a dozen silhouettes appeared in the air. Senior Zhou and the others looked around and their faces turned bloodless. Surrounding them were over 100 winged foreign beings. They were staring at the cultivators like prey. From their aura they were all at least deity transformation stage. There were at least 7 of them at spatial tempering stage. The golden-eyed being looked at their cultivation and indifferently said, "So there are many humans, but with only 2 at spatial tempering stage. I am disinclined to deal with you. You kill them. If you can leave them alive, do it. We'll interrogate them." Then with a flap of his wings, the foreign being vanished over 300 meters away. He flickered twice and vanished from sight. Apart from splitting apart the enormous mountain, the gold-eyed foreign being did nothing else. Senior Zhu's face turned pale. He wasn't able to see through the cultivation of the golden-eyed Yaksha, but with a trace of hope in his heart he asked, "The Yaksha tribe. Our species have yet to fight. There was no reason to disturb our treasure hunt. What is the reason for surrounding us?" "Attack." The order came from the strongest of the 100 Yakshas, a woman that gave Senior Zhu an enchanting smile. However, her voice was unmistakably icy. The surrounding Yakshas immediately brandished their huge axes and blades, launching fierce streaks of light from every direction towards the surrounded cultivators. The situation was similar to how the human cultivators had launched full-scale attacks on the black blood ants earlier, but with the positions reversed. Although there was a large difference in numbers and powers between the humans and the foreign beings, Senior Zhu and the cultivators weren't about to succumb at the first blow. In their terror, the cultivators released their strongest treasures, blocking the barrage of attacks with their utmost power, causing a clash of rainbow lights. Among the cultivators, there were many that used evasion and concealment techniques to directly blur through space as they attempted to flee. In furious alarm, Senior Zhu blurred and arrived at the beautiful woman's side. The 2 clasped palms and blue-red light flickered from either of them. They then spat out a small flag. The 2 small flags were densely covered in unknown talisman characters. As soon as the flags appeared, they glared with light and fused into one, creating a red-blue barrier that enveloped them both. At that moment the blade streaks swept through the air, wildly slashing at the barrier and leaving white marks. In huge rumbling explosions the streaks ruptured largely. The human cultivators forcefully blocked the attacks for a moment with their various techniques and treasures, but soon the attacks pierced through and completely submerged them. Miserable screams shouted in succession after the explosions. But several huge blade lights ceased attacking the group of cultivators. Instead they shifted directions to the space far away. White arcs strangely crossed the air and crimson light lit up through the air. Several split corpses then appeared and fell. These concealed cultivators weren't able to escape the attention of the Yakshas and were easily killed. At that moment the light that the cultivators amassed turned dim. What were originally over 10 cultivators were reduced to a sparse 6. Among them included the 2 spatial tempering cultivators. Their protective treasure was truly powerful. It was able to block the combined attacks of the Yakshas. As for the others, they had turned to ash. Regardless of whether it was the spatial tempering cultivator's huge flag, or the other cultivator's several treasures, their light had turned dim with small cracks appearing on several of them. It was clear these treasures were damaged and couldn't sustain another barrage. But having survived the Yaksha's initial attack, they weren't about to sit still and accept death. Senior Zhu and the beautiful woman pointed at the huge flag in front of them. It spun as it turned back into 2 and brightly glowed. It released huge trembles before rupturing simultaneously. A red and a blue wind appeared and soared to the sky in the blink of an eye. Senior Zhu and the beautiful woman blurred, turning into 2 streaks of light as they fused with the 2 gales that appeared. Afterwards, they activated their techniques, turning the 2 gales into a kilometer-tall tornado. Thunder rang through the air as it overbearingly charged through the sky. When the Yakshas blocking their way saw the frightening power of the storm, they were thrown into disarray, even with their violent, cruel nature. The remaining humans were delighted when they saw this, and they took advantage of this opportunity to chase after the storm. The other cultivators clearly understood that unless they took this last lifeline, their lives would be forfeit. Wherever the blue-red tornado brushed past, The nearby space would become blurred and twisted, a clear sign of its might. When the storm charged towards the group of Yakshas, two huge black shadows appeared above the tornado. Before the other cultivators realized what was going on, explosions sounded. 4 waves of a huge invisible force struck the top of the storm. The tornado trembled and was forcefully blocked in its original location. Originally, there were a couple of 200-meter-tall Yakshas that had remained suspended in the air. They had blurred and strangely appeared at both sides of the tornado. Their building-sized fists smashed down with immense force and blocked the tornado in its path. Senior Zhou and the beautiful woman were greatly alarmed. Without another thought, they immediately utilized the entirety of this magic power. The blue-red tornado trembled and increased by nearly half its size in an attempt to force their way through. However, the two giant Yakshas were like mountains. Red light flashed through both their eyes as their arms blurred and bodies blurred. Countless afterimages blurred at the giant fists pummeled either side of the tornado. In a short moment, the tornado was thoroughly suppressed by the barrage of attacks. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they were aghast and scattered, fleeing in every direction. At that moment, the sound of splitting air sounded from the air around them as countless blade streaks whistled. The 100 Yakshas surrounding the cultivators released their second wave of attacks. Not only did the remaining cultivators wear expressions of terror, but Senior Zhou and the beautiful woman had bloodlessly pale complexions. A huge world-shaking eruption sounded, filling up the entire area. Deep underground, Hanli was wrapped in flickering gray light as he quickly fled. Strangely enough, there was silver-gray light that lit up his surroundings and continuously rubbed against his protective light, creating sparks of friction. Hanli wore an extremely grave expression. Although he didn't emerge from the ground like the other cultivators, he had recently heard a huge explosion from above ground. Even as deep under as he was, he still sensed the vibrations. Its fearsome power was clear to see. Could it be that the other cultivators were completely exterminated? Hanli felt his heart tremble. When the underground cave had collapsed entirely along with the mountain, the cultivators were in the middle of the spirit magnet vein and didn't dare to flee through the earth. They could only rise to the ground. But Hanli, with his divine essence-fused light, he was able to restrain the 5 elements and many of the world's magnetic restrictions. As such, he took the risk of fleeing underground. In addition, when the mountain collapsed, his immense spiritual sense also detected very powerful foreign beings above them, and he didn't dare to delay. He immediately covered himself in the essence-fused light and he dived underground. But after a short moment underground, the injured blue-eyed true toads emerged from their underground cave, right towards Hanli. With such a fortunate matter knocking on his door, he didn't allow them to pass him by. With no regard for his magic power, he released many of his abilities and exterminated the true toads. He then recovered their bodies and head on his way. As for the 1,000 heart flowers that Senior Zhou was looking for, he didn't have the time to look for them. The spirit magnet vein was far more fearsome than Hanli anticipated, but his divine essence-fused light was nothing to scoff at either. By using the power of the divine essence-fused mountain, he was able to forcefully protect himself and block the huge attractive force deep in the mountain. Although the foreign tribes were powerful, they wouldn't dare to chase him into the earth as they would be in range of the spirit magnet vein. After some thought, Hanli felt relieved. It was a pity that he couldn't use his spiritual sense to scout for him as the spirit magnet vein blocked it, or else he would feel even more assured. As Hanli thoughts whirled through his head, he eventually traveled thousands of kilometers underground and found that the silver light surrounding him began to grow dim. The silver light eventually disappeared and Hanli's expression stirred. Feeling more at ease, he swept his spiritual sense above ground. There was an unfamiliar valley above him surrounded by 3 mountains and had only one entrance. It was dense with foliage and didn't have anything out of the ordinary. He could sense the aura of foreign beings, of huge ancient beasts. Hanli repeatedly swept his spiritual sense several times before finally feeling at ease. He then tunneled up in an azure streak. When his surroundings lit up, he withdrew his flight light and floated 100 meters in the air. When Hanli swept his gaze around and his sights focused on a nearby area, he felt a cold chill shake his body and hold him in place. Above a huge tree 300 meters away, there were 2 tall devilish Yakshas. They stood there looking in different directions. The 2 Yakshas had a pair of huge wings and they were over 30 meters tall. When they glanced at Han Li, they appeared greatly surprised. But what left Han Li dumbstruck wasn't that he saw the two Yakshas, but that he wasn't able to sense their aura in the slightest. When his spiritual sense swept past them, he hadn't detected them in the slightest. It was as if nothing was there. Han Li clearly realized what this meant. The two Yakshas possessed cultivation far beyond his own. They were likely the so-called Yaksha kings. As such, he couldn't help but hold his breath. As Han Li inwardly cursed, the two Yakshas had yet to take any action. They simply looked at an area a kilometer away. A light flashed and another rainbow light shot out of the ground. There was another cultivator that appeared. Han Li was stunned when he saw this. The light that emerged from the ground was a dainty woman on top of a rainbow jade boat. She was Lady Xiao. When she saw Han Li, her expression lit up and thought to call out to him. But when she saw the two motionless Yakshas, her complexion paled. One of the Yakshas wore an odd expression and said, "How strange. From their smell, they should be two of the humans that our king detected earlier. Those fellows are useless. They can't even handle such an easy task." The Yaksha that spoke was the one that cleaved the mountain Meng Xiang. It was unknown why he was here. The other Yaksha chuckled and said, "Indestructible king, there is a spirit magnet nearby. They were able to fly underground without being affected. Please don't blade your subordinates." The first Yaksha king snorted and raised his hand, producing a cloud of crimson light from his hand. "That still isn't a reason to let these two escape. When I return, I will have to properly punish them. You two must have some skill to be able to make it this far, but your lives end here." Han Li's and Lady Zhao's expression greatly changed. With a ring of thunder and gust of wind, a rainbow phoenix phantom and an azure bird phantom appeared from Han Li's back. They flashed and turned into a pair of crystalline wings. As for Lady Xiao, her small rainbow boat shouted, unfolding as it turned into a five-headed Wurm. The rainbow Wurm bared its fangs in a menacing appearance. When the other Yaksha saw Han Li's and Lady Zhao's abilities, his eyes lit up and he called out to his companion, "Indestructible king, wait. These humans appear to be unordinary cultivators. That person seems to have the true phantoms of a heavenly phoenix and a kun Peng. The other one seems to have a true dragon variant, the sliver of the soul of a rainbow Wurm. How surprising. Chakravarti, what are you saying? Could it be you want me to let them go? And I am not fond of being called by my title. Call me by my name." The first Yaksha frowned. Although the crimson light faded from his hand, he turned his head and wore a displeased expression. "Hee, that was only something I overlooked. Esteemed Meng Xiang, why must we quarrel endlessly on this matter? Why don't we make use of these two for a gamble?" The Yaksha named Chakravarti chuckled. "A gamble? On what?" Meng Xiang's expression stirred, guessing what his companion meant. "It's quite simple. Let's settle our previous dispute on a gamble. We'll act separately to kill them. Whoever is successful will determine the winner." Chakravarti sinisterly smiled. Meng Xiang coldly asked, two trifling deity transformation cultivators? They'll die in a single strike. How do we determine the winner?" With a plan in mind, Chakravarti said, "They aren't common deity transformation cultivators. Furthermore, we won't personally attack them. Why don't we release our demented minions to attack them? We'll bet on how they deal with the humans." Meng Xiang's expression wavered for a moment. After finding the conditions acceptable, he agreed, "Demented minions. Fine, let's have it your way. Could it be that you fear that you'll be outdone?" "Hee, very good." Chakravarti widely smiled and turned to the humans, sternly saying, "You humans heard us. Don't say that we were bullying you. We're giving you a chance at life. We'll first let you go for 500 kilometers. Then we'll release our demented minions to pursue you. Take note that you had best not separate. If you separate more than 50 kilometers from one another, we will personally hunt you." 500 kilometers? Han Li stroked his transparent wings with a calm expression. Chakravarti coldly said, "That's right. If you don't arrive in the time it takes to burn an incense stick, we'll release our demented servants regardless. Don't think about getting lucky." Han Li's eye twitched and he glanced at the nearby Lady Xiao. The woman forced a smile and her complexion slightly improved. The lovely smile complemented her dainty appearance. "Right, fellow Daoist Xiao, let's go." After a moment of silence, his wings suddenly stirred and he disappeared into space. A moment later, he strangely warped 300 meters away. Afterwards, Lady Xiao appeared at his side in the silent blur. She was riding the huge five-headed W. As Han Li smoothly used his teleportation ability to its perfection, the two Yakshas exchanged a glance. A brief moment of surprise appeared on their face but quickly disappeared. Lady Xiao was similarly astonished and wore an expression of joy. Since they were both fleeing for their lives, they had a greater chance of success given Han Li's astonishing ability. Without needing a single word, she stepped on the five-headed W. The W moved its head back and forth, immediately wrapping the two in a rainbow mist. Then they shot away at an astonishing speed. Several blinks later, they disappeared from the horizon. The two Yaksha kings stood still in place. They emotionlessly looked at the two cultivators making their escape as if holding complete confidence in their so-called demented minions. Lady Xiao promptly commanded the rainbow light at a speed that would allow them to reach 500 kilometers in nearly an instant. But since the two Yakshas gave them the time of an incense stick burning, when they arrived 50 kilometers away, the woman slowed them down. Afterwards she slapped her waist and summoned a snow-white jade pendant, turning into a white mist that covered them. This white light pendant is condensed from the utmost yang energy. Even those body integration stage Yaksha kings won't be able to eavesdrop. We can talk here. Lady Xiao gave a quick explanation, betraying worry from her face. What do you want to say? I fear we have a slim chance at surviving. Han Li's lip twitched and he wryly laughed. Lady Xiao's gaze flickered and she hesitantly asked, "Are you able to sense the approximate strength of the Yaksha kings?" Han Li clearly explained, "At the very least they're equivalent to our body integration cultivators. Although we aren't capable of examining their exact strength, compared to the silver tier with spirit I've seen before, I sense that these two Yaksha are much more powerful. I fear they are unordinary existences." Lady Xiao cried out in alarm, "You mean they are possibly greater Yaksha kings? Even if it isn't the case, I fear they are absolutely close to it." Han Li wasn't completely certain, but even so, Lady Xiao wore a difficult expression. Han Li then asked, "Does fellow Daoist Xiao know what demented minions are? They seem to hold confidence in them." "I heard my sect elders mention them. They are half-ghost half-demon beings that are nurtured by Yakshas once they become a king-tier existence. Normally the Yaksha kings feed them their own blood essence, giving them a portion of the Yaksha king's true strength. Furthermore, their breeds differ as well. They have anywhere from 1/10 to 1/3 of a Yaksha king's abilities. They are incredibly fearsome. That is why if they are greater Yaksha kings, I fear we don't stand a chance." Lady Xiao gritted her teeth. Han Li's expression wavered when he heard this. Lady Xiao quietly said, "As the matter stands, we'd best quickly give an explanation of our abilities to each other and join together to deal with the enemy." "What? Could Lady Xiao plan on staking it all against these demented minions?" Han Li asked with a frown. Lady Xiao paused. "If we can't repel them, how will we escape?" Han Li took a deep breath and gloomily answered, "Didn't fellow Daoist hear what the Yaksha kings said? If the demented minions pursue us, it would be better than if we defeat their minions and force them to personally attack. They didn't promise us anything. They are only making a gamble with our lives." When she heard this, her expression changed. She clearly hadn't thought about it. "Then what do you have planned?" Lady Xiao looked at Han Li with bright eyes and asked with a serious tone. Han Li curled his lips and sullenly said, "I have nothing. I only plan on taking it a step at a time. If the demented minions are as fearsome as you say, we won't be able to deal with them. Even if we can't fight them, we can still escape. Still, how will we escape the attention of the two Yaksha kings? Unless our cultivation suddenly surged countless times to the point of entering body integration, it wouldn't be possible. Perhaps if we immediately use a nearby teleportation formation and use it to travel myriad kilometers away, we'd be able to escape them." When she heard Han Li, an odd expression appeared on her face. Han Li sighed and muttered, "However, we should use your suggestion and exchange details of our abilities. Whether we choose to fight them or not, we'll stand a better chance at surviving either way." Lady Xiao could only give a wry smile, and soon after, she began to introduce her own abilities and treasures. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the two of them reached the 500-meter mark despite their slow speed. At that moment, a large distance away, two wolf-like howls shook the sky. Within the five-colored light, the woman with the Xiao surname was discussing something with Han Li. Upon hearing this peculiar howl, Her expression immediately tensed up as she made a hand seal. The five-colored light around them immediately intensified in brightness before disappearing on the spot along with her and Han Li. The speed at which they had been flying had been multiplied by twofold to threefold. Han Li stood silently on the spot, sensing something with his eyes narrowed, allowing the woman to guide them forward. Even though they were flying much faster than before, the howls erupting from behind them had become a lot clearer after traveling for several hundred kilometers. Han Li said in an indifferent voice, "Those two things are less than 150 kilometers away from us, and their speed outstrips ours, so we'll have to face them sooner or later. It's best to fight them as far away from those two Yaksha monarchs as possible, so let me give you a hand." One of the wings on Han Li's back suddenly flashed as he spoke, and the projection of a massive azure bird abruptly flew forth from it before disappearing into the five-colored light around them. The entire ball of light shuddered violently before they sped up by around twofold once again, transforming into a faint blur that flashed through the air. "Thank you, Brother Han." The woman was elated by development. Han Li shook his head in response and said, "This type of technique is very energy-consuming, so I won't be able to maintain them for too long. Also, we can't get too far away. Otherwise, those two Yaksha monarchs are most likely going to step in." "Of course. You should conserve more of your energy for our upcoming battle," the woman replied with a nod. Han Li gave a wry smile upon hearing this and didn't say anything further. In all honesty, regardless of how powerful those demented minions were, if he were to risk sustaining damage to his spiritual sense by releasing several hundred gold-devouring beetles at once, it'd be no issue for him to force one into retreat or even destroy it. However, there were two of them, and there were also two Yaksha monarchs that were constantly monitoring the situation, so he didn't dare to adopt such a reckless course of action. With Han Li's assistance, the two demented minions behind them were unable to close the gap any further despite their fearsome speed. Thus, they traveled for over several thousand kilometers further in the blink of an eye. Han Li withdrew the azure bird projection when he estimated that the time was right, and he stopped in midair along with his female companion. The two of them hovered in the air, looking on into the distance with unblinking eyes. All of a sudden, fierce flames erupted in the distance. Two crimson clouds that were several tens of feet in size came hurtling toward the two of them like lightning amid thunderous roars. Han Li immediately rubbed his hands together before raising them in unison. Following two loud thunderclaps, two bolts of golden lightning that were as thick as large bowls shot forth directly toward the oncoming crimson clouds. However, the two clouds were seemingly completely insubstantial and extremely agile, evading the arcs of lightning as they continued on toward Han Li, having not been slowed down even in the slightest. Han Li's expression darkened as he quickly made a hand seal, following which the two arcs of golden light changed directions like a pair of spirit snakes, striking the two crimson clouds from an unexpected angle. However, the scenes that unfolded next immediately made Han Li's heart sink. After striking the crimson clouds, the golden arcs of lightning merely disappeared without inflicting any damage. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and the two crimson clouds were soon within 200 feet of Han Li and the woman. In such close proximity, the duo could even catch a whiff of the strong smell of blood and gore emanating from the clouds. Strangely enough, Han Li remained completely stationary as he stood on the spot. In contrast, the woman beside him wore a cold expression as she activated her cultivation arts. Two Ws that were around 10 feet in length shot forth from the five-colored light before her, chomping down a half of each crimson cloud. The remnants of the crimson clouds also disappeared as a result, and the woman was elated to see this. She was just about to say something to Han Li when the latter's pupils abruptly contracted and he cautioned, "Be careful, these two things are extremely fast. Take care not to be fooled by them." "What?" The woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly casting her gaze toward the direction that Han Li had his attention focused on. There, in the air several hundred feet away from them, two crimson monsters that resembled a cross between wolves and apes were situated. In the instant that the crimson clouds had been destroyed, these two creatures were able to flee from within the clouds in advance using their phenomenal speed. Their rapid evasion techniques coupled with the soundless manner in which they moved allowed them to fool the woman, but Han Li was able to immediately see through their ploy using his bright sight spirit eyes. At this moment, these two creatures were standing extremely high up in the air on either side of Han Li's duo. They possessed half-wolf and half-ape bodies with pairs of bat wings on their backs, and their entire bodies were of a vibrant red color. Both of them also had forked tongues like those of snakes, and their red demonic eyes were flashing with a vicious yet cunning light. These were clearly monsters with extremely high levels of intelligence. These were the so-called Demented minions. Even though the woman had heard about them before, she was still struck by a bone-chilling sensation upon seeing them in person for the first time. My divine Devilbane lightning is ineffective against them, so it looks like they aren't devilish creatures in nature. In that case, Yang attribute attacks most likely won't be very useful in this battle. Looks like we'll have to face them in a head-on battle, Han Li analyzed in an indifferent voice before suddenly placing a hand on the back of his own head. Brilliant gray light erupted before abruptly transforming into a gray light barrier that enshrouded his body. At the same time, a small black mountain slowly emerged from within the gray light. The woman adopted a serious expression before chanting something, and the space before her immediately tremored violently once again. The body of the five-headed WM was also revealed, and it appeared to have grown to several times their original size. The WM was a spirit-like being, and it swayed its heads as it looked up at the Demented minions up above, letting loose low snarls in an attempt at intimidation. Right at this moment, one of the Demented minions took the initiative and sprang into action. It flapped its vibrant red bat wings, and its entire body shot forth as a crimson blur before disappearing in a flash. Brilliant crimson light erupted and the Demented minion appeared right above Han Li and the woman before pouncing down without any hesitation. The five WRM heads immediately attempted to chomp down on the Demented minion in response. However, the Demented minion merely swayed, and its body disappeared as if it were evaporating liquid. As such, all five WRM heads sunk their teeth viciously into empty air. Before it had figured out what had happened, a series of thin crimson lines appeared over its bodies before vanishing in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the five WRM heads along with the massive body they were attached to disintegrated into countless fragments without any premonition. It had been destroyed by the Demented minion in what felt like the blink of an eye. Crimson light flashed in the air once again, and countless more of those crimson lines appeared, descending toward the woman standing beside Han Li. Han Li harumphed coldly as the gray light before him extended to instantly shield the woman within. At the same time, the small black mountain flashed and abruptly appeared over her head. Brilliant light erupted from the crimson lines as they flew through the air before slicing into the gray light, tearing it apart without any impediment before crashing into the small black mountain. Almost at the exact same moment, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of Han Li, following which a faint crimson shadow appeared. A pair of sharp claws were extended before swiping through the air in a completely soundless manner. Within the crimson shadow, a pair of cunning eyes were flashing with a vicious light. The other Demented minion had taken advantage of the diversion set up by its companion and snuck over to Han Li before unleashing a sneak attack. Even with Han Li's powerful spiritual sense, he had completely failed to detect its approach. When those sharp claws made contact with the protective gray light around his body, it was already too late for him to adopt any evasive measures. The sharp claws swiped through the air to summon a series of claw projections which instantly slashed through the gray light before hurtling toward Han Li's back like lightning. At this moment Han Li finally detected what was happening behind him, and he let loose a loud cry as the golden and silver lightning robes surfaced over his body. A loud thunderclap erupted as golden and silver arcs of lightning radiated from the lightning robe, crashing into the claw projections amid a resounding boom. After being struck by the arcs of lightning, the pair of arms to which the claws were attached began to smoke and char. However, the claws themselves continued onward as if they were divine weapons, instantly puncturing the lightning en route to Han Li's back. However, right at this moment, four indistinct golden arms suddenly sprouted from Han Li's back before unleashing a seemingly nonchalant attack toward the pair of claws. Even though they were set into motion after the claw strikes were unleashed, they somehow managed to seize back the initiative, keeping the sharp claws at bay as they clashed amid a sharp screeching sound of metal grating on metal. Crimson light flashed from the claws and the four golden arms were immediately shattered. However, during this brief moment of respite, Han Li was able to hurtle through the air as a white line. Over 200 feet away, spiritual light flashed as Han Li appeared again, appraising the Demented minion that had just attacked him with a dark expression. The demented minion appeared to be rather surprised that its sneak attack had been thwarted, and its eyes darted around in a display of bewilderment. On the other end, the woman also flew back several hundred feet after the divine essence-fused mountain withstood the crimson threads for her. Those crimson threads converged toward the center, manifesting back into the demented minion's original beastly form, and it turned to appraise the woman with a ferocious light in its eyes. The two demented minions had clearly already picked their respective opponents. "Let's act according to the plan," Han Li suddenly said. "All right." The woman nodded without any hesitation as she flipped her hand over to summon a disc. Meanwhile, white light flashed from her other hand, and she slammed her palm heavily into the disc. A series of spluttering sounds rang out as 36 small flags of different colors appeared over 1,000 feet away in a circular formation with the demented minions at the very center. When those small flags first emerged, they were only around an inch in size each. However, they swelled rapidly at the woman's behest, expanding to over 100 feet in size in the blink of an eye. Each and every flag had runes shimmering on their surfaces and were emanating fearsome spiritual qi. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li made a hand seal, and a series of shimmering golden threads appeared within these flags. These threads then immediately converged toward the demented minion in a rapid and purposeful manner. Han Li and the woman had set up those formation flags well in advance. At this moment they had chosen to activate it, and it was yet to be seen what effect these formation flags had, but just the aureate sword formation alone was enough to immediately trap the two demented minions. One of the demented minions faltered upon seeing this before a vicious light flashed through its eyes. Its four limbs moved in a powerful manner and it disappeared as a faint crimson shadow, attempting to force its way out of the sword formation. It was quite clear that with the demented minion's high level of intelligence, it had quickly realized that staying here for any longer would not be a good idea. However, the aureate sword formation was not that easy to escape from. Despite the demented minion's rapid movement techniques, several hundred golden threads suddenly appeared in its path before sweeping toward it. Several crimson chunks erupted from empty space before merging back to form the demented minion once again. Before it had another chance to try and escape from the sword formation, golden light flashed around it as countless more golden threads appeared, then converged toward it at an astonishing pace. Golden light flashed and this demented minion was sliced into countless chunks once again. Following a string of loud thumps, all of the crimson chunks self-detonated to form a cloud of blood mist, which swept toward the edge of the sword formation. Due to the fact that the mist was insubstantial in nature, it was able to completely disregard the countless sword threads around it. At this moment, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he stood outside the formation. The abilities of Azure Bamboo Cloud's warm swords were not limited to this repertoire. With that in mind, he immediately activated his sword arts and all of the shimmering golden sword threads suddenly turned snowy white at his behest. Wisps of glacial qi emanated from these sword threads in a wild frenzy, and even though the blood mist was insubstantial, as these sword threads passed through it, a layer of ice quickly materialized on its surface. In the end, the blood mist was completely frozen into a chunk of translucent ice and was unable to move any further. A rumbling thunderclap erupted as countless thin arcs of lightning shot forth in unison from the sword threads. All of a sudden, golden light illuminated the entire formation, and the chunk of ice was reduced to powdered snow by the power of the lightning strikes. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. However, in the next instant his smile completely congealed. The powdered snow drifting through the air suddenly began to glow with crimson light and melted into drops of liquid that were as vibrant red as blood. Before the sword threads around them could converge once again, all of these drops of liquid hurtled back in retreat. Immediately thereafter, crimson light flashed at the very center of the sword formation to form that demented minion again. The crimson light emanating from its body had dimmed slightly, but it wasn't a very noticeable change. The aureate sword formation seemed to have vanquished this creature just a moment ago, but in reality, it hadn't inflicted much damage at all. Han Li was feeling even warier upon seeing this. He immediately injected more magic power into the sword formation to activate the full extent of its power. All of a sudden, layers upon layers of golden threads appeared within the sword formation, and thousands of those sword threads had emerged in the blink of an eye. Their numbers continued to increase as they swept toward the center of the formation at a rate that was more than twice as fast as their original speed. It appeared that they would be upon the demented minions in mere moments. Han Li took this opportunity to shoot a glance at the woman, only to find that she had closed her eyes and was carrying a formation plate with one hand while chanting an incantation. Han Li didn't know what kind of ability she was trying to unleash, but it had to be quite a powerful one, seeing as it was taking so long to prepare. Meanwhile, the 36 formation flags were trembling gently amid the tumbling and surging of countless silver runes. Those runes were all in beveled silver text. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, yet he didn't have time to ponder the issue any longer as the other demented minion in the sword formation suddenly sprang into action. In contrast with the first demented minion, this one had remained at the center of the sword formation this entire time. At this moment, it suddenly flapped its wings, and several tens of crimson tendrils suddenly shot forth from various parts of its body, each of which was extremely thin and was several tens of feet in length. Before Han Li had figured out what these tendrils were capable of, they abruptly began to sweep through the air in a violent manner, creating a ball of blurry whip projections that encapsulated the demented minion's body. From a distance, these whip projections appeared to be a giant crimson ball, and it was still expanding at an alarming rate. As such, the crimson ball quickly came into contact with the converging sword threads. Golden and crimson light intertwined with one another amid a sharp screeching sound. Han Li's sword formation was able to prevent the crimson ball from expanding any further, but it was unable to slice through it. Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted as he made a hand seal. Countless golden threads began to emanate white glacial qi again as they swept toward the crimson ball from all directions. However, a dark expression soon appeared on Han Li's face. As soon as the white glacial qi came into contact with those whip projections, they were immediately repelled by an enormous force. The slight traces of ice and frost that formed over those tendrils were also quickly cast aside as those tendrils danced through the air. As such, even his glacial qi had failed to produce a satisfactory outcome. Right at this moment, crimson light flashed from the demented minion's body as several tens of additional tendrils shot forth to contribute to the existing crimson ball. With the influx of crimson tendrils, the crimson ball suddenly seized the ascendancy in the battle against the relentless sword threads. The crimson ball began to slowly expand once again, gradually forcing back the sword threads, and this process only seemed to be accelerating. Meanwhile, the other demented minion seemed to have been inspired by what its companion was doing, and its body transformed into a crimson blur again as it hurtled toward the golden threads on the other side. Countless crimson tendrils appeared over the surface of its body and also began to rapidly swing through the air. As such, the exact same scene was replicated once again. The golden threads were forced back by the powerful whip projections, powerless to oppose their advances. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. It seemed that the Aureate sword formation really wouldn't be enough to take care of these two demented minions. As such, he immediately rustled his sleeve to produce a dozen or so golden and silver beads. Han Li hid these lightning beads up his sleeve and appraised the situation within the sword formation with an intense unblinking gaze and a dark expression on his face. All of a sudden, the woman beside him ceased her chanting. Han Li was elated to hear this, and he hurriedly turned his gaze toward her. Sure enough, the woman had finished preparing her technique, and the formation plate in her hand was emanating scintillating golden light. Countless silver runes were drifting and revolving around her body, and at the same time, the sky had dimmed significantly. Gusts of Yin winds were swept up nearby, and even though they weren't very fierce, they possessed a penetrative, bone-chilling quality that made one shiver involuntarily. The technique that she was preparing had even summoned the world's origin qi. Aside from that, a burst of immense power was also emanating from within the formation plate in her hand. The enormity of this power sent a chill down Han Li's spine, and it struck him with the same unfathomable feeling he had experienced when facing the two Yaksha monarchs earlier. Han Li was stunned by this observation, and he tried to focus his gaze on the formation plate in the woman's hand, only to find his vision impeded by the piercing spiritual light emanating from it. Without any time for further thought, he activated his bright sight spirit eyes to their maximal extent, thereby allowing him to instantly glean the situation within the formation plate. Golden seal text. Han Li exclaimed in astonishment. Even though he didn't recognize so much as a single one of the golden runes that had surfaced over the formation plate, he could tell from their form and fearsome spiritual power that this was clearly the Golden Seal text, which was even more mysterious than spiritual power. There were extremely few high-grade cultivators even in the spirit realm that understood and were capable of using such a legendary text. The woman seemed to have sensed Han Li's gaze, and she turned to him with a dainty smile before suddenly raising the formation plate high up into the air with both hands. An incredible scene ensued. The formation plate began to rotate in midair amid a layer of brilliant golden light. A fist-sized golden ball of light suddenly materialized at its center, and a burst of astonishing spiritual pressure abruptly erupted into the air. The dark clouds in the sky immediately began to tumble and surge as howling winds swept through the air. At the same time, the 36 formation flags all began emitting the roars of dragons and tigers as countless specks of light of different colors emerged nearby, then converged toward the flags in unison. All of a sudden, brilliant spiritual light radiated forth from all 36 flags. In the next instant, 36 dazzling pillars of light shot forth in unison, all of which were around the same thickness as a large bowl. These pillars of light climbed upward and disappeared into the dark clouds up above in a flash. All of a sudden, a deafening thunderclap rang out from within the dark clouds, following which a massive formation of light that was around 1,000 feet in size slowly emerged. The center of this formation was situated directly above the formation plate down below, and it suddenly expelled a thin golden light that disappeared into the ball of golden light within the formation plate. The golden ball immediately rose up into the air, heading directly toward the center of the massive formation. At this point, Han Li was already completely flabbergasted. The woman hadn't revealed to him what abilities this formation possessed, and had only asked him to buy her time. Even though the formation was still yet to reveal its true power, it was most definitely an immensely powerful formation, one that far exceeded the might of the Orit sword formation. At this moment, the woman was sweating profusely as she struggled to hold the formation plate aloft. Her face had been drained off all color, and she appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The golden ball of light was finally sucked into the center of the formation, and the two combined as one amid a loud buzzing sound. The light formation was already astonishingly huge, yet its area swelled by several-fold once again with the injection of the golden ball of light, and it covered virtually the entire sky. The spiritual pressure emanating from the formation was so devastating that even Han Li's body swayed involuntarily, and he was forced to stumble back a few steps. At the same time, the two Yaksha monarchs that were several thousand kilometers away suddenly exchanged a shocked glance. Neither of them uttered a single word, but they both disappeared into space in unison. At this moment, the two demented minions finally charged out of the Orit sword formation before pouncing toward Han Li and the woman with crimson light flashing from their bodies. Han Li's heart jolted with shock, and just as he was about to hurl his lightning beads at them, two pillars of white light were suddenly blasted forth from the light formation up above, striking the two demented minions in a flash. The two formidable demented minions abruptly disappeared amid the pillars of white light. That's a teleportation formation. Han Li was immediately able to identify that the two demented minions hadn't been killed. Instead, they'd been teleported to some unknown location as soon as they were struck by the white light. A smug smile appeared on the woman's face, and she was just about to say something to Han Li when her expression suddenly changed drastically. She then hurriedly flew up toward the light formation in the sky as a streak of light. Han Li was rather bewildered upon seeing this, but after quickly assessing the situation, he also followed along after the woman as a streak of azure light. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted from two different spots in the air around 1,000 feet away, and two massive humanoid figures emerged out of thin air just in time to see what Han Li and the woman were doing. The two massive Yaksha monarchs immediately let loose thunderous roars of rage. One of them threw a fist at Han Li and the woman from afar while crimson light flashed from the hand of its companion, and it sent a vast expanse of light sweeping through the air. The woman had already flown into the center of the massive formation, and the buzzing sound emanating from it suddenly intensified by several-fold. At the same time, violent spatial fluctuations appeared around it. The space enshrouded under the entire massive formation began to warp and deform, clearly indicating the initiation of a teleportation sequence. In the instant that the demented minions had charged out of the sword formation, it had reverted back to 72 golden swords and disappeared into Han Li's body in a flash. However, due to the twisting and warping of space, Han Li's speed of flight was forcibly halved. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and before he had a chance to activate his thunderstorm wings, the attacks from the Yaksha monarchs were already upon him. The fist that had been thrown from afar had conjured up a massive green fist projection amid a rumbling boom. The fist projection was striking directly below the formation of light, and Han Li was caught right in its crosshairs. Han Li knew that if he didn't take care of this attack first, there would be no way for him to escape. As such, he took a deep breath and raised both hands up into the air, upon which a dozen or so golden and silver beads immediately shot forth. Only then did he flap his thunderstorm wings and disappear on the spot. In the next instant he appeared right beneath the center of the formation before disappearing into it without any hesitation. At this moment, the vast expanse of crimson light that was flashing through the air also struck a corner of the massive formation in a violent manner. At the same time, golden and silver beads also struck the fist projection, and both exploded in unison. Scintillating crimson light flashed, causing the entire formation to tremor and ripple. Meanwhile, an earth-shattering boom erupted as a massive golden and silver lightning cloud exploded, spreading over an area with a radius in excess of 1,000 kilometers, sweeping up powerful gale force winds in the process. The gusts of fierce winds drowned out everything in the blink of an eye. Spatial fluctuations erupted on the edges of the lightning cloud, and the two Yaksha monarchs appeared once again. The power of the lightning beads was akin to that of the full-power attacks unleashed by a dozen or so spatial tempering cultivators, and even they didn't dare to barge recklessly into the lightning cloud. As such, they could only give up on their plan to teleport over and drag Han Li and the woman directly out of the formation. During the brief span of time bought by the lightning cloud, brilliant light erupted from the formation in the sky. Following a few erratic flashes, the entire formation crumbled and disappeared. The two Yaksha monarchs joined forces to dispel the lightning cloud before appearing at the center of where the formation once was. At that location, there was only a white formation plate drifting in midair, riddled with cracks and completely devoid of spiritual qi. One of the Yaksha monarchs grabbed the formation plate and inspected it for a while with a dark expression before tossing it to its companion. "There's a hint of true spirit qi in there. Looks like we underestimated these two human cultivators. Who would have thought that they'd possess such an extraordinary long-distance teleportation treasure?" The second Yaksha monarch sighed after examining the formation plate. "I didn't expect this either. However, thankfully my final attack shook their teleportation formation, so it's yet to be seen whether they can teleport safely away from here. Perhaps they'll fall into some spatial rift and disappear from this realm along the way." Indestructible monarch chuckled coldly. Chakravarti nodded with furrowed brows and replied, "We can only hope for that to be the case. Our top priority now is to find those demented minions. I have no idea where they were teleported to, and it may be rather difficult to recover them. It's no big deal. Our demented minions are quite intelligent, so they'll find a way to come back to us unless they were teleported to other continents. We should establish a set of conditions for the united army we were discussing earlier. Otherwise..." The two Yaksha monarchs were quite surprised that Han Li's duo was able to get away, but they quickly moved on to more important matters. Meanwhile, the Yaksha tribe army that was countless kilometers away from them were still marching toward Deep Heaven City. Han Li was struck by a splitting headache as well as a rush of intense dizziness. To experience such a severe reaction with his current body indicated that the teleportation he had just undergone had to have been a super long-distance one. Han Li only slowly opened his eyes after keeping them closed for a long while, then cast his gaze around him to survey his surroundings. He was currently situated atop a pile of rocks, all of which were of different sizes, but they were all round and grayish-white in color. There were swaths of gray mist around him, severely hampering visibility. His head was also ringing incessantly and he found himself unable to expel his spiritual sense from his body, suggesting that there was either a restriction here or he had yet to recover from that bout of long-distance teleportation. Han Li furrowed his brows as he flexed his neck from side to side, and blue light flashed within his eyes at the same time. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly as he made a hand seal, rising up into the air as a streak of azure light before plunging into the mist. Around 5 minutes later, Han Li appeared beside a small creek that was several tens of feet wide with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked down at the remarkably clear water of the spring at his feet, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He made a grabbing motion downward, and a small ball of water was drawn toward him before hovering above his palm. Han Li examined the ball of water for a while, and after ascertaining that it was safe for consumption, he drank the entire thing. The water was very sweet and pure, and Han Li nodded with contentment. Just as he was about to procure some more water from the creek, he suddenly raised his eyebrows before clenching his fist and lashing out at the space behind him. A burst of enormous power was blasted forth, striking something with a resounding boom and causing the mist to tumble and churn. The sound of stumbling footsteps and muffled harumphs also rang out immediately thereafter. Han Li's body blurred and he turned around in a wraith-like manner before sweeping a sleeve through the mist. A gust of fierce winds erupted from within his sleeve, sweeping aside the gray mist for several hundred feet in front of him, revealing a monster that was around 10 feet tall. Despite Han Li's vast reserves of knowledge and experience, even he couldn't help but falter at the sight of this monster. This monster had an extremely peculiar appearance with small eyes and a long mouth. It had the head of a pig and the body of a human with an azure turtle shell locked tightly around its upper body. The monster was currently lying spread-eagled on its back, having clearly just been knocked to the ground by Han Li's punch, and it grunting incessantly as it tried to struggle to its feet with all its might. However, due to the combination of its bulbous shell and the fact that its limbs were less than half the length of normal human limbs, it was unable to immediately roll over, and it was stuck on its back just like a massive turtle. Pig Tortoise Demon. For some reason that peculiar name surfaced in Han Li's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The aura emanating from the pig demon's body wasn't very powerful, only comparable to that of a human qi condensation cultivator. Han Li was naturally quite relieved upon making this observation, yet at the same time he was a little perplexed about how this pig demon had managed to withstand the power of his attack. He cast his gaze toward the turtle shell on the pig demon's body to discover a fist indentation that was around an inch deep on the abdominal part of the shell. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he made a grabbing motion. Brilliant spiritual light flashed as a massive azure hand that was around 10 feet in size appeared above the pig demon. The hand reached down and grabbed the edge of its shell to hoist the pig demon up from the ground. Before Han Li had a chance to carefully examine the turtle shell, the pig demon suddenly withdrew its body in a remarkably agile manner and slipped out of the shell. In doing so, it revealed itself to be a brown boar, and it immediately fled into the mist. In the blink of an eye, the empty turtle shell was the only thing locked in the grasp of the massive azure hand. Han Li's lips twitched in a rather speechless manner. From the agility displayed by the pig demon during its escape, it had merely been feigning clumsiness earlier in order to lure Han Li into a false sense of security. This pig demon didn't appear to be very smart, but it was very cunning and most likely possessed a high level of intelligence. However, Han Li naturally couldn't be bothered to chase after a qi condensation stage demon beast. Instead, he began to examine the turtle shell as a hint of surprise gradually appeared on his face. This is only the shell of a turtle that's lived for several hundred years. To think that it can withstand a punch from me. What kind of spirit turtle could possess such an extraordinary shell? Han Li murmured to himself, and after a brief hesitation he stowed the shell away into his storage bracelet. After that, Han Li didn't take any risks by venturing elsewhere. He merely sat down with his legs crossed beside the small creek and closed his eyes to meditate. The creek beside him flowed in a soundless manner, but the surrounding mist was gradually beginning to thin out. After a while, when the mist had almost completely dissipated, a group of beasts that resembled deers but also resembled horses gathered beside the creek. Some of them began to drink from the creek while a few of the infantile calves that were only around a foot or so in length played with one another. Due to the fact that Han Li had completely withdrawn his aura and was sitting as still as a statue, the beasts failed to notice him, and one of the calves even crashed directly into Han Li. The calf seemed to have detected something, and it turned around to appraise Han Li with a pair of beautiful blue eyes. It then wailed in a few circles around him before inching its furry head closer to Han Li's face. After sniffing at his face for a while, it stuck out its pink little tongue and took a tentative lick. All of a sudden, Han Li opened his eyes without any premonition. The calf was quite alert and it immediately sprang back to try and flee. However, right in that instant, green light flashed and a fragrant pill shot forth from Han Li's sleeve, entering the calf's mouth with unerring accuracy. At the same time, Han Li's faint voice sounded within the calf's ear. Perhaps our meeting was a design of fate. In that case, I'll bestow this spirit pill upon you. As for whether you'll actually be able to attain intelligence, that'll be up to you. Despite the fact that Han Li had spoken in a rather gentle voice, the small calf was startled into letting loose a panicked sheep-like cry. All of the mature beasts nearby were immediately also alerted to Han Li's existence, and they immediately charged forward, shielding the calves behind them while aiming their sharp horns at Han Li in a wary manner. However, Han Li merely remained seated on the spot. After taking another calm glance at that small calf, he closed his eyes and paid no further heed to this pack of beasts. The beasts could see that Han Li bore no ill will, but they still slowly retreated into the distance while guarding their young. Not long after that, the beasts raced away into the mist and disappeared from view. Han Li sat beside the creek for a while longer and only rose up into the air after the mist had completely dissipated. At this point, both his magic power and spiritual sense had completely recovered. However, he was only able to expel his spiritual sense from his body to a distance of under 10 kilometers, clearly indicating that he was being severely restricted. As such, he decided to continue to fly higher into the air, then use his bright sight spirit eyes to survey his surroundings rather than relying on his spiritual sense. In doing so, he would be able to examine a much larger area. After rising up to an altitude of over 10,000, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he quickly cast his gaze around him. The same grayish-white rocks stretched for as far as his eyes could see in the eastern and western directions, but there was a smudge of green around 15 kilometers to the south. It appeared that there was a set of mountain ranges there. To the north, there was a vast expanse of water attribute spiritual chi, which suggested that there was a large river or ocean situated in that direction. After a brief hesitation, Han Li flew toward the north as a streak of azure light. With Han Li's current speed of flight, he naturally covered this distance in a very short time. His eyes lit up as a boundless ocean appeared before him, but the seawater was slightly strange in that it was crimson in color. On the shore, there were around 1,000 massive turtles of different sizes resting on the beach. The largest of these turtles were around 30 to 40 feet in size, while the smallest were only around half a foot. All of them were half buried in the sand, resting in a lazy manner. In the air above the ocean, there was a flock of strange crimson birds with sharp long beaks circling around. One of them would occasionally dive into the ocean to grab large fish from the seawater with their beaks and talons, then hurl the fish high up into the air, where they would instantly be devoured by the flock of birds up above. Han Li looked on expressionlessly, and after a while, a thought suddenly occurred to him as he abruptly looked up into the sky. There were still 7 scorching suns hanging up there, but they seemed to be slightly smaller than before and were a little blurry. It appeared that he had been teleported somewhere extremely far away from the 3 human regions. Otherwise, the suns in the sky wouldn't be exhibiting such a noticeable change. Thankfully, Han Li had already guessed this from the level of discomfort he had experienced as a result of the bout of teleportation. As such, he wasn't all that surprised, and he turned his attention to the turtles down below. Aside from the turtles on the beach, there was also a large number of vacant turtle shells spread all over the nearby beach, and there appeared to be several thousands of them. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he flipped over his palm to summon the azure turtle shell that the pig demon had been wearing. He compared this shell to the turtle shells down below, and a hint of surprise quickly appeared in his eyes. At first glance, the turtle shells down below seemed to be extremely similar to the one in Han Li's hand, and there were many that were even larger than the one that Han Li was holding. However, Han Li was able to immediately glean the difference between the turtle shells. Even though the shell in his hand wasn't very large, every single line on the shell was a faint silver in color, while the lines on the turtle shells down below were all white and completely mundane. Han Li cocked his head to the side and contemplated this momentarily before making a grabbing motion toward one of the turtle shells down below, upon which it flew directly up toward him. Han Li unleashed a casual strike toward it, and the shell exploded into powder amid a resounding boom. A stir ran through the turtles down below, and many of them stuck out their heads to look up into the air. However, it seemed that they didn't regard Han Li as much of a threat, as most of them withdrew their heads into their shells again and continued to lie around in leisure. This really is no ordinary turtle shell. However, this turtle shell most likely did come from this place, Han Li murmured to himself. Azure light flashed as Han Li slowly descended toward the ground. At the same time, he forcibly released his spiritual sense to enshroud an area with a radius of several kilometers, carefully searching for something. After a while, Han Li abruptly opened his eyes and shot forth through the air as a streak of azure light, quickly covering a distance of several kilometers along the beach before returning. However, there were 3 more giant turtle shells hovering behind him, one of which was around 40 to 50 feet in size, one of which was around 10 feet, and the final one was only around several feet. All of these turtle shells also silver lines on them, but the shades of silver were a little different. On the smallest shell, the lines appeared to be constructed from pure silver and were shimmering with light. The shade of silver on the shell that was around 10 feet in size was around the same as one that Han Li already had, and as for the largest of the turtle shells, the lines on that one were barely silver at all. All 3 of these turtle shells were buried quite deep into the ground, and if it weren't for the fact that Han Li's spiritual sense was able to penetrate directly into the sand, he most likely wouldn't have been able to find these 3 shells. At this moment, Han Li paused in midair and waved a hand toward the turtle shells, upon which all 3 of them organized themselves into a row in front of him. Han Li flicked his fingers and several streaks of azure sword chi flashed through the air, striking the 3 turtle shells and leaving indentations of different depths. The largest turtle shell was completely punctured, whereas the hole on the smallest one was only around half an inch deep, and the hole on the one that was around 10 feet in size was around 3 to 4 inches deep. Han Li nodded upon seeing this before rustling his sleeve to send forth a burst of azure light. All 3 turtle shells rotated within the azure light and instantly shrank drastically before being drawn into Han Li's grasp. Spiritual light flashed from his hand, and all 3 shells were stowed away into his storage bracelet. Right at this moment, the birds flying over the ocean suddenly began to let loose cries of alarm. Han Li immediately raised his head to assess the situation, upon which his heart jolted with shock. On the surface of the ocean, a massive demonic creature that was around 100 feet in length had appeared. It had the upper body of a dark-skinned male human with a bone trident in each hand. It had a set of sinister facial features, and its lower body was identical to that of a giant octopus. The massive tentacles connected to its torso peeked out of the surface of the ocean from time to time. This demonic creature opened its mouth to blast forth bursts of inky black light, sweeping up hundreds of those strange crimson birds before drawing them into its mouth as if it were enjoying a delicious meal. The birds struggled with all their might within the black light but were completely powerless to resist, and most of them were devoured in the blink of an eye. Strangely enough, the turtles on the beach remained completely unflustered as they continued to lie in the sand, and the massive demonic creature showed no intention of attacking the turtles either. Han Li was rather surprised to see this. The massive demonic creature seemed to be comparable in power to an 8th-grade demon beast, so Han Li naturally wasn't fearful toward it. He merely looked on with furrowed brows, attempting to identify this creature. In reality, the difference between the terms demon beast and ancient beast was rather vague in the spirit realm. To the humans of the spirit realm, ancient beasts usually referred to the native beast-type beings of the spirit realm, whereas demon beasts referred to the demonic cultivators that had ascended from lower realms, as well as their descendants that continued to live in the spirit realm. Most ancient beasts were unable to attain high levels of intelligence, but all of them had one or more abilities that they were endowed with from birth without requiring cultivation to attain, and they were all extremely powerful. In contrast, all demon beasts were generally capable of attaining intelligence unless they had special inheritances or were one of the rare species that were unable to attain intelligence. However, the abilities that they possessed were usually far inferior in power to that of ancient beasts. Of course, there was no strict difference between ancient beasts and demon beasts. On the occasions when some of the ancient beasts dwelling near the human and demon territories attained intelligence, they would often lead their brethren to voluntarily join the demon race. There were also ancient beasts that caught the eyes of human and demonic cultivators, in which they would be forcibly tamed and domesticated. As such, Han Li wasn't all that surprised to see this monster, and he merely hovered in the air in silence. After a while, all of the birds in the sky had been devoured by the massive demonic creature, and it slapped the surface of the ocean with its massive tentacles in excitement before suddenly twisting around and catching sight of Han Li. Han Li had withdrawn his aura this entire time, and the demon beast had failed to notice his presence. However, the events that unfolded next came as quite a surprise to Han Li. As soon as the demonic creature caught sight of Han Li, an expression of shock and horror appeared on its face. After letting loose a low roar, it transformed into a streak of black chi and immediately disappeared into the ocean. Immediately thereafter, countless bursts of inky black mist erupted from the seabed, making the seawater in an area of several kilometers extremely murky and opaque, thereby bringing visibility down to zero. However, that wasn't enough to stop Han Li. Blue light flashed in his eyes and his gaze instantly pierced through the black mist, allowing him to glean the situation down below. The massive demonic creature had already plunged deep into the ocean and was fleeing with all its might. Han Li harumphed coldly, and he was just about to flap his thunderstorm wings to give chase when a long roar suddenly rang out from the ocean's depths. The sound was like a prolonged rumbling thunderclap that was quite dull and menacing. Immediately thereafter, a burst of powerful demonic chi suddenly emerged in the ocean close to 10 kilometers away, and its power seemed to be comparable to that of a deity transformation cultivator. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this roar. He cast his gaze into the distance in the direction where the roar had originated from, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Moments later, the burst of astonishing demonic chi within the ocean joined together with the octopus demon before the two continued further into the ocean without any hesitation. Han Li shook his head as the thunderstorm wings on his back vanished. He didn't fear any deity transformation stage demon beasts, but he didn't want to enter a reckless feud with such a powerful creature having just arrived in this unfamiliar place. After staring out at the ocean for a while longer, Han Li abruptly turned around and flew toward the south. A short while later, a streak of azure light appeared over a massive set of lush mountain ranges that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The azure light receded and Han Li was revealed. Looking at the mountain ranges from afar, Han Li could see that it was filled with countless tall and steep mountains that were clumped together in a dense bunch. Even prior to entering the mountain ranges, Han Li could sense a vicious aura emanating from it, and that was rather surprising to him. However, the spiritual chi within the mountain ranges was also far more abundant than outside. Just this factor alone prompted Han Li to enter the mountain ranges without much further hesitation. In order to draw as little attention as possible, Han Li intentionally slowed down and flew at a very low altitude. One mountain after another flashed past, and throughout this entire process, Han Li was constantly surveying his surroundings as well as unleashing his spiritual sense to encompass an area of several kilometers. Having flown just over 500 kilometers into the mountain ranges, an expression of surprise and elation suddenly appeared on Han Li's face. He discovered that this stretch of mountain ranges was riddled with spirit herbs and spirit trees. Even though most of them were low-grade spirit medicines and situated in steep and perilous locations, the sheer quantity present was still very encouraging to Han Li. After all, he was only passing by in a brisk manner. If he were to stop and conduct a thorough search, he would definitely reap some worthwhile rewards. There were presumably many high-grade spirit medicines that could be procured from these mountain ranges. Aside from spirit medicines, the number of beast packs within the mountains also exceeded Han Li's expectations. During his travels, Han Li had even witnessed a grueling battle between two beast packs. Just as he was flying over a rather flat col between two massive mountains, he was suddenly greeted by raucous ape cries and thunderous beastly roars. Immediately thereafter, many white-furred giant apes that were over 20 feet tall suddenly emerged from one mountain, led by a giant ape with shimmering golden fur. They were wielding wooden sticks, stone clubs, and other crude weapons of that nature as they charged directly toward the neighboring mountain. From the other mountain, a pack of ferocious beasts with cow heads and lion bodies emerged, and they were led by a giant beast of the same species that was around twice as large as its brethren. The two packs of beasts clashed, and a ferocious battle immediately ensued. All of the giant apes had extraordinary jumping power and immense strength, while their beastly opponents possessed sharp fangs and claws, as well as thick skin and robust bodies. The two armies were evenly matched. What caught Han Li's attention was that the leaders of the respective armies seemed to have attained intelligence, thereby allowing them to gain influence among their packs. Both of them seemed to be third or fourth grade demon beasts, and the golden ape was able to gain a slight advantage with its superior agility, but the leader of the opposing beast pack was no slouch either. After battling for over an hour, Both beast packs were growing quite exhausted. In the end, their respective leaders let loose long howls, upon which the armies retreated back to the mountains where they had come from. However, there were many bodies strewn all over the call in the aftermath of the battle, and those bodies attracted a flock of hideous twin-headed scavenging birds that enjoyed a grand feast. Han Li hid high up in the sky, surveying the battle that had unfolded down below with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. The giant apes fought in a rather strategic and organized manner, and a thought occurred to Han Li upon seeing this. Aside from that, as Han Li continued deeper into the mountain ranges, he discovered some other strange beasts along the way. Atop the mountains with the most abundant spiritual qi, there were even 6th or 7th grade demon beasts lurking. Han Li paid no heed to these demon beasts as they posed no threat to him anyway, and he continued to fly deeper into the mountain ranges. This set of mountain ranges was far larger than Han Li had anticipated. After flying for 2 full months, he still hadn't emerged on the other side, and that was very surprising to him. Just as he was hesitating about whether he should return the way he had come, he suddenly caught sight of a boundless black sea of mist up ahead that enshrouded countless mountain peaks. Han Li stopped near the edge of the sea of mist and unleashed his spirit eyes to assess the scenes within the mist with an indecisive look on his face. He could clearly see that there wasn't even a single blade of grass growing on the area enshrouded under this black mist, and even the rocks and soil on the ground were extremely dry and cracked. In the face of such a bizarre situation, Han Li naturally wasn't going to recklessly barge in. Instead, he made a grabbing motion toward the small tree down below. The tree was plucked up from the ground and its trunk fell into Han Li's grasp. Brilliant golden light erupted all over Han Li's body as he hurled the tree through the air in a violent manner. The tree shot forth like an arrow, speeding toward the black mist that was situated several kilometers away. Bright blue light erupted from Han Li's eyes as he stared at the small tree with rapt focus. The scenes that unfolded next immediately made Han Li's expression darken slightly. In the instant that the small tree flew into the black mist, the entire tree wilted before instantly being reduced to dust. Han Li surveyed his surroundings and after a brief pause to contemplate the situation, he suddenly flew off to the side. He was planning to try and skirt around the border of the black mist in search of a way out. After around half a day, Han Li appeared near a small mountain situated on the border of the sea of black mist, and he was appraising one of the faces of the mountain with a grim expression. This mountain was only several thousand feet tall, but the side that was facing Han Li was extraordinarily flat and smooth, as if it had been flattened by some kind of powerful technique. On the smooth surface of the mountain face, there were 3 massive crimson characters inscribed, each of which was several tens of feet in size. During his time in Deep Heaven City, Han Li had diligently researched the ancient texts of both the human and demon races, as well as even the text used by several of the nearby foreign races. However, he had never seen these 3 characters before, so this was most likely the foreign text that the human and demon races had never come into contact with. Even though he couldn't understand what had been inscribed, the strokes of the characters were extremely sharp and were emanating a vastly intimidating, baleful aura. A cultivator with an inferior cultivation base would most likely be forced into retreat at the mere sight of this mountain face. Of course, at Han Li's current power level, this amount of baleful aura was naturally not enough to faze him. Upon closer examination, he discovered that large sections of the mountain showed signs of erosion, and even some sections of the 3 characters had become rather blurry and indistinct. Han Li silently pondered the situation for a while before continuing to fly along the border of the Black Sea of Mist. After flying for several days, he finally emerged from the mountain ranges. However, before he had a chance to exult, he was completely stumped by the new terrain that he found himself in. This was another beach with crimson seawater crashing relentlessly into the nearby rocks. Han Li stroked his chin and stood in mid-air, appraising the sea in silence. After a long while, he suddenly flew back the way that he had come, skirting around the border of the sea of black mist toward the opposite direction. On this occasion, Han Li arrived at another seaside cliff after over 10 days of flight. Han Li could finally confirm that he was situated on a colossal island. This was most definitely the largest island he had ever seen. Furthermore, this island was most likely rectangular in shape. One side was the side that Han Li was situated at, while the other side was enshrouded under that black mist. Initially, Han Li had attempted to fly around the sea of black mist to see what lay on the other end of the island. However, there was no sign that the Sea of Black Mist was drawing to a conclusion even after an entire month of travel, and Han Li could only give up before doubling back. It appeared that this wasn't a truly isolated island. Otherwise, this island was large enough to be considered as an independent small continent. However, regardless of whether this was truly an island or not, it made no difference to him. Aside from the Sea of Black Mist that was rather peculiar, there seemed to be no excessively powerful beings on the entire island. Furthermore, spiritual qi was very abundant in these mountain ranges, so it was definitely an ideal venue for cultivation. However, what was really perplexing to Han Li was that there were deity transformation stage demon beasts in the ocean surrounding the island, yet there were no powerful demon beasts that had actually taken over the island. Furthermore, that octopus demon was already an 8th grade metamorphosis stage demon beast, but it had fled in sheer horror at the sight of Han Li, leaving him quite confused and searching for answers. Han Li pondered this notion for a long time, but couldn't arrive at any concrete conclusions. However, in order to ensure his safety, he decided to spend some time to scour the area surrounding the island in search of powerful beings that could potentially pose a threat to him. Thus, during the next month, Han Li searched carefully through the close to 10,000 kilometers of the ocean around the half of the island that he was situated on. In the end, he discovered nothing else aside from a few completely worthless barren islands. There were a few powerful demon beasts in the ocean, but even the most powerful ones among them were only comparable to that octopus monster that Han Li had encountered on the previous occasion. Most of them didn't possess much intelligence either, so there was no need for him to worry about them at all. As such, Han Li was feeling quite reassured as he returned to the mountain ranges on the gargantuan island, preparing to enter a period of peaceful cultivation. He carefully selected a mountain with the most abundant spiritual qi to carve out a massive cave abode for himself, and set up many restrictions before moving in. This cave abode was quite close to the border of the mountain ranges and over 10 days of flight away from the Sea of Black Mist. As such, even if the Sea of Black Mist did present any dangers, they would be unable to affect him, and he would have ample time to react. Han Li planted all of the spirit medicines he had taken with him in the medicine garden of his cave abode, then set to work within his secret chamber. Han Li's storage bracelet slipped off his wrist before circling around in the air. Azure light flashed as 9 green-eyed true-toed beast corpses appeared on the ground before him. 2 of the bodies were quite large while the other 7 were relatively small, and they almost took up the entire secret chamber. All of the carcasses had talismans of various colors plastered onto them in order to prevent decomposition as well as to greatly nullify the effect of the spirit blood. Han Li took a deep breath before pointing at the storage bracelet to produce a pristine white jade bottle, which was instantly caught in his grasp. He then pointed at one of the smaller carcasses on the ground with his other hand, and it immediately hovered into the air. He flicked a finger gently toward it and azure light flashed as a streak of sword chi punctured a thumb-sized hole into its body. Moments later, a viscous shimmering liquid began to flow out from that hole, and it was silvery white in color. White light flashed and the jade vial appeared beneath the hole, upon which the silver liquid instantly dripped into the opening of the vial as a silver line. A peculiar scene then ensued. As the silver liquid flowed into the vial, the frog's body began to shrink and dry out. There wasn't much silver liquid that flowed out from the carcass, and it ran dry in mere moments, but the body shrank almost by half. Han Li then opened his mouth to blast forth a silver fireball that struck the carcass, following which the body was instantly reduced to a pile of ashes. However, after the silver flames dissipated, many more rice-sized droplets of silver liquid appeared in the air. Han Li had used the spirit-engulfing heavenly flames powers of yin and yang to force out all of the residual blood lurking within the frog's body. He rustled his sleeve and a burst of azure light swept forth, bringing all of the silver droplets together to form a fist-sized silver ball before stowing it away into the jade vial. Han Li was unable to synthesize nor nurture the production of more spirit blood from these true-toed beasts, so he naturally didn't want to waste even a single drop. Thus, Han Li repeated the process with all of the other carcasses before him, filling several jade vials with this legendary true-toed blood. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief, seemingly quite pleased with his work. Even though he had extracted the true-toed blood, he wasn't in a hurry to refine the true-toed liquid. Instead, he had to raise his cultivation base to the pinnacle of the mid-deity transformation stage and break through this bottleneck first. Come to think of it, his decision to walk the path of simultaneous cultivation really did seem to be the correct one. Due to his powerful body and the number of pills that he possessed, he should be able to easily reach that cultivation base in a mere century or even several decades, whereas it would take other cultivators several centuries to do the same. The only problem was that breaking through the bottleneck would most likely require some more time. Thus, after releasing a few giant ape puppets, Han Li also released his second nascent soul and made it responsible for nurturing and taking care of everything within the cave abode. After that, he closed the doors to his secret chamber and focused wholeheartedly on his cultivation. With an ample supply of pills and dragon scale fruits, as well as the enhancement effect from the bone tempering arts, Han Li's magic power became more abundant by the day, and his body was also growing steadily more powerful. During this time, aside from cultivating the Provenance True Devil arts, he also refined his two hands by fusing them with the Divine Essence Fused Mountain and the Unbroken Sync Devils. After that, he began to fuse his 72 Azure Bamboo Clouds Worm Sword one by one into various important sections of his bone structure according to the instructions provided by the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. If he could succeed in this process, his defensive prowess would be enhanced to an incredible level, particularly when using the Provenance True Devil arts as well. Even if he were to face a direct attack from a spatial tempering cultivator, he'd be able to take it with his body alone and remain completely unscathed. Of course, the refinement of his two hands was a little different, and refining the important sections of his bone structure was naturally even more complex, so this was naturally going to be a very time-consuming process. Thus, the doors to Han Li's secret chamber remained tightly shut for an extended period of time. At intervals of several years, the second nascent soul would transform into a projection and enter through the wall to supply Han Li with some spirit medicines and spirit fruits. Months and years flew by one after another, and 60 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, two balls of demonic chi, one black and one yellow, appeared on a small mountain less than 10 kilometers away from Han Li's cave abode. The two demonic creatures within the balls of demonic chi seemed to be discussing something with one another. Within the black chi there was a pair of blinking silver eyes, while only a single shimmering crimson eye could be seen within the yellow chi. The two demonic beings seemed to have seen through the illusionary formation that Han Li had set up outside the gates of his cave abode, and they were carefully appraising the situation from afar. The two demons seemed to be quite wary of Han Li's cave abode and didn't immediately spring into action. Instead, they flew away after a brief conversation. 3 days later, several balls of demonic chi arrived in the air outside Han Li's cave abode once again. These demons no longer concealed themselves, sweeping up gusts of demonic winds with reckless abandon instead. Thousands of ferocious beasts and strange insects had also appeared on the ground below, and it appeared that they were planning to launch a direct attack against Han Li's cave abode. The demons hovering in the sky were also all of different forms. One of them was a giant three-headed python with 2 small heads and 1 large head, giving off quite a sinister appearance. The second one was a massive wild boar that was 60 to 70 feet in size with a pair of huge shimmering silver tusks that looked as if they'd been constructed from pure silver. As for the final 2 demon beasts, they were rather similar to the 2 demonic leaders that Han Li had seen during the battle between the 2 beast packs many years ago. One of them was a shimmering golden ape that was several tens of feet tall with a giant black trident in its hand. The other was a smaller beast with the head of a cow and the body of a lion, but its body was also several feet long, and it was entirely green as if it had been carved out of green jade. If Han Li were here, he'd immediately be able to identify that these demons were all 6th and 7th grade demon beasts that he'd once detected in the nearby mountain ranges. Among these demon beasts, the most powerful was the one with the cow's head and the lion's body. It was already at the pinnacle of the 7th grade, and was one step away from becoming a metamorphosis stage demon beast. These demon beasts had banded together to attack his cave abode for some reason. Han Li was currently in seclusion and paid no heed to what was happening in the outside world, but the restrictions set up by a deity transformation cultivator like him certainly couldn't be bypassed by demon beasts of this caliber. The beast packs and insect swarms advanced onward following instructions from the demon beasts in the sky above, charging toward the outermost layer of the illusionary formation, thereby instantly triggering the defensive spell formations that Han Li had prepared. Azure light abruptly flashed, following which howling winds swept through the air, whipping up violent sandstorms. Hundreds of massive rocks whistled forth along with the wind, instantly crushing hordes of ferocious beasts into piles of mincemeat amid a series of earth-shattering booms. The beast packs were instantly plunged into complete chaos and disarray, and some of them were even trying to flee the scene. However, the cow-headed demon up above suddenly opened its mouth to let loose a long menacing cry upon seeing this. All of the beasts down below were immediately too scared to retreat any further. The other 3 demons also put on displays of intimidation, so the beasts had no choice but to turn around and charge toward the oncoming azure light again. Following another burst of fierce winds, no more giant rocks were hurled at them. Instead, countless azure blades of wind whistled through the air in dense swaths, affording them no avenue for escape or evasion. Thousands of demon beasts were sliced and diced by those blades of wind amid countless howls of anguish and horror. When the gusts of wind subsided once again, only several hundred beasts were remaining. Even though they were yet to attain intelligence, all of them were completely petrified, and they simply couldn't curb their self-preservation instincts any longer as they fled away from Han Li's cave abode. The demon beasts up above glanced at one another upon seeing this. All of a sudden, the cow-headed monster opened its mouth and spoke in a female voice that was very pleasant to the ears. However, it wasn't speaking in any language that was known to the human or demon race. The other 3 demon beasts also began to converse with one another in the same language. After a while, they seemed to have completed their discussion and decided to pay no heed to the fleeing beasts down below. Instead, they each swept up a burst of demonic wind and sent them whistling down below. Along the way, they combined as one to form a gust of black gale force winds, heading directly toward Han Li's cave abode with devastating force. These demon beasts were attempting to break through the formations Han Li had set up through brute strength. If these demon beasts were all above the 8th grade, then perhaps there was a chance that their actions could bear fruit. However, they were merely a bunch of 6th and 7th grade beings. How could they possibly bypass restrictions set up by a deity transformation cultivator like Han Li? 5-colored light immediately manifested in front of the cave abode before sweeping forth in a forbidding manner. As soon as the black gust of wind came into contact with this 5-colored light, the former was instantly shredded into nothingness. The 4 demon beasts hurriedly hurtled back in retreat before gathering in midair again, looking downward with shock and horror in their eyes. Even though they hadn't directly clashed with this 5-colored light, the fearsome aura imbued within it was enough to render them completely petrified. After holding another short discussion, they also fled the scene as gusts of demonic winds. From that point onward, not only did no demon beasts approach Han Li's cave abode, no living creatures even appeared in a radius of 50 kilometers of his cave abode. The gates of Han Li's cave abode remained shut this entire time and was not opened even once. Time flew by and over 30 more years passed in a flash. All of a sudden, the loud roar of a dragon erupted from within the secret chamber, following which the doors to the chamber exploded amid a loud rumbling boom. There was a ball of piercing golden light hovering in midair within the secret chamber, and Han Li was seated within this ball of light in a cross-legged manner. A golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms had appeared behind him. This projection was also situated within the golden light and its facial features were still blurry and indistinct, but it was clearly looking a lot more substantial than before. It was also seated with its legs crossed like Han Li, and its 6 arms were each making a different type of hand seal. All of a sudden Han Li and the golden projection tremored in unison, following which a golden ripple proliferated through the surrounding area. It swept toward the nearby walls of the secret chamber, upon which 5-colored light immediately began to flash, and the secret chamber tremored incessantly amid a loud rumbling sound. Within the golden light, a hint of pain crept onto Han Li's face as large beads of sweat covered his entire forehead. The massive ball of golden light began to tremble uncontrollably, and the golden projection within it also became rather blurry as a result. All of a sudden, a crisp crack sounded and a long and thin line appeared down the center of the golden light as if it were a cracked mirror. As a result, the golden projection instantly shattered and vanished. Han Li exhaled as the agony on his expression disappeared, and silence returned to the secret chamber. After a while, Han Li finally opened his eyes again as a wry smile appeared on his face. This is the 3rd time I've failed in breaking through my bottleneck. It appears that cultivation alone won't do me any good for now. I'll have to find another way, Han Li murmured to himself before abruptly flipping over his hand to produce an object with a black flaming phoenix engraved upon it. This was none other than the small silver vial that contained the 3 black flame pills. Even though black flame pills were known as the best spirit medicine for facilitating a breakthrough for late deity transformation cultivators, it was actually also fit for consumption for mid-deity transformation cultivators as well. It was just that due to the power of the pill, if it were to be consumed by a cultivator with an insufficient cultivation base or a frail body, it could be burned to death by the pill's black phoenix flames. Han Li possessed the spirit-engulfing heavenly flame and was walking the path of simultaneous cultivation, so he naturally had no such qualms. As such, he could consume one of these pills to assist him in breaking through his current bottleneck. However, in doing so he would have one less black flame pill for when he attempted a breakthrough to the spatial tempering stage, and that would drastically decrease his chances for making a successful breakthrough. After all, black flame pills were extremely rare, and breaking this mid-deity transformation stage bottleneck was merely a matter of time for him. Countless cultivators found themselves stuck at the late deity transformation stage for their entire lives, and spatial tempering cultivators were significantly rarer than deity transformation ones, thereby indicating just how difficult it was to break through that bottleneck. As such, it was best to have as many pills as possible to assist him in that breakthrough. After pondering the issue for a long while, a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he stowed the vial away into this storage bracelet in the end. However, Han Li didn't continue residing in seclusion either. Instead, he rose to his feet and made his way outside the secret chamber, only to find that a giant ape puppet was already waiting for him there. Han Li raised his eyebrows, yet before he had a chance to say anything, the puppet suddenly strode forward and offered to him a yellow rod-like object in both hands. There were some mysterious green patterns all over the object, and it was none other than that profound heavenly fruit. A solemn expression immediately appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He made a grabbing motion to draw the fruit into his grasp, and at the same time, brilliant blue light flashed from his eyes, allowing him to see the internal structure of the fruit. As a result, he discovered that the possessed ball of light was now around the size of a thumb. Han Li held the fruit in his hand with a slightly dejected feeling in his heart. Back in Deep Heaven City, Han Li had visited some ancient tome shops in secret to search for information about the profound heavenly fruit. However, what was quite strange was that no matter how old the tomes were, none of them contained any information about this fruit nor even any related treasures. If it weren't for the fact that they had obtained some information about the profound goddess's palm back in the human world, he most likely wouldn't even know what this profound heavenly fruit was. Even so, the profound heavenly fruit contained the power of laws of a realm, so it was most definitely a treasure that defied the natural order. As such, Han Li naturally never revealed to anyone that he was in possession of this fruit. After injecting spiritual power into the profound heavenly fruit again to no avail, Han Li stroked the object with his finger and fell into deep thought. During these past years he was constantly pouring that mysterious green liquid into the fruit, yet nothing had happened to it aside from the fact that the white speck of light within it had grown a little in size. He didn't know whether further injection of this liquid would affect any more changes, but it was the only thing that he could do for now. After carefully stowing away the profound heavenly fruit, Han Li paid a visit to his medicine garden. Within the garden, the Zhou Xian dragon fruits and other spirit medicines he'd planted had already matured. The puppets that were looking after the medicine garden had harvested a batch for him and stored these spirit medicines in a storage bracelet. Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he immediately transferred all of these spirit medicines into his own storage bracelet. After doing all that, Han Li waved a hand toward the puppet that had been accompanying him this entire time. The second nascent soul immediately flew out from the puppet, then disappeared into Han Li's body. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as if he were processing an influx of information. After a while he patted the back of his own head to release the second nascent soul back into the puppet. At the same time he chuckled coldly to himself. To think that a few mid-grade demon beasts would dare to attack my cave abode. Looks like they must have found some helpers. Han Li strode directly into a certain hall within his cave abode, within which a massive formation and what appeared to be a sacrificial altar were situated. At the core of the formation sat an octagonal formation plate, and Han Li immediately cast a few incantation seals onto the formation. Following a burst of low buzzing, the entire formation began to glow with white light, following which a silver screen of light appeared above the formation plate. Specks of white light were flashing incessantly, spreading almost the entire light screen. Back when Hanli first constructed this cave abode, he had set up myriad dragon beads in the area surrounding the cave abode for several hundred kilometers. He cast his gaze across the light screen and instantly discovered a few specks of black light situated over 10 kilometers away. Hanli made a hand seal and brilliant azure light erupted from his body. Following a few flashes, he emerged from the cave abode and disappeared into the distance. At Hanli's current incredible speed, such a short distance was covered in the span of just a few breaths. There he discovered a three-headed giant python, a small green beast with a cow's head and a lion's body, as well as an indistinct gray figure hovering in midair, seemingly discussing something with one another. As soon as Hanli appeared in the air above them, the three demon beasts immediately fled the scene, two of them as gusts of demonic winds while the other flew away as a streak of silver light. However, Hanli harumphed coldly as three threads flew forth from within his sleeve. The threads disappeared in a flash before appearing right behind the demonic winds and streak of gray light. Following a flash of bright red light, all three fleeing demons were tightly bound and completely immobilized. The three red threads were withdrawn at his behest, and the three demon beasts were forcibly dragged to him. The small cow-headed beast and the giant python both wore expressions of shock and horror, while the demon beast enshrouded in gray light suddenly said something to him. Hanli had no idea what it was saying, but the tone of its voice indicated that it was delivering a threat of some sort. Hanli's expression darkened as he made a grabbing motion toward the demon beast within the gray light. A vibrant burst of five-colored light swept forth, and the gray light surrounding the demon beast's body faded away like melting snow. The demon beast's true body was drawn into Hanli's grasp, and he pressed 5 fingers onto its head. This demon beast was only around 5 feet in length with shimmering golden scales all over its entire body, and 4 limbs sprouting from its abdomen. This was a fish demon with the face of a human male, creating quite a harrowing sight to behold. However, Hanli had seen all manners of demon beasts, and the horrific unsettling appearance of this 6th-grade fish demon naturally wasn't enough to faze him. Golden light erupted from Hanli's hand, which was pressed against the fish demon's head, and the demon immediately let loose a cry of anguish, then trembled violently before falling unconscious. Hanli had unleashed a soul search technique to source the information that he required directly from this demon's soul. The three-headed python and the cow-headed beast were trembling uncontrollably upon seeing this, and the horror in their eyes only intensified. With Hanli's current powers, soul-searching 6th-grade demon beast was naturally a simple task. After about 5 minutes, Hanli had gleaned all of the fish demon's memories. Tian Peng race, worship, Lord of Treasured Light. Those terms surfaced in Hanli's mind in quick succession, and he faltered slightly before releasing his 5 fingers as the golden light faded from his palm. The fish demon immediately began to plummet straight downward. In the next instant, the red thread around the demon's body swelled to form a thick fiery rope. A ball of crimson flames instantly erupted from the rope, reducing the fish demon to ashes in the blink of an eye. The fiery rope then flashed and returned to Hanli's sleeve, having reverted back to its thread form. Only then did Hanli turn his gaze toward the 2 demons in a completely expressionless manner. After a brief silence, Hanli suddenly spoke in the foreign language used by the demon beasts. "You two sure have some guts. You dared to attack my cave abode just for a few woodbud flowers?" After employing the soul search technique, not only had he mastered the language of these demon beasts, he had also gleaned the reason behind these demon beasts' attempts to attack his cave abode. The cow-headed demon clearly possessed the higher level of intelligence among the two, and it replied, "Without the woodbud flowers, our brethren on the hidden Black Mountains won't be able to gather everything required for a worshipful offering. In that case, we'll inevitably be tortured by the Tianping race, and our intelligence will be destroyed once again. As such, we had no choice despite knowing how powerful you were." "This is the woodbud flower, right?" Hanli chuckled as he flipped a hand over to produce a bouquet of small purple flower. The appearance of these flowers resembled bells, and they were emitting a peculiar fragrance. The small cow-headed beast stared intently at the bouquet of flowers for a while before replying with a wry smile, "Indeed, that's what we're looking for. There are many spirit mountains within the hidden Black Mountain ranges, but this flower can only be found on the spirit mountain where you reside. This flower doesn't possess much spiritual qi and it can't be used to refine any good spirit pills, but it's listed as one of the mandatory items that must be offered for worship. That's rather strange. Without it, you would indeed suffer severe punishment at the hands of the Tianping race. However, isn't it far too naive and arrogant of you to think that you can conquer my cave abode just because you enlisted the assistance of a sea dragon beast that only just reached the metamorphosis stage? Hehe, and you even promised it 10 pairs of golden marrow crystal insects as reparations. You sure are willing to make large investments. However, according to my knowledge, this type of half-crystal, half-insect creature normally resides deep underground within all types of rare and precious ore, so they're extremely difficult to find. Even if you encounter one, it would immediately die and turn into a crystal after being captured. How are you able to capture golden marrow crystal insects alive? Han Li asked in a seemingly nonchalant manner. I can answer that. Back when this land was first discovered by the Tianping race, there were beings more powerful than us here in the hidden Black Mountains. However, all of them were slaughtered by the 3 Tianping race elders, and we were the only ones allowed to remain here and continue to cultivate. And that was naturally because we possess abilities that allow us to source the items required for their offerings. Otherwise, we would have been killed long ago. The cow-headed beast chuckled coldly. So you really do have a way to capture golden marrow crystal insects alive? Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was internally ecstatic. Indeed. Us luminous beasts are able to identify such insects even among countless or due to our natural abilities. Furthermore, we have a method to prevent these insects from turning into crystals. The small beast replied in a proud manner. Good. In that case, I can let bygones be bygones, and I can even supply woodbud flowers to you. Han Li's expression suddenly eased. Really? What's your condition? The small beast was initially quite elated to hear this, but it quickly realized that there had to be strings attached to this arrangement. It's quite simple. I'll give you as many woodbud flowers as you need, but in exchange you have to give me a pair of golden marrow crystal insects per 10 flowers. On top of that, I'm also very interested in the golden coral sand that's among the items you have to offer to the Tianping race. You can exchange for 1 woodbud flower per tail of this sand, Han Li replied. The crystal insects are among the items that we have to offer, so we don't actually have a lot of them, and 10 of those pairs have already been promised to the Lord of Treasured Light, the small cow-headed beast said. The Lord of Treasure Light? That's just a metamorphosis stage sea beast. I can take care of it. I'll give you 7 days to prepare and come to my cave abode to exchange for woodbud flowers. If you don't turn up by then, hee. Han Li's voice trailed off mid-sentence, but the implied threat was quite apparent. He swept a sleeve through the air and a gentle breeze was swept up, following which he abruptly disappeared on the spot. The cow-headed beast and the 3-headed python were quite startled to see this, and only then did they realize that the red threads they had been bound by had also vanished. After recovering their freedom, the 2 demons beasts looked at one another, and after a long while the 3-headed python whispered to the cow-headed beast, "Is that man really gone?" The cow-headed beast hesitated momentarily before opening its mouth to expel a green bead. The bead rotated in midair for a while before releasing an azure barrier of light that enshrouded both of the demon beasts. We should be fine now. This is a soundproof barrier set up with my inner core. If that man tries to eavesdrop on our conversation using his spiritual sense, then I'll definitely be able to sense him, the small beast replied. The 3-headed python was feeling much more reassured upon hearing this, and it asked, "Are we going to exchange for woodbud flowers with that man?" "That's not something the 2 of us can decide. We have to discuss this with the others as well. However, if we want to gather all of the items required for this offering, then this appears to be our only choice," the small beast replied with a wry smile. Golden marrow crystal insects and golden coral sand are also very rare. If we use them to exchange for woodbud flowers, we may not be able to gather this much next time, the giant python reminded. We have no choice. The spirit insects and coral sand are indeed extremely difficult to find, but we'll be able to track them down as long as we're willing to invest more time. In contrast, the Tianping race requires a vast quantity of woodbud flowers, and this flower is already extinct everywhere else aside from on the mountain that man is living in, so only he can provide them to us, the cow-headed beast said in a resigned manner. In that case, why don't we inform the Tianping race of this when they deploy people to collect the offerings? That way they can take care of that man in our stead, the 3-headed python suddenly suggested. That would be akin to suicide. Have you not learned your lesson from last time? Even if the Tian Peng race really is capable of killing this man, they'll definitely take all of the woodbud flowers on that mountain, but will still be forced to offer the same amount of woodbud flowers in the future. If we tell them that the woodbud flowers are almost extinct in the hidden Black Mountains, then do you think the Tian Peng race will continue to let us live? If we supply insufficient woodbud flowers, we'll be severely punished regardless of how much extra of the other items we offer. Those woodbud flowers seem to be extremely important to the Tian Peng race, and if it weren't for the fact that they're extremely wary of that black infernal mist, they would have very likely deployed people to permanently settle on the island, the cow-headed beast replied in a cold voice. But if things continue like this, even if we manage to survive this ordeal, we won't be able to source everything required for the next offering, and we'd still end up with the same result. The Tian Peng race has planted slave marks on our bodies, so we'll die from self-detonation as soon as we stray more than 5,000 kilometers away from this place, the three-headed python said in an urgent voice. I'm naturally aware of all this, but that's not a cause for concern. Have you forgotten the promise made to us by that powerful being within the black infernal mist? As long as we can supply spirit stones to him for another century, he should be able to achieve full mastery of the abilities that he's cultivating, and he'll be able to wipe away our slave marks. When that time comes, we'll be able to escape without any qualms, the cow-headed beast said in a serious manner. But is that really a promise that we can rely on? Don't forget that even though he was a senior of ours back when he fled for his life into the black infernal mist, he devoured the core of a giant ancient ghost, so he possesses a half-ghost, half-demon body now. If something were to go wrong. The three-headed python was rather hesitant. Are you worried that he won't keep his promise? You can rest assured. That senior also hailed from our luminous beast race, and he has a blood vendetta against the Tian Peng race, so he'll definitely side with us. Besides, we've been supplying him with spirit stones in secret for several centuries to support his cultivation. He has no choice but to help us, the cow-headed beast said with a shake of its head. Looks like I was overthinking things. Speaking of this black infernal mist, I wonder what lies within it to elicit such a fearful reaction from the Tian Peng race. Has that senior ascertained what's in there? The three-headed python asked in a curious voice. He hasn't, but there's definitely something quite sinister in there. Even with his current power level, that senior only dares to remain in the outskirts of the black infernal mist and doesn't dare to go any further. However, this black infernal mist has existed for countless years. Apparently, back when it first came into existence, that era was when the Tian Peng race was at the height of its powers and ruled over virtually the entire flying spirit race, the cow-headed beast replied with a wry smile. That's true. Regardless of what lurks within that black infernal mist, it won't be of any benefit to us. With our cultivation bases, we'd be dead as soon as we entered the mist anyway, the three-headed python sighed with a nod. After that, the small beast and the giant python conversed with one another for a while longer before the former withdrew its demon core, and they flew away as streaks of demonic winds. Not long after their departure, spatial fluctuations erupted from nearby, and a faint azure humanoid figure emerged out of thin air. It was none other than Han Li, who was supposed to have left quite a while ago. He glanced at the departing beasts in the distance with a smile on his face, then suddenly made a grabbing motion toward the spot where the two beasts had originally been situated. Golden light flashed and a fingernail-sized golden insect suddenly emerged. It was a gold-devouring beetle that had been shrunk down to less than a tenth of its original size. The insect spread open its wings and flew onto Han Li's palm. Han Li pointed a finger at the spirit insect as he closed his eyes, instantly withdrawing the wisp of spiritual sense that he'd imbued the beetle with. As a result, he was able to glean the entire conversation between the two beasts. Black infernal mist, half ghost half demon, slave marks? Interesting. If the people on the Tian Peng race are unable to reside on the island, then I won't have anything to fear. Who would have thought that a few demon beasts of such a lowly caliber would be able to procure a vastly effective body refinement medicine like the golden marrow crystal insect? Even the body integration stage elders of Deep Heaven City are unable to source such a medicine. If I can find another few ingredients, I'll be able to manifest my provenance true devil projection in a substantial form, much like the Vajradharmic body of the Buddhist factions. As for the golden coral sand, that's also something I'm in urgent need of it. If I can use that to refine my blood and flesh, it'd definitely make my body even more powerful. After murmuring to himself for a while, Han Li suddenly burst into elated laughter. However, his laughter quickly cut off as a thought suddenly occurred to him. The projections of the great bird and the five-colored phoenix abruptly appeared behind him, and a pair of glittering and translucent wings emerged from his back. Han Li only had to gently flap those wings before his body was propelled through the air as a translucent thread. A long azure rift instantly appeared in the air as if something were slicing through space, quickly disappearing into the distance. After unleashing his thunderstorm wings, which had already been refined into a spirit treasure, the speed of Han Li's flight was enhanced by several-fold. In just over 2 days he flew out of the island's boundaries and appeared over a region of the ocean that was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the island. This region of the ocean was littered with coral reefs of all shapes and sizes, the largest of which resembled small islands while the smallest only had just enough room for a single person to stand on. Han Li had his arms crossed as he hovered in midair above a coral reef that was several acres in size. This was the location of where the so-called Lord of Treasured Light resided, and Han Li had learned of this location from using the soul search technique on that fish demon. This Lord of Treasure Light was actually a demon beast that had only recently ascended to the 8th grade. Around 200 years ago, it had roamed to this place and settled here after subduing 7 or 8 nearby sea beasts. The cow-headed beast and the demon beasts on the island had exchanged some spirit medicines with this demon beast's subordinates, and that was the only connection they had with this metamorphosis stage demon beast. As such, they decided to employ this demon beast's services through the use of golden marrow crystal insects after realizing that they wouldn't be able to conquer Han Li's cave abode on their own. Of course, these beasts had only done this after underestimating Han Li's true cultivation base, thinking that he was a nascent soul cultivator at most. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to engage in such a suicidal endeavor. Han Li didn't delay any longer as he flipped his hand over to extend a glossy black palm from within his sleeve that slowly pressed down toward the coral reef down below. A resounding boom erupted as the projection of a small mountain surfaced from the palm, then rapidly expanded within a burst of gray light before taking on a substantial form and slowly descending. Han Li had maximized the size of the divine essence-fused mountain, expanding it to over 10,000 feet in size, and the divine essence-fused light emanating from the bottom of the mountain swept forth, enshrouding a region of the ocean that was several acres in size. Before the mountain had even descended onto the coral reef, a resounding boom had already rung out, and the massive commotion naturally alerted a certain hidden cave abode beneath the coral reef. Moments later, the seawater nearby parted and 2 balls of demonic chi, one blue and one red, suddenly emerged. A furious voice sounded from within one of the balls of demonic chi. "Who dares to wreak havoc in front of our cave abode? Don't you know that the Lord of Treasured Light resides here?" Han Li didn't even bother to give a response as he pointed a finger at the mountain down below in a casual manner. The gray light beneath the mountain immediately swept forth, ensnaring the 2 balls of demonic chi. Following a few flashes, 2 howls of anguish erupted from within the gray light. The 2 demons within the balls of demonic had self-detonated and disappeared as a storm of blood. They were only a pair of 6th-grade sea beasts, so Han Li naturally wasn't going to pay them any heed. In the next instant, the mountain finally struck the surface of the ocean. A massive vortex with a radius of around 500 meters immediately appeared due to the power of the divine essence-fused light, and the surrounding seawater roared as if there were a gargantuan demon lurking within its depths. The entire region of the ocean was cast into complete turmoil as countless fish and crustaceans fled in shock and horror, and there were also a dozen or so sea beasts with bodies that were over 10 feet long among them. Han Li's antics finally drew a roar of fury from deep within the ocean. Immediately thereafter, 5 bursts of black chi erupted from the edges of the vortex, and the burst of black chi at the forefront surged to reveal a burly man with fleshy bulbous growths on his head. He wore a suit of blue bone armor and was wielding a pair of large black war hammers. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face, and before the demon beast had a chance to say anything, he made a hand seal and the divine essence-fused mountain tremored before vanishing on the spot. Almost at the exact moment, the armored man felt as if the sky above him had dimmed significantly, and he hurriedly looked up to discover that the divine essence-fused mountain had already appeared over their heads, and was crashing down with devastating might. Before it had even reached them, just the fierce gusts of wind it was sweeping up was making him unsteady on his feet. The man's expression changed drastically as he immediately hurled his war hammers toward the massive mountain. At the same time he transformed into a blue WRM that was over 100 feet long and fled into the distance. Following two dull thumps, the two black warhammers expanded to several tens of feet in size, but they weren't able to leave so much as a single mark on the divine essence-fused mountain. Instead, after being swept up by the divine essence-fused light, both of the warhammers plummeted uncontrollably out of the sky. As for that blue WM, it was unable to get far away either. It had only flown just over 300 feet before a streak of gray light flashed toward it, following which it was completely immobilized. At this moment, Han Li pointed a finger at the mountain in an expressionless manner. The massive mountain rotated in midair before a burst of enormous power instantly erupted from its bottom. The blue WM within the gray light only had a chance to let loose a cry of sheer horror before its body was crushed into mincemeat, leaving only its giant head unscathed. Ws were among the demon beast with the most powerful bodies, but an 8th grade CWM was naturally unable to oppose the might of the divine essence-fused mountain. Throughout this entire process, the WM didn't even get a good look at Han Li before its physical body was destroyed. However, its soul had managed to survive in the head of the WM, and it unleashed some kind of secret technique to transform the WM head into a ball of piercing blue light, which managed to struggle free from the gray light before hurtling away as fast as it could. Right at this moment, a silver fire raven whistled forth, flying so quickly that it crashed into the WM head in the mere blink of an eye. Another howl of anguish rang out, and a miniature green WM rushed out of the WM head, attempting to flee for its life, but the silver flames instantly incinerated it into nothingness. Thus, only the WM head remained hovering in midair. It had only managed to survive as Han Li had intentionally held back on the power of his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. As for the 4 other sea beasts within the balls of black chi, in the instant that the divine essence-fused mountain began to rotate, they had been reduced to swaths of blood mist without being able to offer up any resistance whatsoever, and even their souls had been completely destroyed. After killing all 5 demon beasts, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he waved a hand through the air. The WM head was immediately drawn toward him, and he carried it in his hand as if it weighed nothing. After inspecting the head through narrowed eyes for a while, white light flashed from his hand and the WM head disappeared, having been stowed away into his storage bracelet. He then thrust a palm toward the divine essence-fused mountain from afar, and the mountain blurred before reverting back to a projection, the finally disappearing without a trace. After stowing away the mountain, Han Li turned and prepared to leave. However, he then glanced at the massive vortex down below that hadn't yet disappeared, and after a brief hesitation he suddenly changed his mind. Azure light erupted around his body as he flew into the vortex as a streak of azure light. The seawater parted in the face of the azure light, and it only took Han Li moments to arrive at an underwater mountain below the coral reef. Han Li took an indifferent glance at the mountain before flicking a finger toward it. A streak of golden sword chi immediately shot forth before disappearing into space in a flash. Following a resounding boom, a ball of golden and blue light exploded. A layer of blue light then appeared, but was instantly shattered amid a loud explosion. A white coral gate appeared halfway up the mountain. A smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. This was most likely the Lord of Treasured Light's cave abode. Another streak of sword chi flashed past, and the coral gate was pulverized amid a flash of golden light. The interior was devoid of seawater, and a corridor-like azure passageway was revealed to Han Li. Han Li's eyes flashed before he strode into the cave abode. The passageway was rather long, extending for close to 1,000 feet. When Han Li slowly emerged into a hall that lay on the other end of the passageway, his eyes immediately lit up. This hall was around 500 to 600 feet in size, and it was extremely luxurious and grandiose. The entire floor was paved with pristine flawless white jade, and there were glowing thumb-sized phosphorescent beads embedded into the walls at regular intervals of roughly 10 feet. On the ceiling of the hall hung a piece of coral that was as crimson as fire. It was emanating faint hints of warmth, completely eradicating the humidity that one would expect in an underwater cave abode. Han Li was rather surprised by how lavish this cave abode was, but he soon turned his attention to a grayish-white stone block situated on one side of the hall. This stone block was very crude and seemed to be made from the most ordinary stone material. If it weren't for the fact that it had been placed in front of an extremely intricately crafted jade table, one could easily mistake it for a flat slab of stone. However, in a hall where everything was so dazzling and eye-catching, this stone block stood out like a sore thumb. Han Li cocked his head to the side in a brief moment of contemplation before making a grabbing motion toward the stone block, trying to draw it closer to him for a more thorough inspection. However, an unexpected scene then ensued. In the face of the enormous suction power being exerted by Han Li's palm, the stone block remained completely unmoved. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and following a brief hesitation he slowly strode forward before placing a fingertip onto the stone block. An icy cold sensation flowed toward his arm first, yet before he had a chance to withdraw his fingers, the frosty sensation was replaced by a scorching one. Han Li was rather surprised by this development. He placed his entire hand onto the stone block, and sensation emanating from the block interchanged between hot and cold, then converting into a warm feeling in his arm that was very pleasant and comfortable. After internally inspecting his arm with his spiritual sense, Han Li wasn't able to notice anything amiss. He furrowed his brows as golden light radiated from his body. He then clenched his fingers to try and pick up the stone block. However, even though the stone block was only several feet in size, it refused to budge so much a single inch in the face of Han Li's immense strength. Han Li was finally starting to become quite astonished now. He placed his other hand onto the stone block as well, and one hand turned a glossy black color while the other took on a pristine and translucent white hue. All of the joints in Han Li's body popped and cracked as he exerted an incredible amount of force directly onto the stone block. The entire halls tremored violently amid a dull rumbling, and the stone block finally budged slightly, but then immediately fell back to its original spot. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground with the stone block at the center. All of the nearby jade bricks underfoot were reduced to powder, revealing the black and rugged ground down below. Profound fine iron. Han Li was able to immediately identify this material, and his face was full of surprise. However, he then immediately withdrew his gaze and focused his attention on this mundane-looking stone block. At this moment, a small section of the stone block had sunk deep into the black ground down below, making it appear as if it naturally grew there. This stone block was definitely no ordinary item. Setting aside everything else, it was by far the heaviest object by volume that Han Li had ever seen. Even though he hadn't completely activated his Provenance True Devil Arts just then, the fact that he was unable to move it with his body in conjunction with the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra indicated that this block was most definitely close to 10 tons in weight. If he recalled correctly, the heaviest of all precious materials was the legendary Profound Heavenly Heavy Metal. A fingernail-sized chunk of profound heavenly heavy metal could flatten a strong grown man. Furthermore, even though Han Li was unable to determine its weight for now, the material of this stone block was certainly not lighter by volume than profound heavenly heavy metal. In fact, it was most likely even denser and heavier. With that in mind, Han Li continued his examination. Golden light flashed as a streak of sword chi came crashing down toward the stone block. The streak of sword chi was vanquished, but the stone block remained completely unscathed. Han Li didn't find that to be all that surprising. If such a mysterious material couldn't even handle a single streak of sword chi, then he was going to be quite disappointed. However, as a result of that experiment, Han Li's interest was piqued even further. He flipped his hand over to produce a small sword that was several inches in length. Golden light flashed once again, and the sword elongated to become a golden long sword that was around a foot in length. Han Li held the sword in one hand before bringing it down upon the stone block without any hesitation. A massive boom that was louder than the previous one rang out as countless streaks of golden light exploded on the stone block. Silver flames then enshrouded the entire stone block, and the sound of exploding firecrackers erupted. However, the stone block's condition remained completely unchanged, but after Han Li scanned over the surface of the block with his spiritual sense, a hint of elation appeared on his face. He immediately sat down beside the stone block with his legs crossed as he made a hand seal, continuing to scorch the stone block with his spirit-engulfing heavenly flames. A burst of pure azure spiritual power flowed relentlessly into the silver flames from between his hands. Time passed by slowly and a day and a night flew by in a flash. All of a sudden Han Li let loose a low cry, and the silver flames were withdrawn before reverting back to its fire-raven form, then disappearing up his sleeve. At this moment Han Li had already risen to his feet, and he made his way over to the stone block again to conduct a thorough examination. At first glance the stone block appeared to be completely identical to how it was in the past. However, as blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, he was able to identify that there were some signs of melting on the surface of the stone. Those signs were virtually undetectable to the naked eyes, but they certainly weren't going to escape the notice of Han Li's spirit eyes. By his estimations, it would take at least several decades to completely melt the stone at this rate. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Han Li became quite elated rather than dejected. For cultivators like them, several decades was nothing, but this stone block was most definitely an extraordinary treasure. He didn't know how that Lord of Treasured Light had discovered this thing, but there was no way that it would have been able to move this stone block. It was most likely the case that it constructed its cave abode around the stone block instead. It would be quite a troublesome prospect to take this stone block away from here. After all, it was extraordinarily heavy, and if he were to stow it away into his storage bracelet, it would instantly crush the storage space. Hence he could only move it through manual labor. However, even if he were to completely activate his Provenance True Devil Arts, he'd only be able to move a third of this stone block at a time. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to take flight. Han Li stared at the stone and fell into deep thought for a long time. He then rustled his sleeve, and a faint buzzing sound rang out as 2 golden flowers shot forth from within. The 2 golden flowers then immediately transformed into a pair of thumb-sized golden beetles. These were none other than 2 of his mature gold-devouring beetles. The beetles let loose a sharp screech before immediately flying onto the stone block and attempting to devour it from 2 different directions. Meanwhile Han Li looked on with an intense unblinking gaze. Even though gold-devouring beetles were supposed to be capable of devouring all things, Han Li didn't have much confidence in their ability to chip away at such an extraordinary stone block. However, in the next instant, the concerns in Han Li's heart were completely erased. Even though the gold-devouring beetles were eating away at the stone block at an extremely slow rate, 2 small divots had indeed appeared on the surface of the material after a while. Sure enough, these beetles really were capable of devouring this object. Han Li was ecstatic upon seeing this. However, mere moments later, the 2 gold-devouring beetles suddenly fell off the stone block and plummeted to the ground amid a couple of massive thumps. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this. He raised a hand and golden light flashed as one of the gold-devouring beetles was drawn into his grasp. He immediately discovered that this gold-devouring beetle was immensely heavier than a normal beetle. Han Li raised his eyebrows with a hint of surprise on his face. Thankfully, aside from its staggering weight, nothing else was amiss about the beetle, and its wings and legs were still tremoring incessantly. After appraising the beetle for a while longer, Han Li finally figured out what had to have happened. It was quite clear that due to the extraordinary attributes of this stone block, even gold-devouring beetles weren't able to immediately digest the material. As such, even devouring such a small amount in one sitting had exceeded their tolerance limits. It appeared that the 2 beetles would require some time before they returned to normal. With that in mind, Han Li stowed away these 2 gold-devouring beetles, but another 2 beetles flew out of his sleeve to replace. The same process was repeated, and the 2 gold-devouring beetles were soon also unable to cope with their massive body weight any longer as they plummeted to the ground before being picked up by Han Li. However, on the next occasion 4 gold-devouring beetles were released to replace them. After most of a day had passed by and over 1,000 gold-devouring beetles had been released in succession, around 1/10 of the stone block had finally been devoured, and as a result, the block had also been divided up into 3 sections. Han Li nodded with satisfaction at the sight of the 3 smaller stone blocks, which were roughly equal in size. After making a hand seal, brilliant golden light erupted from his body once again. At the same time, the golden projection of the 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him once again. Han Li bent down and heaved, finally managing to slowly lift up one of the 3 blocks. Even though he felt as if a small mountain were weighing down up him, he was able to fly with this weight, albeit with quite a bit of difficulty. A smile appeared on Han Li's face, but he put down this stone block to conduct another careful search of this cave abode, trying to see if there were anything else that could catch his interest. In the end, nothing else caught his eyes aside from a few marine materials and some spirit stones. Han Li wasn't feeling very disappointed as he wasn't harboring any high hopes in the first place. After stowing away those items, he returned to the hall once again. On this occasion he carried the other 2 stone blocks to an extremely obscure place in the cave abode, then set up an illusionary formation to conceal them. After that he picked up the final block and flew out of the cave abode. When Han Li reappeared over the surface of the ocean, brilliant spiritual light was shimmering from his body, and his thunderstorm wings appeared along with the projections of the azure bird and the rainbow phoenix. With a flap of his wings, his body shot forth as a translucent line, disappearing into the distance in a flash. The stone block he was carrying was truly extraordinarily heavy, and despite the fact that he had unleashed his thunderstorm wings, he still had to take breaks every few hours to recover his energy before continuing onward. 3 days later, Han Li returned to his cave abode in the hidden Black Mountain ranges and set the stone block down in his secret chamber. During the following 2 days, Han Li was in no hurry to leave the cave abode again. Instead, he began to conduct all types of experiments on the stone block that he'd transported back with him. As a result, he discovered that aside from the fact that it was extremely hard, sealing the stone block with ice, striking it with lightning, and corroding it with devilish qi all proved to be completely ineffective. Furthermore, aside from his spirit-engulfing heavenly flames, none of his other flames were capable of melting this stone block at all. Of course, the effect that the spirit-engulfing heavenly flame had on the stone block was also very infinitesimal. This material really was perfect for refining top-grade defensive treasures. However, with its staggering weight, it would also be extremely powerful if it were to be refined into an offensive treasure like the divine essence-fused mountain. Following a series of experiments, those were the conclusions that Han Li had arrived at. As for how exactly he was going to use this stone block, that required further contemplation. A thought then occurred to Han Li, and he decided to examine the gold-devouring beetles in his spirit beast bracelet that had consumed this material, and the sight that greeted him gave him quite a surprise. The mature gold-devouring beetles had all fallen into a hibernating state, appearing as if they were about to evolve once again. These beetles were already fully mature, so if they were to evolve once again, then mutation was the only possibility. Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this. However, this only made it even more difficult to decide just what he was going to do with this special material. After pondering the issue for half a day, Han Li decided to examine what changes the gold-devouring beetles were going to take on after their evolution before making a final verdict. 2 more days passed by in a flash. The 3rd day was the 7th day since Han Li made that agreement with the cow-headed demon beast. Early in the morning, not only did those 2 demon beasts arrive outside his cave abode, even the golden ape and the massive boar had turned up. All of the demon beasts were staring at the azure light outside Han Li's cave abode with fear in their eyes, and they didn't dare to make even the slightest sound to announce their arrival, silently waiting outside instead until when Han Li was ready to see them. When it was close to noon, the azure light disappeared like bubbles in the sunlight, revealing a massive stone gate that was over 200 feet tall. Following a loud rumbling sound, the stone gate opened of its own accord, revealing a shimmering white passageway. "Come in." An indifferent voice sounded from within the passageway. The demon beast stirred upon hearing this, and they naturally didn't dare to oppose Han Li's orders as they entered the passageway one after another. Aside from the small cow-headed beast, the other demon beasts all had to shrink their bodies significantly before they were able to enter through the stone gate. A short while later, Han Li sat upon a stone chair within an antiquated stone hall in the cave abode, looking down at the 4 demon beasts once by, and his eyes lingered on the golden ape for slightly longer than when he was appraising the others. Before the demon beast had a chance to say anything, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and a massive object flew forth before thudding to the ground. It was a massive blue WM head. The 4 demon beasts were all given a massive fright upon seeing this. "This is the head of that Lord of Treasured Light. Now that I've killed him, your deal with him is naturally void. Seeing as you've arrived here today, I trust that you've made your decision. Have you brought the items I asked for?" Han Li asked in an implacable tone. Looking at the shimmering blue WM head, all 4 beasts were able to sense the residual aura of an 8th-grade demon beast emanating from it, and chills ran down their spines in unison. "What other choice do we have?" We've indeed brought along the items you've asked for, Senior, the cow-headed beast replied with a forced smile after exchanging glances with 3 other beasts. Good. I've also prepared the woodbud flowers that you require. I can hand them over to you as soon as I ascertain that the items you've brought to me are satisfactory, Han Li said in an indifferent voice before sweeping a hand over the storage bracelet on his wrist. White light flashed and a massive rectangular jade box appeared in his hand. After the lid of the box was lifted, a mesmerizing floral scent immediately wafted through the air. The jade box was filled with thumb-sized golden bell-shaped flowers, and there appeared to be over 100 of them.